Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 333 Someone from the Dynasty. Chapter 333 Someone from the Dynasty. Han Ying smiled at Mu Weiner and said on the way back, Sister Weiner, you have quite a lot of ideas. If not for that pill of yours, I'm afraid this would have been a tough battle. The casualties would have increased. HMPH Mu Weiner placed her hands on her hips, her face filled with pride. The Imperial Preceptor also smiled and said, Miss Mu's alchemy realm is also getting higher and higher. She can actually multitask and refine 2 heaven-grade pills at the same time. Kong Dianghan asked, however, why did you specially refine 2? If it was to greatly injure these evil beings, wouldn't 1 be enough? To be honest, he had never even seen such a group-enhancing heaven-grade pill. This kind of medicinal pill could often change the outcome of a battle. He had used it just like that. Even though it wasn't his, Kong Jianghan still felt his heart twitching. What a waste. Mu Weiner stretched out a finger and explained, if we just throw out a pill, the other party will definitely be suspicious and wary. However, if we throw out a medicinal pill without any side effects first to make them let down their guard and throw out that medicinal pill with the enhancement of Brother Chengxen's Dao technique, won't we be able to cause the greatest damage? Ning Chengxen nodded with a smile and said, Sister Wan has not only learned Master's alchemy, she has also learned Master's caution. This is good. Mu Weiner would naturally think of the safest way after being with Lu Changsheng for a long time. The group returned to Cloud Phoenix City. The sect masters of the major factions also headed there. This was a serious matter after all. There was still a need to discuss the future. However, the most important thing now was to pry out effective information from the 3 evil beings left behind in Han City. This was to discuss the subsequent plans. In the Cloud Phoenix prison, the surroundings were surrounded by iron pillars at this place. The iron pillars were made of deep-sea black iron, and only martial monarch realm experts could break through them. With the support of the array formation, it was more than enough to imprison martial monarch realm experts. Among them, the spiritual Kai in his body was suppressed. The 3 evil beings were all imprisoned here. At this moment, Ning Chengxen and Han Ying arrived together. This was a serious matter. The 2 of them decided to interrogate him personally. Seeing the arrival of Han Ying and the other 2, the 3 evil creatures opened their bloody mouths and roared at the 2 of them as if they were being torn apart. At this moment, Ning Chengxen's face turned cold as he pointed his finger. The power of the Tao landed on the bodies of the 3 evil creatures. White flames rose from their bodies and corroded them continuously. The evil beings all let out painful roars. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Ying asked, Who are you? Where are you from? And why are you massacring the city? He asked 3 questions in a row. It was also what they wanted to ask the most now. Such an evil being had never been seen in ancient books after all. One of the evil beings sneered, Humans don't confuse us with lowly humans like you. Why did you come? Why did you massacre the city naturally? It's because you're hungry. With that said, the 3 evil beings still laughed despite being corroded by the power of the Dao technique. When Ning Chengxen saw this, he clenched his fist and the power of his Dao technique increased. The white flames on the bodies of the 3 evil beings burned fiercely like flames blown by the wind. Within the white flames, the evil being laughed loudly and shouted, In the future, when the evil races descend here, it will be the time of your destruction. After saying that, under the corrosion of the Dao power, the 3 evil beings were annihilated in the white flames. Han Ying's expression turned ugly. Evil races. If what these 3 evil races said is true, I'm afraid this time, it's only a small portion of the evil race's strength. Ning Chengxen nodded and said, We need to start preparing immediately. There were 10 martial monarch realm experts and several void god realm experts among this small portion of power. If the main force were to arrive, how would the Celestial Spirit Empire stop them? Ning Chengxen asked, Senior sister, do you want me to go back and report to Master? Hearing this, Han Ying thought for a moment and shook her head. Don't trouble Master first. At this moment, the Imperial Preceptor hurriedly walked into the dungeon and cupped his hands at Han Ying. Your Majesty, did you manage to get anything out of him? Han Ying shook her head. One only know that they are called the evil races. Then, please return to the Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, an envoy from the boundless world has come and said that he wants to meet your Majesty. He has something to discuss with you. An emissary from the boundless world, the place that big senior brother and the others went to. Han Ying nodded and went to the palace with Ning Chengsen. At this moment, in the Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man was looking around. Seeing Han Ying arrive, he smiled and said, I believe the person in charge of this world is the Cloud Phoenix Empress. I didn't expect him to have such achievements at such a young age. His future can be said to be limitless. Hearing this, Han Ying smiled faintly and said, May one know why the envoy has come to my Cloud Phoenix Empire? Han Ying could sense that this envoy's aura was much stronger than hers. His cultivation realm was probably above the martial monarch realm. For an emissary to have such power, it was no wonder why it was known as the #1 region in the lower latitudes. He was neither humble nor arrogant. Hearing Han Ying's question, when facing him, he still carried the aura of a superior and could not help but nod slightly. This Cloud Phoenix Empress was not simple. Then, his expression turned solemn. I heard that you've already fought with the evil clans outside the territory. In the evil clans outside the territory. Han Ying nodded. Yesterday, this evil clans outside the territory slaughtered a city in our heavenly spirit realm. We killed them, but, unfortunately, many of them escaped. The envoy was a little surprised. It's already not easy to win, with the strength of this evil clans outside the territory. Even our boundless empire has to join forces with all the forces in the realm and pay a huge price to suppress it for 10,000 years. Now that the seal has loosened, the evil races have taken action. This time, their goal might be to occupy the weaker realms. Then, they will set their sights on the boundless worlds. Han Ying frowned slightly and asked, where did the evil clans outside the territory come from? Faced with Han Ying's question, the envoy sighed and shook his head. I'm not sure. I only know that these evil clans outside the territory were not born from the low latitude realm. We still don't know where they came from. He didn't even understand its origin. It seemed that the evil clans outside the territory were not as simple as Han Ying had imagined. Then why are you here this time? The envoy said, I'm here to protect this realm. Even though you've defeated the other party this time, these evil races might mobilize their main forces next time. The Heavenly Fire Realm and the Purple Thunder Realm near you have been destroyed. Their next target is you. On the other hand, at the Southern Region Cottage, Chapter 334 Chapter 334 Star Power at the bottom of the pool. Chapter 334 Star Power at the bottom of the pool. In this world, cultivation practitioners would do anything to achieve longevity. They would fight until their heads bled between the sects. For the sake of benefits, perhaps one day, it would affect him. Moreover, there was Yi Qiubai and the other brats. Therefore, Lu Changsheng was thinking about the new formation. In Lu Changsheng's mind, this formation could purify a person's soul and make the ruthlessness in their heart disappear. Would this be able to calm the people who were fighting? In that case, a calm mind could transform the heart-cleansing incantation into an array formation, achieve proliferation and enhance effectiveness. As for the purification effect, Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of Ning Chengsen. This was the effect of the power of the Tao. Using the heart-cleansing incantation and the power of Tao techniques to form an array formation. If he could fuse the two, would he be able to stop the killing? Just as he was about to take action, Liu Zhu arrived at the cottage punctually as usual. Moreover, he carried pastries and spirit food in his hands. Lu Chengsheng decided to forgive Liu Zhu for disturbing his thoughts. Liu Zhu walked over and said with a smile, Come, Senior Liu. Try these pastries and spiritual food. I took them from my world. I wonder if they suit your taste. These spirit foods were condensed from various natural treasures. These natural treasures could not be formed in the low-latitude realm. Lu Changsheng opened the box. He could feel a spiritual kai soaring into the sky. However, Lu Changsheng wasn't interested in it at all. Taste was the most important thing. He took a bite. Not bad. Lu Chengsheng nodded and sat down on a chair. Liu Ziru also sat opposite Lu Chengsheng. They started chatting as usual. Senior Lu, something interesting has happened recently. Lu Chengsheng nodded while eating. What did it have to do with him? Liu Ziru wasn't surprised by Lu Chengsheng's reaction. He continued, the evil clans outside the territory have appeared in this latitude again, now that we've already destroyed the Heavenly Fire region and the Purple Thunder region. Our current target is the Heavenly Spirit realm closest to the Wilderness region. Lu Chengsheng's hand paused for a moment, then returned to normal. Heavenly Spirit realm. Wasn't Hong Ying in charge? Therefore, Lu Chengsheng asked calmly, what's the origin of these evil clans outside the territory? Hearing this, Liu Ziru was slightly stunned. This was the only time Lu Chengsheng asked him a question. Could it be that he was interested in the evil clans outside the territory? No. Lu Chengsheng didn't even care about the dark domain. How could he be interested in the evil races? Liu Ziru recalled what he had just said. As a 5-star executor, not only did he rely on Liu Ziru's powerful strength, but he also had the ability to observe people's expressions. Since he wasn't interested in the evil clans outside the territory, then, there were only 3 points. The Heavenly Fire Realm, the Purple Thunder Realm, and the Heavenly Spirit Realm appeared in his speech. The former had long been destroyed. The only surviving Heavenly Spirit Realm was the closest to the Wilderness region. Therefore, Lu Chengsheng should be concerned about the safety of the Heavenly Spirit Realm, and Liu Ziru remembered the Heavenly Spirit Realm in his heart. He explained Lu Chengsheng's question. The evil clans outside the territory is an evil faction in the Middle Latitude region, using human martial cultivators as food to increase my own strength. In the Middle Latitude region, the evil races are not very strong. However, he has a trace of the ghost race's bloodline. Speaking of the ghost race bloodline, Liu Ziru's expression slowly turned serious. The ghost race is a high-latitude regional power. Even though the probability of being a member of the evil races is very small, once one has enough opportunities and activates the ghost race's bloodline, one can become a member of the ghost race. On the whole, the evil clans outside the territory were not doing well in the middle latitude. Therefore, he came to the low latitude realm to eat martial cultivators and increase his strength. Then, he had a causal relationship with the high latitude ghost race. Summary. He could not have anything to do with the evil clans outside the territory. Thinking of this, Lu Chengsheng sent a voice transmission to Hong Ying and said after Liu Ziru left, don't start a direct conflict with the evil clans outside the territory. Hearing Hong Ying's answer, Lu Chengsheng almost fainted. We've already started a conflict and destroyed a small team. The evil races are preparing to mobilize their main forces to attack us. Therefore, Lu Chengsheng didn't want to talk anymore. Is it too late to sever ties with these disciples now? Waiting with no reply is quite irritating. Forget it. Forget it. One should set up the formation first. At the Boundless Realm, in the Kunlun Snow Mountain, it had been 9 days since the Kunlun Heavenly Lake opened. Above the Snow Mountain, the giant beast stopped. Mu Fusheng placed his hands behind his back and looked at the lake below. He said softly, one hope you can reach the bottom. At this moment, 50 feet below the Heavenly Lake, Yi Qiubai had already arrived. Lin Jai and Mu Qisheng were 70 feet away. As for Shisheng and Blackie, they had reached 100 feet. However, he had already reached 50 feet. Moreover, their speed was getting faster and faster. He had even broken through to peak stage Void God Realm. This also made everyone stop looking down on Yi Qiubai. Even though it was slow, it was stable. A person who could infiltrate 50 feet could already be considered a genius among this group of geniuses. It was second only to Mu Qisheng and Lin Jai. At this moment, Yi Qiubai moved forward again and arrived at 60 feet. The feeling of being squeezed increased again. However, it was not as oppressive as before. This was also the reason why Yi Qiubai kept adapting to the pressure of the Heavenly Lake. Therefore, Yi Qiubai infiltrated again and arrived at 70 feet, 20 feet in one go. Travel with Lin Jai and Mu Qisheng. This made everyone's expressions change. Even Lin Jai glanced at Yi Qiubai. It seemed that he had underestimated him previously. Hence, Lin Jai infiltrated again and arrived at 80 feet. It seemed like he didn't want Yi Qiubai to surpass him, just as everyone wanted to see if Yi Qiubai had made a move. But he did not move. Yi Qiubai wasn't in the mood to fight over this matter. Instead of that, it was better to improve his strength steadily. Among them was Shi Sheng, who was 1,000 feet deep. He could feel that his Tao foundation was becoming more and more stable. As for increasing his talent, he did not feel anything. Hence, Shi Sheng dived down again. He arrived at 150 feet. Shi Sheng could actually sense the existence of star power below when he reached this place. Was there something related to the power of stars below the heavenly lake? However, Shi Sheng had no choice but to stop here. The heavy pressure of the star power was much stronger than 1,000 feet. Chapter 335 Chapter 335 100 feet. Chapter 335 100 feet. Translator Atlas Studios Editor Atlas Studio. Under the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, there was not only extremely pure spiritual Kai starting from 150 feet, it was also filled with the power of stars. At this point, Shi Sheng also began to feel pressured. Star power was heavy to begin with, and had the effect of suppressing everything. Under the pressure of the star power, the meridians in his body circulated and his blood flow was obstructed. Even his physical body seemed to be sealed here. If he could not retreat in time, he would be suppressed here and die from the extremely heavy pressure. Of course, Shi Sheng already had the power of the stars. Here, even though he was not like a fish in water, he could absorb the star power here and use it for himself. At this moment, a huge amount of star power began to pour into Shi Sheng's starry sky danshan. Within the starry sky danshan, there was actually a second star that had just taken form. However, the second star was dim. Since he could light up the second star, it was already a huge improvement. Shi Sheng had been cultivating hard in the dark after Ale. There was still no movement from the second star after using the star stones to cultivate. Shi Sheng was pleasantly surprised to see such an effect. On the other hand, Yi Qiubai was 70 feet deep and adapted to the pressure here. Lin Jai and Mu Kesheng had already reached 80 feet. Everyone looked at the three figures. He did not know which of the three was stronger. As for Blackie and Shi Sheng, these two freaks had already made everyone numb. In the past, the Kunlun Heavenly Lake would usually only dive 500 feet or 600 feet before stopping, and the best time in recent years was 100 feet. I wonder if these three people can break through this depth. Someone shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. 100 feet is a watershed. After 100 feet, the pressure will increase by more than 10 times. Moreover, that person has a high status and is already the commander of the silver-armored Imperial Guard. This kind of person can only reach 110 jang. I'm afraid these three will have some difficulty." Of course, there were also people who thought highly of him. Lin Jai is the #1 inner sect disciple of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect at the same time. He's also the last disciple of the current Sword Sect Master. Even though the Tailing Star Sword Ancestor sect is no longer as powerful as before, its foundation is still powerful. It's naturally not a problem for Lin Jai to be called the hope of reviving the Falling Star Sword Ancestor sect. Even though that Mu Kesheng isn't famous. Her's a descendant of the Mu family. His talent isn't weak either. It won't be a problem for these two to reach a depth of 300 meters. It's just that this Yi Qiubai is probably going to be difficult. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Qiubai, who was 70 feet deep. Yi Qiubai had been stagnant here for a long time. It was probably no longer possible. Of course, there were also people with high standards who thought that Yi Qiubai might go far, from the beginning to the end. In their eyes, Yi Qiubai fought steadily after all. Even though his speed was not fast, he did not show any signs of decline. Instead, the more they fought, the braver they became. However, he did not know what the outcome would be until he saw it. At this moment, Lin Jai moved. Sword intent began to surge around his body. It was a great sword ancestor. He was able to reach the sword ancestral realm at such a young age. Yi Qiubai also opened his eyes and looked at Lin Jai. This was the only sword ancestor he had seen among the younger generation. Indeed, this boundless realm was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Then, Lin Jai took a step forward. Sword intent surged and resisted the surrounding spiritual Kai pressure. It reached a depth of 90 feet. Mu Qisheng, who was at the side, was not to be outdone. At that moment, a cold expression appeared on his originally shy and tender face. His eyes were also covered by an ice blue aura. A ring of ice surrounded his body. Under the pressure of the spiritual Kai, it trembled continuously and produced ripples. However, Mu Qisheng also used this opportunity to reach 90 feet. Yiqiubai felt this ice aura and found it rather familiar. Yiqiubai closed his eyes and continued to adapt to the pressure. He did not feel anxious at all because of Lin Jai and his companion's advancement. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads slightly. Lin Jai and Mu Qisheng had a chance to break the record of recent years. However, Yiqiubai would probably stop here. Another 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. There were still 13 days until the Kunlun Heavenly Lake closed. The others in the Kunlun Heavenly Lake had already stopped or retreated. Some people could not withstand the pressure at the bottom and looked at the situation in the depths of the Heavenly Lake. Suddenly, Lin Jai and Mu Qisheng advanced again and had reached 2 meters. 100 meters was a dividing point, where the pressure would increase by more than 10 times. The two of them had just reached 100 feet and their expressions became slightly solemn. The sword intent and frost halo around him were also surging crazily to resist this pressure. On the other hand, Yiqiubai didn't release any strength and allowed this pressure to hit his body. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, Yiqiubai finally opened his eyes. 3 steps into 1. He arrived at 80 feet. He can go deeper. It's already 80 feet even if it's not as good as Lin Jai and Mu Qisheng. It's enough to be proud of. Yes, this depth has already surpassed many cultivators present. Moreover, this person's current realm is only at peak stage Void God realm. Even though the gap between the half-step Martial Monarch realm and the Void God realm was not big, the difference in strength was like a ditch. Just as everyone thought that Yiqiubai couldn't advance anymore, Yiqiubai frowned slightly. This place isn't enough. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, he strode forward. He arrived at 90 feet. He could still move forward. Yiqiubai arrived at 90 feet, but his figure still didn't stop. He stepped out again and reached a depth of 100 meters. He saw the scene. In everyone's hearts, it was as if a storm had appeared on the calm sea, setting off tempestuous waves. From 70 feet to 100 feet. There was no pause or hesitation in between. It was as if there was no one in the army. One had to know that it took Lin Jai and Mu Qisheng several days to go from 70 feet to 100 feet. It was only 70 feet deep. After staying for a few days, he reached 100 feet in one go. Lin Jai also looked to the side in surprise. To think that this person would catch up so quickly. Lin Jai's competitive spirit was ignited again. To him, from the beginning to the end, he was the prodigy of the sect and was used to the hope of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect's revival. How could he be so easily surpassed by others? Thinking of this, Lin Jai gritted his teeth. He let out a low shout. Sword intent surged crazily at the bottom of the Heavenly Lake. A small silver sword appeared between Lin Jai's brows. The sword intent surged again. At this moment, Lin Jai's sword Dao realm had actually broken through to the half-step sword Saint realm. He took a step forward. The record of beating the silver-armored commander. No feat. Chapter 336 Chapter 336 The Deepest Place. Chapter 336 The Deepest Place. Lin Jai's actions were not only for himself. It was even for the sake of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect's reputation. He had come to the Kunlun Heavenly Lake not only to break through his own shackles, but also to let the name of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect spread throughout the entire continent. This name had disappeared for too long. At the same time, the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect was also deeply injured by this realm. After reaching 100 feet, this was his first thought. The surrounding pressure began to increase by more than 10 times. The pressure here could be said to be the combination of the pressure of the first 100 feet. At this point, blood began to appear on Yiqiubai's body. If not for the medicinal pill given by his master, Yi Qiubai's body would have been extremely powerful. The pressure here was enough to destroy Yi Qiubai's body, perhaps without using sword intent to resist. Yi Qiubai was still unwilling to use sword intent, even though it was extremely painful. However, the gains were also more abundant. The primordial sword scripture circulated crazily. The spiritual energy in his meridians was extremely abundant and was transported to his danshan. Beside him, Mu Kesheng was surrounded by ice rings. The cold intent condensed the surrounding spiritual Kai into ice, but then broke it. However, it was extremely effective in resisting this pressure. Travel with Lin Jai. Lin Jai and Mu Kesheng had tied the silver-armored commander's record. At this moment, outside the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, on the huge beast, Mu Fesheng placed his hands behind his back and looked down at the Kunlun Heavenly Lake with a deep gaze, as if he wanted to see through it. He changed his usual teasing and frivolous attitude and asked, "Commander Yang, do you think they can break your record?" A man in silver armor cupped his hands and said at the side, "Your Highness, after 1,000 feet, the pressure will increase every 100 feet. Hearing this, Mu Fesheng chuckled. "So you're saying that no one can break your record?" Commander Yang said nothing. However, that confident face had already betrayed his thoughts. Mu Fesheng said, "But do you know, the person one met before, I entrusted him with something." Commander Yang raised his head in confusion. "I asked them to go to the bottom and see what mysteries there are in the upper world." Commander Yang was shocked. The heavenly lake was 250 feet deep. Even he, who was talented, had become the commander of the silver-armored Imperial Guard in the shortest time. It was already extremely shocking. However, even he could only reach 110 feet, which was his limit. What Mu Fesheng meant was for the three of them to head to the bottom. What potential did these three people have? How could Mu Fesheng think so highly of him? One had to know that even though Mu Fesheng usually seemed frivolous and cherished his life, he made a lot of good friends. However, he was extremely arrogant in his heart. There were very few people that Mu Fesheng thought highly of. There were only 9 days left until the Kunlun Heavenly Lake closed. And at this moment, in the depths of the Heavenly Lake, this scene shocked everyone. It was 100 feet deep. Yi Qiubai stayed for a few days. In the past few days, Yi Qiubai had been adapting to the pressure here. The adaptation was complete. Yi Qiubai went deeper and took a step forward. 110 feet. It was a draw. At the same time, Lin Jai and Mu Kesheng remained there. Yi Qiubai didn't look at these two people. Instead, he went deeper, under everyone's shocked gazes. 120 feet. 130 feet. It only stopped when it reached 150 feet. This had broken the silver-armored commander's record. It even surpassed the two paragons, Lin Jai and Mu Kesheng. Who didn't think highly of Yi Qiubai? His horizons were too low. Who would have thought that Yi Qiubai started the latest could reach such a depth? Lin Jai, who was 110 feet deep, also sighed in his heart. He knew that it was impossible for him to surpass Yi Qiubai. If he could reach 150 feet so easily, he might be able to advance again. Thinking of this, Lin Jai also put away his thoughts of competition. Now, what he had to do was to go as deep as possible and increase his strength. At this moment, Yi Qiubai reached 150 feet. At this point, he could already see the light at the bottom as well as the surrounding star power. Here, the pressure had already undergone a qualitative change. With the power of the stars, it naturally had the effect of suppression. Yi Qiubai's blood and spiritual Kai circulation were suppressed. At this moment, Yi Qiubai had no choice but to use his sword intent. A sword intent soared into the sky. It boiled around Yi Qiubai. The will of the great sword ancestor lingered endlessly in the heavenly lake. Only then did everyone understand that Yi Qiubai was a sword cultivator. Furthermore, he had only used it now. Previously, Yi Qiubai couldn't resist this pressure. Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. If that was the case, then this child was really too terrifying. On the other side, Shisheng had already left everyone far behind. He arrived at 230 feet. The power of the stars here was extremely huge. At the bottom, A flash of starlight. It illuminated the entire bottom of the heavenly lake. Qingfeng did not resist the power of the stars. Instead, he circulated the chaotic star record and gathered the huge star power in his starry sky dungeon. It kept filling up the dim second star. He had reached this step. The second star finally had a glimmer of light. Even though the light was extremely weak, it still allowed Qingfeng's realm to break through directly. He had reached the half-step martial monarch realm. At the same time, his physical body was also greatly strengthened. It could be said that Qingfeng could feel it. If he encountered an early-stage monarch realm expert again, Qingfeng might be able to kill him. At the same time, in the starry sky dungeon, the first star also began to flicker. It was actually connected to the power of the starry sky that gathered over. It was as if the meteor at the bottom was attracting him. Qingfeng continued forward. Even though it was very slow, he continued to infiltrate deeper and deeper. He wanted to take a look. What kind of divine item was this? Why did it resonate with the first star in his starry sky dungeon? At the same time, would it be able to increase his talent as the rumors said? 2 days later, Qingfeng finally reached the bottom. 250 feet. There was a stone the size of 2 fists here. This stone was full of potholes. However, there was a faint starlight flickering in the pit. Among them, star power was constantly flowing out within the starry sky dungeon. The first star also began to flash with dazzling starlight. It actually penetrated the starry sky dungeon and shone on the stone. At this moment, Qingfeng seemed to have established a connection with this meteorite. A shadow slowly appeared in his starry sky dungeon. Chapter 337 Chapter 337 Core of the Star. Chapter 337 Core of the Star. Meteorite. According to Mufasheng, it was a mid-latitude item. Then, this kind of divine item was naturally of a higher level than the items in this world. Qingfeng stood at the bottom of the Kunlun heavenly lake. Other than Blackie, who was using this pressure to temper his body, there was no one else around. The meteorite was the size of 2 fists and landed in front of Qingfeng. At this moment, the first star in his starry sky dungeon and the aura in the meteorite seemed to be pulling at each other, as if they were about to fuse. At this moment, Qingfeng closed his eyes, and a phantom slowly appeared in his starry sky dungeon. How many years has it been since the chaotic star record has finally reappeared in the world? Qingfeng looked at his dungeon. Looking at this phantom, under the illumination of the starlight, this phantom slowly gathered into an old figure. The old man had his hands behind his back, and his temples were gray. However, his eyes were as bright as the stars. "Senior, who are you?" "Me." The old man turned his head and looked at Qingfeng with a sigh in his eyes. "I don't remember. I've always been wandering in the river of time. After reaching many worlds, I've long forgotten my identity." Had it been so long that he had forgotten his identity? In that case, which era was this old man from? However, he actually knew about the chaotic star record. Qingfeng asked, "How did Senior know about the chaotic star record?" Upon hearing this, the old man's confused and contemplative eyes became slightly clearer at this moment. The chaotic star record is a cultivation technique created by Master. I naturally know about it. Qingfeng was shocked. In other words, this old man had a deep relationship with the owner of the chaotic star record. The old man looked at the dazzling first star in the starry sky dungeon, as well as the second star that was shimmering faintly. He sighed and said, "Even Master has not successfully cultivated the chaotic star record. He has only cultivated it to the 8th star." Qingfeng asked, "Then why is it recorded in the technique that the limit of this technique is to light up 9 stars? Hearing this, the old man thought for a moment and said, "I don't know either. One just vaguely remember that at that time, Master said that he could sense and light up 9. Qingfeng was silent. His perception could light up 9. The old man continued, "Young man, even though I don't know where you obtained the inheritance, Master did want to find the inheritor back then, but to no avail. However, the difficulty of cultivating this technique is extremely high. Even the shocking Master back then did not successfully cultivate it. If we give up now, we might be able to cultivate other techniques." The old man's star-like eyes kept staring at Qingfeng as he said this. It was as if he wanted to see his answer. However, Shisheng did not hesitate at all. His eyes were resolute as he nodded and said, "One won't switch to other techniques." This was a cultivation technique that his master had given him. Shisheng had complete trust in Lu Changsheng. Hearing Shisheng's answer, the old man nodded in satisfaction. He had lived for countless years. He could still tell if someone was lying. In that case, you can absorb this star core. Star core. Shisheng was stunned. Seeing Shisheng's expression, the old man knew that he was puzzled. He explained, "Back then, Master tried everything he could, but he couldn't cultivate all 9 stars. He was unwilling, so he placed his hopes on the inheritor. He used all his energy to strengthen the 8 stars in his body again, allowing them to leave his body and materialize. In other words, Master cultivated the 8 stars in his danshin into real stars. Now, the stars in his body were also stars formed by the power of the stars. Compared to the stars in the sky, there was naturally a world of difference." The old man pointed at the meteorite and said, "This is also Master's method. The inheritor has to absorb the cores of the 8 stars that Master transformed into, and use them for himself. In that case, one might have a chance to cultivate the 9th star when the 8 stars are combined." Shisheng said, "In other words, there are a total of 8 cores. This star core corresponds to your first star. Hurry up and absorb it." He sat down cross-legged without any hesitation. At this moment, the core of the star turned into a ray of starlight and instantly fused into Shisheng's starry sky danshin. At the same time, the core of the star appeared in his danshin. It began to fuse with the first star in Shisheng's body. At this moment, 150 feet later, all the star power gathered towards the bottom. For a moment, the entire Kunlun heavenly lake was in turmoil. It set off a huge wave. Everyone opened their eyes and looked at this scene in shock. Why did such a change happen to the usually calm Kunlun heavenly lake? And this change happened at the bottom of the heavenly lake. What happened there? 110 feet. Lin Jai and Mu Kisheng both opened their eyes. The surrounding pure spiritual Kai had already disappeared. The oppression also disappeared in an instant. The Kunlun heavenly lake was like an ordinary pool of water now. What's the situation? The two of them cast their gazes to the bottom at the same time. 100 meters away, those cultivators who were resisting the pressure and cultivating also looked towards the bottom. The two men appeared in everyone's minds. A body cultivator and a person who cultivated the power of stars. Yi Qiubai also opened his eyes from cultivation. The pure spiritual Kai and star power here were brought about by the core of the star. Now that the core of the star had been integrated into Shisheng's body, all of this naturally disappeared. He thought for a moment, sensing this scene. Then, he understood what had happened at the bottom. It seemed that little junior brother had found that divine item and had already taken it for himself. However, in the next moment, Yi Qiubai turned around and took out the dark demon sword. His eyes were calm and there was a smile on his lips. Just like that, he quietly looked at everyone. Protector. Since he knew that his little junior brother was collecting the divine item, he had to prevent himself from being interrupted by greedy people. At this moment, Blackie also rushed up from the bottom and stood beside Yi Qiubai. Evidently, he knew what was about to happen. The two of them stood at a depth of 150 feet, one in front and one behind. Looking at the cultivators above, he did not say much. At this moment, even a fool would know what had happened at the bottom. Someone took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "Sir, move aside. Let us go down and see what's going on." Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "Everyone, it's best not to act rashly." With that, the dark demon sword in his hand trembled slightly. The aura of a half-step marital monarch realm expert suddenly erupted at this moment. Chapter 338 Chapter 338 Protector. Chapter 338 Protector. That's right. Yi Qiubai had already broken through at 150 feet. Why did he break through so quickly? There was no other reason. Yi Qiubai's Tao foundation was too stable. It was so stable that it was shocking. It could be said that as long as there was enough spiritual Kai, Yi Qiubai could break through at any time. The pure spiritual Kai here was too dense. Breaking through to the half-step marital monarch realm was also the result of Yaqiu suppressing him. Someone's expression changed slightly. This was because they knew that this sword cultivator was only at the beginner stage void god realm when he entered the Kunlun heavenly lake. Yet now, he had actually crossed a major realm and reached the half-martial emperor realm. But so what? Since it concerned everyone's interests, it was a mistake. One of the half-step martial monarch realm experts held a spear in his hand. His black hair fluttered as he said coldly, "Don't you think your actions are too selfish? The Kunlun Heavenly Lake is a training ground for everyone in the boundless realm. How can the few of you monopolize it?" When everyone saw this person, they could not help but be stunned. A man with a long spear and black hair. Moreover, it could appear at a height of 90 feet in the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. Everyone had already guessed this person's identity. Divine Spear Sect. Songming. 10 years ago, he had already reached the half-martial monarch realm. However, in order to make sufficient preparations and rush deeper, he had been suppressing his realm. Only now did he officially participate in the trip to the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. It could be said that Songming's current realm was infinitely close to the martial monarch realm. His strength was even qualified to resist a beginner-stage martial monarch realm expert. Hearing Songming's righteous words, Yaqiu chuckled and said, "The things at the bottom of the pool belong to the capable. If that thing was placed in front of you, what choice would you make? Could it be that you want to be careless and continue to place it here for everyone to cultivate together? Don't you think it's too hypocritical to say such things?" Yaqiu mocked. This naturally made Songming lose face. He swept the spear in his hand across all the cultivators present and said, "Let's not talk about these righteousness first. Do you think that if the three of you take this divine item away, you won't leave a single drop of soup for everyone present? Do you think you can walk out of here? Or rather, stop us?" Apparently, Songming wanted everyone present to attack together. On the other hand, the other cultivators had the same intention as well. They all released their auras. Everyone below the Kunlun Heavenly Lake was a half-step martial monarch realm expert. Among them, 3 of them suppressed their cultivation levels and came here like Songming. One of the sword cultivators also said with a smile, "Even though you've broken through to the half-step sovereign realm, there are still many of us here. It's better for you to move aside." The dark demon sword in his hand trembled slightly. The will of the great sword ancestor spread out at that moment. "Of course. The sword in my hand has no eyes. Please don't blame me if there are any casualties." Yaqiu said these words calmly. Songming and the sword cultivator had ugly expressions. These words could be considered as expressing his attitude. Blackie, who was at the side, was covered in black demonic chi that gathered behind him. The monstrous demonic chi formed 2 regions with Yaqiu's sword domain, one on the left and one on the right, guarding Shisheng at the bottom. Songming snorted and looked at Lin Jai and Mu Qisheng. Here, Lin Jai could be considered the strongest existence, an existence infinitely close to the martial monarch realm. His sword Dao realm had even reached the half-step sword saint realm. If he could pull Lin Jai and the other person into the same boat, then there was no suspense. "Lin Jai, what do you think?" These 3 people seized the items at the bottom of the pool and made us, and even the people who came later, unable to obtain the benefits of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. Lin Jai's expression was calm as he cast his gaze at Yaqiu. Yaqiu also looked over. Their eyes met. Their gazes were like sharp swords as they clashed in midair. Lin Jai said, "Your sword Dao is not bad." Yaqiu also smiled and said, "You're not bad either. In the future, shall we spar?" Falling Star Sword Ancestor Sect. Lin Jai. At this point, Lin Jai retracted his gaze. There was no more movement. Songming's expression darkened when he saw the scene. Clearly, Lin Jai was not planning to attack. There was a reason why Lin Jai's sword Dao could reach this level. This person could be handed over. Beside Lin Jai, Mu Qisheng asked weakly, "Brother Lin, why didn't you do anything?" Lin Jai hugged his sword with both hands and said calmly, "The divine item belongs to the capable. Since it has already been taken away by the fated person, it's useless to force it." Mu Qisheng nodded and smiled. Lin Jai's thoughts were the same as his. If there was no fate, why force it? It was his. No matter how much he tried to avoid it, it would still be his. If it wasn't his, no matter how much he chased after it, it wouldn't be his. This logic was very simple. A lot of people knew about it. However, there were not many people who could really do this, because it was too difficult. At this moment, Songming stopped persuading Lin Jai. Seeing that he could not persuade him, Mu Qixing was a member of the Mu family. However, he did not seem to be very strong. It was rumored that Mu Qixing had a weak personality and had never fought. Therefore, Songming stopped persuading him. Therefore, he waved the spear in his hand, and a spear intent erupted at this moment. He said, "Everyone, attack. If you don't, the thing at the bottom of the pool will be absorbed. Then you really won't have a chance." He did not say anything else after saying that. He took a step forward and waved the spear in his hand. A huge water tornado danced under the heavenly lake and swept towards Ikibai. At the side, the sword cultivator slashed out with his sword. He slashed out a cross-shaped sword shadow towards Blocky on the other side. The other martial cultivators did not hold back either. How could he show mercy when he had harmed their interests? At this moment, attack swept towards Ikibai and the other men. All of them were half-step martial monarch realm experts. At the bottom of the heavenly lake, an aura surged, facing this overwhelming attack. Ikibai and Blacky's expressions didn't change at all. Blacky's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with demonic intent. A sense of disdain for the world spread out again. Then, he held the 9-heaven demon halberd in his hand. It slashed towards the cross-shaped sword shadow. During the process of swinging the halberd, the water in the heaven lake seemed to be driven by this halberd. It turned into a shocking wave that swept over. On the other side, Ikibai activated his sword domain. The will of the great sword ancestor gathered into a long river of sword intent at this moment. Then, the 4 matchless sword formation was fused into it. 4th absolute, peaceful mountains and rivers. A huge sword phantom slashed at the water tornado that swept over Ikibai and Blacky. He fought against more than 10 half-step martial monarch realm experts. Chapter 339 Chapter 339 4 Ultimate Primordial Sword. Chapter 339 4 Ultimate Primordial Sword. Ikibai, who was at beginner stage Void God Realm, could kill a half-step martial monarch realm expert alone. Now, what about him, who had reached the half-step martial monarch realm? How big would the increase in strength be? Just like now, he used the 4 matchless sword formation and the primordial sword scripture. While using the sword domain, the power it displayed already had the might of the martial monarch realm. The bottom of the heavenly lake seemed to be occupied by destructive sword intent. Even Lin Jai, who was watching from the side, frowned slightly. His eyes were solemn. Even he had to use his full strength to defend against this attack. The great sword ancestor in front of him had only just advanced to the half-step marital monarch realm. He had broken through from beginner stage void god realm to the half-step martial monarch realm. Logically speaking, his Tao foundation was unstable, so he needed to stabilize it first. Therefore, the current Ikibai's realm had yet to truly reach the half-step martial monarch realm. However, the attack he released now had the strength to contend with him. Lin Jai was a half-step sword saint. Mu Qixing also said in surprise, "This sword cultivator is so powerful." And this 4 ultimate primordial sword directly slashed at Songming's spear, turning into a water tornado. Water splashed everywhere. The entire heaven lake was in an uproar. The water spout was cut into water droplets at this moment and fused into the pool again. Ikibai's 4 ultimate primordial sword didn't stop because of this. He extended his fingers and pointed them forward. At this moment, the shadow of the 4 ultimate primordial sword slashed at Songming, who was holding a spear. This sword phantom gave him a death threat. It made his heart tremble. One had to know that he had been suppressing his realm and had not broken through to the martial monarch realm. This Songming was not someone an ordinary half-step martial monarch realm expert could resist. Moreover, he was also a genius of the divine spear sect. How could he be so unbearable when facing Ikibai? Songming gritted his teeth. He forcefully abandoned the fear in his heart. As a spear user, his spear was like a dragon. He had to press forward. If he was afraid before the battle, Song Ming would not be able to continue on the path of the spear. Thinking of this, Song Ming shouted and adjusted his state of mind in an extremely short period of time. The long spear in his hand released waves of spear intent. Waves of spear intent actually surrounded Song Ming's spear. It was faintly discernible, as if it had transformed into a dragon. Then, the spear shot out like a dragon. Song Ming held the 7-foot-long spear in one hand. He bent his elbow and suddenly straightened it. The spear shot out like a dragon. The flood dragon went out to sea. It pierced straight at the phantom of the 4 ultimate primordial sword that Yi Qiubai had used. Seeing the scene, Lin Jai nodded slightly. Even though Song Ming's actions made him despise him, he was a genius of the divine spear sect as a first-rate faction. Adjusting one state of mind, the Tao of the spear was not simple. Song Ming was indeed worthy of being called a prodigy. At this moment, the 4 ultimate primordial sword phantom also collided with the long spear that looked like a dragon. At this moment, his aura spread in all directions. A vacuum zone actually formed between the two. There wasn't a single drop of heavenly pond water in this vacuum zone. At the same time, cracks were appearing in the space in the vacuum zone. Yi Qiubai also nodded slightly. They came from the wilderness region to the border city of the boundless region. In the wilderness region, Yi Qiubai could fight across 2 realms. In fact, if he used his trump card, he could achieve the effect of killing. They arrived at the border city of the boundless world. It could cross a realm. However, if he wanted to kill him, he had to use all his trump cards. They arrived inland, facing Song Ming. Both of them were half-step martial monarch realm experts. Even though Song Ming had suppressed his realm, the difference was not too great. Not only did Yi Qiubai use the 4 matchless sword formation and sword domain, he also directly used the primordial sword scripture. However, he could not kill it instantly. The other party's attack could also resist this attack for a short period of time. It could be said that the quality of the enemies Yi Qiubai and the others faced was also increasing. At this moment, Song Ming growled. He held the gun with one hand and held it with both hands. At this moment, the situation of the attack changed. He held the end of the spear with both hands and suddenly raised it. Then, it suddenly smashed down, rock spreading wings. When it smashed down, the spear shaft actually distorted. It could be seen how powerful it was. Yi Qiubai snorted and drew his sword finger. At this moment, the 4 ultimate primordial swords slashed towards the spear. At the same time, above the primordial sword phantom, an endless wool was revealed. The 2 of them fought. Waves of terrifying aura erupted. At the bottom of the heavenly lake, there was a huge explosion. The surrounding people had no choice but to stop attacking and switch to defensive methods. They raised a spiritual Kai barrier and resisted the spiritual Kai turbulence. The spiritual Kai turbulence kept shooting out at the bottom of the heavenly lake. When the turbulence disappeared, everyone looked at the 2 sides of the battle. Yi Qiubai's face was still calm, but his aura fluctuated slightly. Clearly, the attack just now had exhausted a lot of Yi Qiubai's spiritual energy. And on the other side, when everyone looked at Song Ming, their eyes widened. On Song Ming's side, a long spear actually broke into 3 pieces at this moment. At the same time, there were 2 bone-deep sword marks on Song Ming's chest. From his shoulder to his waist, Song Ming's face was also filled with disbelief, as he looked at Yi Qiubai in a daze. Then, his gaze swept across the broken spear. The spear intent on the spear had also disappeared. Then, he lowered his head and looked at his chest, his eyes filled with fear. In an instant, the 2 wounds on his chest spurted out a large amount of blood. Blood slowly flowed into the heavenly lake, dyeing the pool red. The genius of the divine spear sect, Song Ming, he died just like that. Yi Qiubai held the dark demon sword in his hand and formed a sword finger with his other hand. He retracted it in front of his chest and controlled the phantom of the 4 ultimate primordial sword in the sword domain. He stared indifferently at the other martial cultivators who were ready to make a move. Is there anything else you want to try? For a moment, these martial cultivators looked at the sword cultivator in front of them and did not dare to move. On the other side, the sword cultivator who suppressed his realm kept attacking Blackie. On the other hand, Blackie was passively accepting it. However, his expression was extremely calm. It was as if he did not care about the sword cultivator's attack at all. Now, after being tempered in the depths of the Fleven pool, Blackie's body strengthened significantly again. The demon god phantom behind him released a dark demonic aura that enveloped Blackie's body. The sword cultivator kept performing sword techniques and slashing at the dark demonic Kai. However, he was not injured at all. Yikyubai's sight had been settled after all. Blackie also retracted his gaze. He had been observing Big Senior Brother's situation after all. Now that it was over, he came back to his senses. He looked at the ugly-looking sword cultivator in front of him and said coldly, "Have you fought enough? I've given you so many moves. It's my turn to attack." Right. Chapter 340 Sword Breaks. People die. Chapter 340 Sword Breaks. People die. Everyone was stunned at what Blackie said. Was Blackie suppressed earlier on and could not attack? However, only the sword cultivator in front of Blackie knew. Suppression. Suppress my ass. The other party did not even look at him and kept asking him to attack when he attacked with his sword could only cut a hole in the dark demonic Kai. However, the dark demonic Kai instantly filled the gap. If he couldn't even break through the external defense, what was he supposed to do? Even Yikyubai shook his head and chuckled when he heard this. This fourth junior brother is getting more and more mischievous. He is also increasingly looking down on others. Come to think of it, it was partly because his memories were slowly recovering. Everyone in the cottage knew that Blackie's identity was extraordinary. At this moment, Blackie was about to attack when the demon god phantom opened its eyes. His eyes were filled with disdain. It was as if he looked down on everything. All living beings were ants. When the sword cultivator saw this, an ominous feeling suddenly rose in his heart. A sword cultivator's sixth sense could be said to be extremely strong and accurate. He could predict danger to a certain extent. This sword cultivator naturally believed in his own feelings. He immediately held his sword and retreated. Then, he roared, "Are you just going to watch? Hurry up and attack. Otherwise, do you still have a share of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake?" Hearing this, some martial cultivators did not want to leave the Kunlun Heavenly Lake and immediately attacked. Of course, there were also some martial cultivators who had been restless before and stopped rationally. The other party was clearly stronger than them. Moreover, it was not just a little stronger. Attacking at this time was just courting death. Did he not see Songming's outcome? They watched as the attack swept over. Blackie's expression remained unchanged. The water rippled. Bubbles floated around Blackie and floated above his head. The bubble was filled with black demonic Kai. At this moment, Blackie punched out. As this punch was thrown, the demon god phantom behind him also raised its huge fist and punched towards the attacks. Bumble. Ripples appeared in space. Under the heavenly lake, there were bursts of sonic booms. It landed on the incoming attacks and emitted the sound of air currents colliding. The space shook continuously. Under the heavenly lake, it was as if an earthquake had occurred at the bottom of the sea, triggering a tsunami. It set off a storm. The waves were filled with dark demonic Kai. In the demonic Kai, everyone present had the intention to submit. There were big and small ones. Those with weaker mental states felt it the most. Even that sword cultivator could sense that he was not facing an ordinary body cultivator. Instead, he was a demon god who looked down on the world. Lin Jai's expression was solemn. The sense of danger Blackie gave him was even greater than Yikyubai. Previously, on the heavenly lake, he had seen Blackie attack. His physical strength was extremely powerful. The dark demonic Kai was also terrifying. Now, his physical strength seemed to be even stronger. With this punch, Lin Jai wondered how many methods he had to use to resist. He would probably have to directly use the sword intent of a half-step sword saint to withstand it. Right. At this moment, the attacks were continuously shattered by Blackie's punch. However, Blackie's punch was offset at the same time. The attacks of dozens of half-step martial monarch realm experts. These people were all prodigies of the clan. Among them were two existences that suppressed their cultivation realms. The current Blackie could resist all of them. It was already very shocking. Blackie took 2 steps back and suddenly grinned. That's more like it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? The battles over the past few days were all one-sided massacres. So many geniuses were attacking him at the same time, arousing the battle maniac in Blackie's blood. He roared angrily and took a step forward, and the water in the pool surged continuously. As for Blackie, he also charged towards the dozen or so half-step martial monarch realm experts with the recoil force. Seeing this, the sword cultivator gritted his teeth and said, "Attack together." Then, he swung the sword in his hand and drew a cross-shaped sword shadow. The cross-shaped sword shadow seemed to cut through space. Immediately after, the attacks of the other half-step martial monarch realm prodigies. Mukisheng looked at Yi Qiubai, who was holding his sword with one hand and didn't intend to attack. He couldn't help but ask, "You're not going to attack? Your junior brother seems to be surrounded." Yi Qiubai turned to look at the shy Mukisheng, who couldn't help but ask curiously. There was a familiar feeling in his heart. "It's fine. There's no need. If I attack now, I'm afraid it'll be..." Sheng blinked. What the hell? Yi Qiubai naturally wouldn't interfere at this time. When he saw Blackie's expression, he knew that the current Blackie had already entered a combat state. Who would stop Blackie when he was in battle mode unless they were itching for a beating? One had to know that even though Blackie usually looked simple, honest and was extremely approachable, once he started fighting, his personality changed. The combat genes flowing in his blood would not change with time. Mukisheng also followed Yi Qiubai's gaze. Blackie's punches landed continuously. It continuously neutralized the incoming attacks. He did not stop. He was like a ferocious beast that had broken free from his shackles and rushed out of his cage. He charged forward and no one could stop it. Looking at Blackie, who was getting closer and closer, the sword cultivator gritted his teeth and slashed out with his sword. The sword ancestral realm was undoubtedly released. The sword intent turned into sword rays and gathered at the tip of the sword. The sword seemed to have grown again as it slashed at Blackie. There was a bloodthirsty smile on Blackie's lips. There were already white marks on his body and he was even injured. Dozens of half-step marital monarch realm experts had attacked him at the same time. It was impossible if he was not injured. However, how could Blackie feel pain at this moment? How could this pain compare to the usual pain of tempering in the nirvana of fire and the extremely cold land? 3 lines. Fire, ice, and killing intent. At the same time, they gathered on the surface of Blackie's body. The power of the eternal demon body was not only gathered on his fist. Dark demonic Kai surged out. At the same time, the demon god phantom behind him also underwent such a change. Both of them attacked at the same time. He threw a punch which, without any fancy moves, smashed fiercely onto the sword cultivator's sword. Rumble when it smashed onto the sword. Waves of air rippled out. The sword broke inch by inch. The sword cultivator spurted out blood continuously. His face was pale as he was sent flying backward. There was no spiritual Kai aura. Obviously, the person would die if the sword broke. Chapter 341. Chapter 341 The End. Chapter 341 The End. A sword cultivator would die if his sword broke. Under Blackie's destructive attack, the sword cultivator could not even withstand a punch. Everyone looked at Blackie in shock. Yi Qiubai and Blackie were too powerful. If Yi Qiubai's sword Dao was extremely high, his sword intent was sharp, and the fusion of various sword techniques had reached an extreme. In that case, Blackie was extremely violent. It was very simple to attack. No matter how many Dao techniques you have, one will destroy them myself. Even Lin Jai was a little puzzled. Such a person was impossible for him to be unknown in the boundless world. However, in his memory, these two people did not exist. Could he have come from another world? At this moment, Blackie did not stop. His face was filled with killing intent as he grinned. Dark demonic Kai rose continuously around him. He brazenly charged towards his next target. Clearly, Blackie had already entered a berserk state. Blackie would not stop until all the enemies in front of him were dead. When the other party saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. The person who bore the brunt of the attack retreated continuously. His eyes were filled with fear as he shouted, "I withdraw." Blackie's aura was too terrifying. In addition, he killed the sword cultivator who had suppressed his realm with a single punch. Dark demonic Kai had a soul-stirring effect. As a result, this person's mental state was constantly shaken and he had no choice but to beg for mercy. When he shouted these 3 words, even if this person survived in the future, his path of cultivation would not be far. However, Blackie still acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He closed in and threw a punch. The person's face was filled with fear as his chest was penetrated by Blackie's punch. How fierce was that? Who could stop this hell-fiend celestial under the heavenly lake? Just as Blackie was about to charge at another person, Exudes shouted, "Blackie, you can stop now." Blackie only stopped when he heard Exudes shout. The bloodthirsty killing intent in his eyes slowly dissipated. The current Blackie was no longer the same as when he had entered the demonic state and could not be stopped. Only his master or the willow tree could calm him down. Blackie could already control his mind. Big Senior Brother was the person Blackie trusted the most besides his master and second senior sister. Therefore, as long as Exudes spoke, regardless of whether it was a mountain of blades or a sea of blood, Blackie would step in without hesitation. Exudes walked over and patted Blackie's shoulder with a smile. Even though we're not afraid of provoking other forces, there's no need to provoke them for no reason. Otherwise, we'll be punished by Master to sweep the mountain again. Blackie scratched his head and said, "Master will only punish you for sweeping the mountain." Exudes' face darkened and coughed. He shot his gaze towards the cultivators that intended to make a move earlier. He smiled and said, "Everyone, do you still want to attack?" Those cultivators looked at Exudes and Blackie warily. However, he had no intention of attacking. "You must be joking." They had seen the strength of these 2 monsters. How could he make a move? Now, Lin Jai was probably the only one who could contend with him. If Lin Jai did not make a move, who could resist him? However, seeing that everyone was no longer attacking, Exudes and Blackie also looked at the bottom. At this moment, Shisheng had already completely fused with the core of the star. The first star had perfectly fused with the core of the star. It also made Shisheng's strength soar. He had actually directly broken through to the martial monarch realm. A powerful force made everyone's hearts tremble. It also made them curious about what the divine item below was. However, even if they were curious, they lost interest when they saw Exudes and Blackie. Between divine items and lives, who was more important? Which was more important? They could still tell the difference. Shisheng's eyes were still closed. In the starry sky Danshan, the old man was still there. However, his body became more and more illusory. Shisheng was stunned and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" The old man looked at Shisheng's anxious eyes and nodded with a smile. Instead, he was a simple child. "Don't worry. I've already completed my mission. Naturally, it'll disappear. I was originally a spirit body transformed from Master Star Core. After you absorbed it, my power fused into your star. There's still some time left. Do you have any doubts?" Hearing this, Shisheng did not ask immediately. Instead, he asked, "Is there a way to save you?" The old man shook his head. Shisheng took a deep breath. "Old mister, there are a total of 8 cores. Do you know where the other 7 are?" The old man shook his head and said, "The cores of the other 7 stars are scattered all over the latitude. You need to find them yourself." How vast was the latitude of the 3 realms? It was probably impossible to find it. He could only rely on luck. Shisheng nodded. He recalled a castle that appeared in the depths of the starry sky when he was cultivating the chaotic star record. "Old mister, when I was cultivating this technique, I saw a castle in the starry sky. However, I can only barely see it and can't touch it." "Castle?" Then, he shook his head regretfully. "I don't know. You can ask the spirits in the other star cores about this. I've turned into a spirit body and followed Master for too short a time." After saying this, the old man's figure became more and more illusory. "Alright. One last piece of advice. The cultivation path of the chaotic star record is abnormally difficult. However, Since you've already chosen to persevere, then persevere. Even if I can only cultivate to the 8th star in the future, my strength won't be weaker than those people. Therefore, you can continue cultivating without worry. After the old man finished speaking, the spirit body also disappeared completely and merged into the first danshan of the starry sky danshan. Qingfeng bowed deeply in the direction where the old man disappeared. It lasted for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Only then did he open his eyes. The surroundings had already fallen into darkness. There was no star power or pure spiritual kai. It was just an ordinary pool of water. Qingfeng stretched his body and took a step forward, arriving in front of Yi Qiubai. Seeing that Qingfeng had already broken through to the martial monarch realm, he smiled and said, "You gained a lot." Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Then, he said, "Thank you, senior brothers, for protecting me. We're all family. There's no need to say anything." Yi Qiubai said, "Since you've already obtained it, prepare to leave." There were no more meteorites. The Kunlun heavenly lake became an ordinary pond. Seeing this, the surrounding people smiled bitterly. He also turned around and left. Lin Jai arrived in front of Yi Qiubai and looked at Qingfeng. "What exactly is that stone?" Qingfeng was stunned before looking at Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai thought for a moment and nodded. Lin Jai's character was not bad. They could be friends. Chapter 342 Chapter 342 Brother-in-law. Chapter 342 Brother-in-law. "It's related to my cultivation technique," Qingfeng explained, seeing Yi Qiubai nod. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Jai interrupted. "Since it's related to your cultivation technique, there's no need to say anything else." A person's cultivation technique was the foundation of a person. It was not appropriate to say such a thing, and Lin Jai could know this and act on it. This couldn't help but make Yi Qiubai think highly of this person again. Lin Jai looked at Yi Qiubai again and said, "Your sword Dao is not bad. When you're free, you can come to the Starfall Sword Ancestors sect to spar with me. Next time, for sure." Lin Jai nodded and was about to leave. Mu Qingfeng nodded at Yi Qiubai and the others and followed Lin Jai. At this moment, Yi Qiubai stopped Mu Qingfeng and said, "Your surname is Mu." Mu Qingfeng was slightly stunned when he heard that. The fact that his surname was Mu was not a secret. Almost everyone present knew that he was a member of the Mu family. He looked at the shy and delicate man hiding behind Lin Jai and suddenly smiled. "Do you have an older or younger sister?" Mu Qingfeng was stunned again. Yes. Which one are you talking about?" "Mu Ziking." Ziking. Mu Qingfeng nodded. But there was some confusion in his eyes. Very few people knew about Mu Ziking. How did Yi Qiubai know? However, when he saw Mu Qingfeng's expression, Yi Qiubai also received an answer. He smiled comfortably and said, "It's fine. Brother-in-law, where are you going next?" Blackie and Qingfeng could not help but laugh. "Brother-in-law." Mu Qingfeng was stunned. However, she still subconsciously answered Yi Qiubai's question and replied weakly, "Go to the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect with Brother Lin Jai." Yi Qiubai's eyes lit up. "That's great." He looked at the dumbfounded Lin Jai and said, "Brother Lin, don't I still have to spar with you coincidentally? Well, go to the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect with you. Furthermore, I've always admired the Starfall Sword Emperor. Let me make a pilgrimage and fulfill my wish." When Qingfeng and Blackie heard this, their faces darkened. He had just heard Starfall Sword Emperor's name from Mu Fasheng. Why did he always admire her? He seemed to have read their expressions. Yi Qiubai didn't blush. Mu Qingfeng was his future brother-in-law. Wouldn't it be more stable to build a good relationship with him in advance? Master often said if he wasn't confident, then don't do it. Otherwise he could create confidence. Of course. This last sentence was imagined by Yi Qiubai himself. How could Lu Chengxing say such a thing? Something he wasn't confident in? He could not wait to hide. "You're still trying to create an opportunity, why don't you just send yourself to your death?" However, he had already said so much. Lin Jai had no reason to refuse. He had already said that he was going to pay a visit to the pilgrim ancestor. How could he refuse? Lin Jai nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Then come with me." The 5 of them left Kunlun Heavenly Lake together. Lin Jai reminded him on the road, Brother Yi, you first killed the people from the Frost Spirit sect and Xuanming Cliff. Not only did you make them unable to enter the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, but you also killed many of their geniuses. There's also the geniuses of the Divine Spear sect and the Heartless Sword Valley. These 4 sects are all first-rate forces. I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest. Heartless Sword Valley was also the sect where the sword cultivator Blackie had shattered with a single punch. He said nonchalantly, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. We won't cause trouble, but we're definitely not afraid of trouble. Tell me, he wants to kill us for no reason. We can't just allow them to kill us and not kill them. Right? What would you do?" Lin Jai smiled and did not remind him again. This was because if it were him, he would choose the same thing as Eqbai. The moon did not change its light, and the sword did not change its hardness. For some things, he compromised. It went against the sword Dao in his heart. It was impossible for him to go far on the path of the sword. Perhaps you can join the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. This way, the other party won't deal with you too blatantly. Even though the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect had already fallen to the bottom of the first-rate factions, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Their foundation was still there. This was also one of the reasons why the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect could still exist. Moreover, in the dark was the Boundless Empire's assistance. Eqbai smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions. Brother Lin, we already have a sect. Hearing this, Lin Jai shrugged and did not force him. When the 5 of them came out together, immediately, several gazes and auras above the martial monarch realm locked onto Eqbai, Blackie, and Shisheng. They didn't even need to look to know which forces these people belonged to. At this moment, in the sky, the silver-armored Imperial Guard came down from the huge beast. Only then did the restless aura temporarily disappear. Mu Fusheng walked down and said, "Now that the divine item of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake has an owner, the restrictions on the Kunlun Heavenly Lake will disappear from now on. At the same time, the quota for the Kunlun Heavenly Lake will be cancelled. The current Kunlun Heavenly Lake was already an ordinary pool of water. Naturally, the quota had to be cancelled. You may leave now." Then, the person who obtained the divine item of the Heavenly Lake came up to have a chat. With that, Mu Fusheng turned around and returned to the back of the giant beast. Everyone cupped their fists slightly and left one after another. However, before he left, he glanced at Shisheng greedily. Similarly, it also contained hatred. Lin Jai stood beside Eqbai indifferently and said, "Then we'll wait for you at Kunlun City's Kunlun Fortress. Come and find us after this matter is over." They flew towards the giant beast together with Shisheng and Blackie. The people outside could not hear the information being conversed in the mansion since it was surrounded by a soundproof array. The people outside could not hear the information inside. At this moment, Mu Fusheng set up a table of good wine in the courtyard. Seeing Eqbai and the other 2 arrive, he smiled and said, "You've benefited this time." Eqbai also smiled and said, "Your Highness, did you invite us here to retrieve the divine item in the name of the dynasty?" Hearing this, Mu Fusheng scolded angrily. "Bullstem won that kind of person. Furthermore, since you were able to obtain the recognition of the divine item, it means that your talent is very strong. Why didn't I go and befriend you instead? I snatched the divine item and made you bear a grudge. Do I look like an idiot?" Eqbai laughed and patted Mu Fusheng's shoulder. He sat down and said, "Don't be angry. I was just joking." Mu Fusheng snorted. "Don't make such a joke. By the way, how are you going to deal with the Frost Spirit sect? Why don't you join my boundless empire and follow me?" Chapter 343 Chapter 343 Heart to Heart. Chapter 343 Heart to Heart. Why don't you all join the boundless empire and follow me? Mu Fusheng's eyes were clear when he said this. Clearly, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. How could Mu Fusheng not be tempted by geniuses like Eqbai and the other 2? Except, Eqbai didn't answer. Shisheng and Blackie naturally wouldn't rush to answer. He chuckled and shook his head. "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything." If Eqbai really had the intention to join the Boundless Empire, he would have revealed his intentions long ago. Shisheng had obtained the divine item at the bottom of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake after all. As for Blackie and Yi, they had extremely powerful talent. How long had they been in the boundless world? Not only were their realm breakthrough extremely fast, they had even offended a first-rate sect in the inner land. And there was more than one. This meant that he had a strong ability to cause trouble. However, which great person wasn't a troublemaker? Moreover, Yi had long said that they already had a sect. Thus, Mu Fusheng could only give up on this idea. What are your plans after this? Mu Fusheng took a sip of wine and held the wine glass in his hand. He teased. You guys have offended so many sects and have no backing in the boundless realms. It's going to be hard on you. Not only do I have to be constantly on guard against the other party's pursuit, but I also have to hide my whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Yi chuckled. What? You don't agree with me? Yi shook his head. You're right about being vigilant. However, at this point, the topic changed. A cold glint appeared in Yi eyes. Who said we need to hide our tracks? What we lack now is the experience of fighting higher-level experts. Mu Fusheng looked at Yi's arrogant face and asked curiously, but what if the other party mobilizes people at the intermediate stage, peak stage, or even above the martial monarch realm? At that time, how should you deal with it? At the martial monarch realm, the difference between even a small realm would have a huge gap. Intermediate stage martial monarch realm was still acceptable. However, it was difficult for Yi and the other two to deal with peak stage experts. Or rather, soul divergence realm experts. Yi smiled, but didn't answer. Mu Fusheng looked at his expression and understood. There was no need to ask further. He naturally had a trump card. Alright. Tell me, where did that meteorite come from? This was what he had promised Mu Fusheng after all. If they didn't say anything, they would be breaking their promise. I don't know where it came from. However, this meteorite is related to my cultivation technique. Mu Fusheng was shocked. This meteorite was definitely not from the low-latitude realm. This was something that he and his father, the Emperor of the Boundless Empire, Mu Zhenting, could confirm. It was related to Shisheng's cultivation technique. Then, his cultivation technique came from his sect. Could it be that their master? At this thought, Mu Fusheng's expression turned serious. Alright, I understand. There's no need to say anything else. Then, he looked at Yi and teased, do you really dare to let your junior brother say such a thing that will cause trouble? Yi smiled indifferently. Is your highness such a person? Stunned, Mu Fusheng smiled inwardly. Then, he took the initiative to change the topic. Alright. Are you preparing to go to the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect next? I won't send you off. Since you've obtained the astral meteorite, you're fated with the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. It's only right for you to meet them. However, I have to remind you. Yi nodded. I'm willing to hear it. The Starfall Sword Ancestor sect has become suspicious after what happened. However, they are not bad by nature. They won't accept people with improper swordsmanship. So, when you encounter something, remember to bear with it. Understand? Yi smiled and said, I understand. Even though he said that, he couldn't guarantee it when he really had to do it. After that, the three of them left. The silver-armored commander appeared beside Mu Fusheng and bowed. Your Highness, are you really not going to take down that meteorite? It might contain the secret to cultivating the power of the stars. When he said this, the silver-armored commander's face was filled with confusion. Mu Fusheng shook his head and said, I've said it before. Don't have any thoughts of hitting them. Furthermore, Mu Fusheng suddenly turned around and put his face in front of the silver-armored commander. As the ancient said, when two people's faces were very close, they would either be kissing or fighting. But looking at the coldness in Mu Fusheng's eyes, the silver-armored commander did not think that this prince, who cherished his life but was shrewd, would kiss him. They are my friends. Do you understand? The silver-armored commander immediately knelt on one knee and said in fear, I understand. However, this fear was not for Mu Fusheng. Instead, he was terrified by Mu Fusheng's words. There was almost no one who could make His Highness say the word friend. He cherished his life, so he was cautious. The Boundless Empire was the ruler of the boundless world. The Boundless Empire was the strongest realm in the low-latitude realm. Mu Fusheng was the prince of the Boundless Empire, the successor to the throne. Therefore, it was precisely because he was cautious. Mu Fusheng never communicated with others. Moreover, he would not say the word friend to outsiders. Kunlun City got its name because it was located under the Kunlun Snow Mountain. The Kunlun Guest Camp was the direct property of the Kunlun City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, Yi Qiubai and the other two arrived. Lin Jai and Mu Qisheng found out. He left Kunlun City with the three of them and headed for the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Along the way, Lin Jai introduced Yi Qiubai and the other two. The Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. The Starfall Mountain Range was located to the east of the Boundless Realm. It was created by the Starfall Sword Emperor. At that time, the Starfall Sword Emperor was the top expert of this realm. Even the Emperor of the dynasty at that time had to be wary. Therefore, the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect was extremely popular at that time. It was a force that could contend with the dynasty. On the other hand, the two major factions did not put on such a melodramatic and scheming show, while the Emperor and the Starfall Sword Emperor had a life-and-death relationship. Back then, in order to resist the powerful, evil clans outside the territory, the Starfall Sword Emperor had fallen in order to suppress the evil races. The Starfall Sword Ancestor sect had no successor. It was unavoidable that it would decline. If not for the Boundless Empire's secret protection, they would long be devoured by those ingrates. Yi Qiubai recalled Mu Fusheng's advice to them. Hearing this, no wonder the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect is so suspicious. Lin Jai also nodded and said, I have allowed Brother Yi to laugh at me. Yi Qiubai shook his head and said with a smile, That's good. It's precisely because they are suspicious that the disciples recruited by the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect have gone through more selections and their temperaments have changed. Lin Jai was one such example. Mu Qisheng didn't interrupt. After all, he was a little shy to begin with. However, along the way, he kept looking at Yi Qiubai with a puzzled gaze. With a single glance, they arrived at the Starfall Mountain Range. Chapter 344 Chapter 344 Test. Chapter 344 Test. The Starfall Mountain Range spanned 1,000 miles. Cloud was already covering the mountain around its middle. It could be gleaned how tall it was. When the five of them arrived at the foot of Starfall Mountain Range, Lin Jai stopped and said, Wait here for a while. Qisheng asked curiously, Isn't your sect at the peak of Starfall Mountain? Lin Jai smiled and replied, This entire mountain belongs to the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. When outsiders visit the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, they have to wait at the foot of the mountain. If it was any other sect, Yi Qiubai might think that there was something wrong with the sect's hospitality, or rather, biases against them. However, he would understand why the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect had sealed themselves in and was paranoid because of what happened. Lin Jai also nodded secretly. Seeing that Yi Qiubai and the other two didn't mind, they waited for about an instant's stick of time. A middle-aged man brought a young man and a cold woman to the foot of the mountain. The middle-aged man's face was firm, and there was a sword mark at the corner of his eye. He carried a 3-foot-long blade on his back. Yi Qiubai couldn't tell his realm either. He was probably already at peak stage martial monarch realm or even higher. Even though the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect had fallen, its foundation was still deep. Lin Jai looked at the middle-aged man and cupped his hands. Peak Master Zhang. There were 4 peaks. The main peak, Broken Cloud Peak, was the peak where the sect master was located. The other 3 peaks were Violet Cloud Peak, Supreme Intention Peak, and the Howling Sword Peak. Zhang Yunzan was the peak master of the Howling Sword Peak. Upon seeing Lin Jai, Zhang Yunzan nodded solemnly. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, looking very forced. One had to know that Zhang Yunzan usually did not smile and was extremely serious. You're back. How was your harvest? Lin Jai replied, I have some insights. Zhang Yunzan nodded. As long as you have some insights, you can come to Howling Sword Peak later. It'll help you verify it. Comprehension required actual combat to verify. This way, he could better absorb it for his own use. Zhang Yunzong nodded again and looked at Yi Qiubai and the other two. I heard that you obtained a meteorite, so you want to come to my Starfall Sword Ancestor sect to pay your respects to the Sword Emperor. Blackie and Shisheng didn't have enough words. Yi Qiubai was the one who did this kind of communication. Yi Qiubai took a step forward and cupped his hands at Zhang Yunzong, but he didn't say what he had said to Lin Jai. Instead, he shook his head and said, "No." Lin Jai was slightly stunned. Even though he knew that Yi Qiubai's words weren't his main goal, he did not expect Yi Qiubai to take the initiative to say it. Even the man and woman behind Zhang Yunzong were stunned. Then, their expressions became even more hostile. The Starfall Sword Emperor was the source of their faith. Wasn't Yi Qiubai looking down on their faith? However, they did not draw their swords. It was someone else's freedom to respect the Starfall Sword Emperor after all. They had no reason to interfere. Zhang Yunzong's eyes were slightly cold, but his expression was still serious. He frowned slightly, and wisps of aura appeared and pressed down on Yi Qiubai. "So you're lying." Yi Qiubai smiled. He was suppressed by this aura, even though his figure was restricted. However, Yi Qiubai still straightened his back like a green sword that shot into the sky. "I was indeed lying before. Oh, what about now? Now, I really want to pay my respects to the Starfall Sword Emperor. He's a great person. He's also a qualified sword cultivator. The name of the Sword Emperor is well deserved." Presumptuous, the cold woman amongst them finally couldn't endure it any longer, and she shouted with a delicate voice, "Senior Sword Emperor is naturally a qualified sword cultivator. So why would he need you to admit it?" Yi Qiubai wasn't angry because of this. Instead, he looked at the cold woman. His eyes were indifferent and calm, but they were extremely sincere. If the world doesn't acknowledge him, why would the Starfall Sword Emperor be supported by the world? The cold woman's tone froze. Zhang Yunzong wasn't angry at Yi Qiubai's seemingly arrogant words. Instead, he carefully sized up Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai didn't dodge and looked into Zhang Yunzong's eyes. Suddenly, Yi Qiubai felt his body lighten. The aura released by Zhang Yunzong vanished completely at that moment. "You're not bad. Your sword Dao is also very pure. Do you want to join my Starfall Sword Ancestor sect?" As soon as these words were spoken, the man and woman behind Zhang Yunzong were stunned. The two of them were Zhang Yunzong's personal disciples and had been by his side for a long time. He knew Zhang Yunzong very well. In the entire Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, Howling Sword Peak was famous for being strict. They never easily recruited disciples. However, he personally said that he wanted Yi Qiubai to join the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Lin Jai also smiled. Since Zhang Yunzong had said these words, the inspection of Yi Qiubai ended. Yi Qiubai exceeded the man and woman's expectations. He shook his head and said, "Thank you, Senior. However, Qiubai already has a sect." Zhang Yunzong nodded. "Since we already have a sect, it's right not to join. As long as you join a sect, you have to be loyal. This is the foundation of a sect." Obviously, in Zhang Yunzong's heart, his evaluation of Yi Qiubai rose again. "All right, Lin Jai, bring the three of them up the mountain." With that, Zhang Yunzong left with the man and woman. Lin Jai also smiled and said, "Brother Yi, it's not easy to obtain Peak Master Zhang's recognition." Yi Qiubai smiled. "I'm just telling the truth." However, Lin Jai said seriously, "To be honest, these 4 words sound quite easy to say, but how many people can really do that?" Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "You're exaggerating too much. Let's go and take a look. We'll spar with Brother Lin Jai later." Lin Jai's eyes lit up upon hearing about the spar. Clearly, he also wanted to spar with Yi Qiubai. He could not wait to lead the 4 of them up the mountain. Other than the Peak Masters, the rest had to walk up the mountain. On the way up the mountain, Mu Qisheng's expression was a little shy. He looked at Yi Qiubai and asked softly, "Aren't you afraid of being chased out when you said that?" Yi Qiubai looked at his future brother-in-law and smiled. "If I still say what I said before, they definitely won't believe me. How could a person who only understands the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect after Lin Jai's introduction on the way think of going to the Starfall Sword Emperor after all?" Mu Qisheng was stunned. Could it be that you did it on purpose? Yi smiled and shook his head. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm just telling the truth. The fallen star mountain was very high. The 5 of them walked up the mountain and spent half a day before they finally arrived at the mountain gate. Chapter 345 Chapter 345 What is real and what is not? Chapter 345 What is real and what is not? At the mountain gate, an old man was lying on a chair. He placed his hands on his stomach and closed his eyes. He could not sense any martial cultivator's aura from this old man. It was as if he was just an ordinary old man. When Lin Jai walked over, he bowed and cupped his hands at the old man. Mu Kisheng did the same with ease. Seeing this, Yi did the same thing as Shisheng and Blackie. When the 3 of them stood up and prepared to follow Lin Jai into the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, the old man said dreamily, as Lin Jai is from the Sword Ancestor, there's nothing wrong with him bowing tome. 1. Mu Kisheng has been here many times. He's a guest of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. It's only right for him to do this. As for the 2 of you, you don't know me at all, let alone someone from Sword Ancestor. Why are you bowing? Yi stopped and didn't turn around. He smiled with his back facing the old man and said, respecting the old and loving the young is the etiquette of the human world. Shouldn't everyone do it? With that, Yi continued to follow Lin Jai into the sect. Respect the old and love the young. Human etiquette. He old man muttered to himself and opened his eyes. There was no turbidity in his eyes. All that was left was a shocking clarity. At the same time, a bright light flickered. As the light flickered, a wave of sword intent flashed around the old man's body. If Yi sensed this sword intent, they would definitely be surprised to feel that this sword intent was much stronger than the Heavenly Devil Sword Saint or the 4 Absolute Sword Saint. That's right. This is the beginning of mankind. One wonder how many people have forgotten about it now. The old man closed his eyes again and smiled. He's quite a good kid. On the way, Lin Jai explained. When Master brought the old man back to Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, he was already lying there. All the disciples didn't know his identity, but no one disturbed him. His had nothing to do with him. Greetings were just etiquette. However, Yi was not interested in old man. The 2 of them did not know each other, so there was no need to know. Alright, since you want to make a pilgrimage, I'll take you to Master first. Lin Jai's master was the Starfall Sword Sect's sect master, Jian Wufeng. Similarly, he was also one of the few existences who had reached the Supreme Realm in the realm of the Sword Dao. The 5 of them arrived at Broken Cloud Peak. Outside the sect master's hall, Blackie, Shisheng and Mu Kisheng were waiting outside. After Lin Jai asked for instructions, he brought Yi in. At this moment, a middle-aged man was sitting on the ground, wiping the heavy sword on his knees with a white cloth. The heavy sword had no edge. However, it revealed a supreme sword intent. Yi looked at the heavy sword. It was clearly not stained with any dust. He middle-aged man's eyes were still serious as he carefully and meticulously wiped the heavy sword. Only those who loved swords. Only then could he walk further on path of the Sword Dao. This was not the only condition, but it was a necessary condition, to be able to take care of his sword so meticulously. This man was definitely a powerful sword cultivator. This was what Yi was thinking. Lin Jai walked in front of the middle-aged man and bowed. Master, I brought Yi here. However, the middle-aged man did not raise his head. It was as if he did not hear Lin Jai's words. He was still wiping the edgeless heavy sword on his lap. However, Lin Jai did not care at all. She just stood up straight and waited quietly. Finally, after 2 hours, the middle-aged man's gaze changed. He raised his head slightly. He carefully observed the heavy sword and confirmed that it was not dirty before nodding. Then, he stood up. The first thing he did was not look at Lin Jai. It was as if Lin Jai and Yi didn't exist. He passed through the 2 of them. Ila walked out of Hall. Lin Jai and Yi followed. They arrived at a forest. There was a pool of clear spring water in forest. The spring water was filled with sword intent. This sword intent shocked Yi. Jian Wufeng placed the handkerchief that was used to wipe the edgeless heavy sword into the sword pool and carefully washed it. Yi Qiubai was surprised to discover that in the pure white and flawless handkerchief, there were quite a few stolen items that were like dust that were washed out by the sword pool. At this moment, Jian Wufeng spoke. Some people say that seeing is believing. There's nothing wrong with re-meaning of these words. But sometimes, it's the eyes that lie to themselves. Just like this white handkerchief, you think that my sword is very clean. But now, it can wash out so many dirty things. It was as if he had grabbed onto something. He fell into an extremely mysterious realm. This was the celestial realm. Lin Jai was stunned. Jian Wufeng purred away the white handkerchief after washing it. He looked at Yi Qiubai with admiration in his eyes. Sometimes, seeing is believing. Then, how could he determine what was real and what was fake? The answer was obvious. He felt it with his heart. Yi Qiubai had long comprehended sword heart profundity. Jian Wufeng's seemingly unintentional words. His sword heart was tempered once again. The sword intent also began to rise at this moment. Lin Jai could feel it. Yi Qiubai's sword intent was transforming. A full 3 days passed. He had reached the half-step sword saint realm. Only then did Yi Qiubai open his eyes and look at Jian Wufeng. He walked over with a serious expression, cupped his fists, and bowed. He said respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Jian Wufeng smiled and waved his hand. "I didn't give you any pointers. It's just that I like to nag and talk nonsense." Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "How is such advice nonsense?" Jian Wufeng pointed at Lin Jai, who looked a little ashamed, and said, "There. Isn't there one here to listen to nonsense? Otherwise, why is my disciple still standing there in a daze when you've fallen into the celestial realm?" Lin Jai was already a little ashamed. After hearing his master's sarcasm, he wished he could be a marmot, dig a hole and hide in it. Jian Wufeng waved his hand and said, "All right, I know about your matter. Go. I've already greeted them." With that, Jian Wufeng left the forest and entered the sect master hall. Yi Qiubai cupped his hands at Jian Wufeng's back again. Only then did he leave with Lin Jai. In the sect master's hall, Jian Wufeng sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly brewed tea. Then, he started talking. "Elder Jian, this child is not bad." There was no one else beside Jian Wufeng. At the entrance of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, old man lying on the wooden chair began to mutter to himself, "That's right. It's best if we can think of a way to get him to join the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. This child is more suitable than Lin Jai to be the one to restore the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect's glory, be it character or talent. In the future, the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect will be even more prosperous with Lin Jai in him." Jian Wufeng nodded. "I will. But at that time, Uncle Jian might have to personally teach him." The old man nodded without hesitation. Chapter 346 Chapter 346 1 minute. Chapter 346 1 minute. The Starfall Sword Ancestor sect had 4 peaks. They were Broken Cloud Peak, Violet Cloud Peak, Howling Sword Peak, and Supreme Intention Peak. The 4 peaks formed a quadrilateral shape. As for the statue of the Starfall Sword Emperor, it stood in the middle of the 4 peaks. It was said that there was a sword intent inheritance of the Starfall Sword Emperor on this statue. However, up until now, not many people had been able to completely comprehend the profundities within. Remember, it was thorough. There were also a few people who could comprehend a small portion of the sword intent inheritance. For example, the current sect master of Sword Sect, Jian Wufeng, as well as Jian Wufeng's disciple, Lin Jai. Yi Qiubai and Lin Jai arrived at the center of the 4 peaks. This statue had nothing special about it. It was not tall, just the height of an ordinary person. There was no aura at all. There were no embellishments either. One of them was wearing a long robe. He held a sword in his hand. Other than that, there was nothing else. It was extremely simple. However, this was not a reason for Yi Qiubai to look down on him. When the 2 of them arrived, Yi Qiubai walked in front of the statue and bowed. At the same time, there were also sword cultivators cultivating cross-legged here. He wanted to comprehend the sword intent inheritance in this statue. Someone had just arrived. There were also people who had been sitting cross-legged here for decades, hundreds, or even thousands of years. Someone opened his eyes and looked at Yi. However, he only took a glance and closed his eyes again. The people here, other than the sword intent inheritance in the Starfall Sword Emperor statue, he was not interested in anything else. Moreover, were there not many people who came here to make pilgrimages? He was already used to it. Yi maintained his bow for an instant's stick of time. Only then did he straighten his body. At the same time, the peak master of Howling Sword Peak, Zhang Yunzong, had also arrived. The male and female personal disciples also followed. When Zhang Yunzong saw Yi, his expression was still solemn and firm. He said, "The sect master has instructed that you can try to comprehend to hear." Even the man and woman behind him were a little shocked. "Master, isn't it only the disciples of the sect who can comprehend here? He's just an outsider." Zhang Yunzong's expression did not change. He said dryly, "I'm just passing on the message for sect master. Furthermore, those who are sincere can comprehend the Sword Emperor's statue. As for those without sincerity, even if they comprehend it, they won't be able to comprehend anything." The man and woman looked at each other and could only remain silent. Yi didn't stand on the ceremony. After hearing about the Starfall Sword Emperor's deeds, at that time, he was one of the top experts in this realm. It could also be said that he was the strongest sword cultivator in the boundless world. Such a person's sword intent inheritance. He'll thank the sect master after this. With that, he sat cross-legged on the ground. He released his sword intent and slowly guided it out, enveloping the Sword Emperor statue. A half-step sword saint. And he was only at the sword ancestral realm. Now, he had only met the sect master once and had broken through to become a half-step sword saint in just a few hours. One had to know that it was called the critical point of hope for the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect to regain its glory. He was only a half-step sword saint. This child's talent in the sword Dao was actually so high. Even Zhang Yunzong's lips twitched as he nodded. The sect master had good taste. It would be best if such a prodigy could join the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Sword intent comprehension. It was actually very boring. There was nothing new about it. However, he was looking for it. The sword intent contained in this statue. And find the existence of this sword intent. That was the first step. However, how many people were stuck at the first step? It sounded simple. However, it was extremely difficult to do it. Lin Jai came to Zhang Yunzong's side. Zhang Yunzong glanced at Lin Jai and said, "Lin Jai, how long did it take you to find this sword intent?" Lin Jai thought for a moment and was about to answer. The personal disciple behind Zhang Yunzong smiled and said, "Senior brother Lin only used 3 days." Right. When this woman looked at Lin Jai, her eyes were filled with love. Obviously, he had a good impression of Lin Jai. Lin Jai's character and talent were top-notch after all. 3 days. Even the sect master took 7 days. This was also the reason why Lin Jai was called the revival of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Lin Jai could only choose to ignore the woman's fervent gaze. Brother, yes, talent is not inferior to mine. In fact, it's even better than mine. The woman pursed her lips and smiled, as if she was used to Lin Jai avoiding her. She said, "Senior brother is too humble." Lin Jai stopped talking. The few of them fell silent and looked at Yi. He wanted to see how many days Yi would comprehend this wisp of sword intent. He wanted to play so much just now. The few of them chatted for less than a minute. On the statue of the Starfall Sword Emperor, there was a special sword intent flowing with the will of the stars. It actually connected with Yi sword intent. This scene shocked everyone. Even the disciples of the sword sect who were comprehending opened their eyes in shock. He looked at Yi. Who was this kid? He had never seen it before in Sword Ancestor. However, as soon as he arrived, he fused with the sword intent left behind by the Sword Emperor's statue. Zhang Yunzong's eyes lit up as well. The man and woman behind him were even more shocked. The woman said in surprise, "How did you do it?" Lin Jai also smiled bitterly. Yi not only completed the first step in a minute and found the sword intent left in the statue, he also completed the second step at the same time. It fused with the Starfall Sword Emperor's sword intent. Contact made. This second step, He had spent a full 10 days. The last time he comprehended it. The sect master, Jian Wufeng, had also used 20 days. Wasn't such talent too exaggerated? Lin Jai could not help but say. Are you serious? Shang Yunzong smiled. The last step is to comprehend sword intent. Then, he immediately left. He dashed towards the main peak, Broken Cloud Peak. He wanted to report this matter to the sect master, Yi Qiubai. He had to take Yi Qiubai into the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. In time, Yi Qiubai's future would be limitless. Even surpassing the Starfall Sword Emperor might not be impossible. Everyone looked at Yi Qiubai sitting cross-legged on the ground in shock. Yi Qiubai still had his eyes closed. Actually, it was very simple to do this. Yi Qiubai's physique. It was the Chaos Essence sword body. The #1 sword body in history. It could be said that this was the most suitable physique for sword cultivators. No one could surpass Yi Qiubai in his perception of the sword Dao. Of course, Lu Chengsheng was an exception. However, Yi Qiubai didn't reveal an excited expression. Instead, he frowned. It was because of the sword intent he had comprehended from the Sword Emperor's statue. It was as if it was not a complete sword intent. Yi Qiubai vaguely felt that something important was missing from the sword intent. It was as if there was only its form and not its spirit. Chapter 347 Chapter 347 Iron Piece to make up for the deficiency. Chapter 347 Iron Piece to make up for the deficiency. Sword intent. It was an indistinct existence. But it really existed under the rules of the heavenly Tao. It was as if there was no carrier without form. It was sharp, but it could not hurt anyone. It was tangible and unintentional, like an ordinary longsword without any edge, unable to injure anyone. The sword intent that Yi Qiubai sensed in the Starfall Sword Emperor statue was this kind of tangible and unintentional thing. This sword intent was formed by the power of the stars. However, it was still sharp. He could not unleash his true power without a carrier. The people from the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect sensed the sword intent. If he wanted to comprehend it, he would have to fuse his original sword intent together to execute it. Even though it could be used, he still could not reach the Starfall Sword Emperor's level. Yi Qiubai thought about it, but he couldn't figure out why it was so strange. Suddenly, Yi Qiubai felt a sense of urgency in his storage ring. He was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked inside. However, he realized that in the pile of things was an old and rusty metal piece that was emitting a white halo. The halo actually contained an incomparably deep sword intent. The metal piece floated up and charged forward. It was trying to break through the restrictions of the storage ring. Could it be that this piece of metal was summoned by the Starfall Sword Emperor statue? No. To be precise, it was summoned by the Starfall Sword intent in the statue. Yi Qiubai let go of his storage ring in order to prevent the storage ring from being destroyed. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, the piece of metal, the metal piece that contained a shocking Starfall Sword intent halo actually attached itself to the stone sword in the Starfall Sword Emperor statue's hand. There was a scar on the stone sword's body. Some people thought that it was intentional. They thought that the Starfall Sword Emperor's sword had a flaw to begin with. There were also people who thought that someone had damaged it at that time. There were many different opinions. However, no one bothered to ask. Now, when everyone looked at this piece of metal, they could not help but be surprised that it perfectly fitted the flaw on the sword. Lin Jai frowned and said, "Could this flaw be this piece of metal?" The woman also said in surprise, "Then why does Yi Qiubai have this?" Shang Yunzong's resolute expression changed slightly as well. His eyes seemed to be recalling something. Could it be that what the old man said is true? In the next moment, everyone sensed it. An even more mysterious sword intent erupted from the Starfall Sword Emperor's statue. This sword intent carried the heaviness of the power of stars and the sharpness of the sword. The two fused together. It was almost tangible. At this moment, the sword intent on it was countless times stronger than before. Lin Jai was also quite surprised. In the past, he had also comprehended the sword intent inheritance in the Starfall Sword Emperor statue. However, the sword intent he comprehended, it was completely different from the sword intent that Yi Qiubai had comprehended. The latter was even more powerful. Yi Qiubai was also a little stunned. This piece of metal was given to him by a strange old man in Kunlun City who said, "Young man, stop." But now, it perfectly matched the scar on the Starfall Sword Emperor's sword. In that case, this old man must know something. Did he have some kind of connection with the Starfall Sword Emperor? Before Yi Qiubai could think further, Yi Qiubai's soul seemed to have been pulled into the statue. The world within the statue. There was no blue sky or white clouds. There was only a boundless starry sky. The starry sky was dotted with stars. The stars in the sky were all formed by sword intent. It was as if every star was a supreme sword. At this moment, a tall middle-aged man had his hands behind his back and a sword at his waist. This sword was 9 feet long. 9 was the limit of numbers. The swordsmith seemed to have great ambitions. At this moment, the man looked at Yi Qiubai and said, "Activating and comprehending the sword intent I left behind is the first step." In a word, his identity was fully revealed, and the second step is to find this piece of metal. The first step is to rely on talent and strength. The second step is to rely on fate. Yi Qiubai had a strange expression and asked, "Fate, what if the iron piece is destroyed or lost?" The man chuckled and took out the 9-foot-long sword in his hand and handed it to Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai subconsciously took it. It was 9 feet long and one could sense the power of stars within it. The power of the stars was heavy. However, this sword was as light as a feather. The man continued, "This sword is called Starfall. It's made of meteorite iron. In this latitude, there is no one who can shatter him. As for this piece of metal, it was temporarily removed by the Starfall sword spirit." Yi Qiubai suddenly understood and asked, "Then, what about fate?" "Fate?" the man asked. "Kid, do you believe in karma? The Tao of karma?" Lu Changsheng had mentioned it to him many times. Fate is karma. If no one obtains this piece of metal, they naturally won't be able to obtain my inheritance. If there's no fate, there's no need to force it. These words were extremely mysterious. He was the Starfall Sword Emperor, and the inheritance was established by him. He just had to nod and say that he was right to whatever he said. The Starfall Sword Emperor smiled and said, "Since you have the talent to open the inheritance and are fated with me, this inheritance is yours." Yi Qiubai was puzzled. "Senior, aren't you worried that you'll do something bad after obtaining your inheritance?" The Starfall Sword Emperor said naturally, "Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, good or bad, it's all evaluated by the world. As a swordsman, the most important thing is to press forward and have a clear conscience. Therefore, what you do after obtaining it has nothing to do with me. As long as you have a clear conscience, it's fine." He pressed forward with a clear conscience. Yi Qiubai smiled. This was perfectly compatible with his Sword Tao foundation. "Alright. The inheritance is in this starry sky. How much you can obtain will depend on your luck." Yi Qiubai nodded and accepted the inheritance. Whether he could inherit it perfectly was the Starfall Sword Emperor's final test. He looked up at the stars formed by the sword intent. Yi Qiubai was fearless. Just as the Sword Emperor had said, a swordsman should press forward, without any fear. Yi Qiubai entered the starry sky. On the other hand, the heavenly spirit realm, the entire region was on full alert. After the massacre, the Boundless Empire had sent envoys and many experts. Under their explanation, Han Ying and the others understood the existence of the evil clans outside the territory. This was an evil race that even the boundless world had to pay a huge price to suppress. At the same time, he learned from his master that they were from the middle latitude realm. Compared to their low latitude realm, the difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 348 Chapter 348 Delivering a Sword. Chapter 348 Delivering a Sword. The Heavenly Spirit Realm. In the main hall of the Cloud Phoenix Palace. In the Cloud Phoenix Empire, Han Ying, Ning Chengsum, the Imperial Preceptor, the leader of the 9 Heavens tribe, Yun Zhan, and the sect master of the Heavenly Spirit sect, Kong Jianhan. Kong Jianhan was now the representative of the other powers. On the other side, were envoys from the Boundless Empire, Man Wujiang, a peak stage soul divergence realm expert. Han Ying sat at the head of the table and said, "First of all, thank you, boundless empire, for your support and concern for our heavenly spirit realm. Now, we have a preliminary understanding of the evil clans outside the territory. Since the other party is so powerful, how should we deal with the defense now? One wonder if Senior has any brilliant plans. Man Wujiang looked at Hong Ying. He also had some understanding about Hong Ying. 9 reincarnations. Extremely talented. She was already at intermediate stage Emperor realm. However, it was really difficult to resist the evil clans outside the territory with such strength, and the overall strength of the heavenly spirit realm. The strength of the evil clans outside the territory is immeasurable. Back then, when the evil clans outside the territory arrived at this latitude, we suspected that for some reason, the other party did not send their full strength. 11. Now that he has made a comeback, he must be fully prepared. The other party's goal is also very simple. Man Wujiang's expression was solemn, devouring low-latitude living beings to increase one's strength. The stronger the martial cultivator's strength and talent, the more their strength will increase. It's very difficult to deal with. However, with all due respect, the overall strength of the heavenly spirit realm is very weak. It's so weak that there are no soul divergence realm experts. Therefore, the other party won't use all their strength. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. However, the other party's target was the entire low-latitude realm. Therefore, their heavenly spirit realm would not be the only one competing. It was impossible to mobilize all their strength to destroy the heavenly spirit realm. Man Wujiang continued. The first point is to integrate all the forces in the heavenly spirit realm. This is also the first step. Imperial Preceptor said from the side. This is already done. Upon hearing this, Man Wujiang nodded. Formations and elixirs are equally important, and the third point is also the most important point. Hong Ying and the others looked at Man Wujiang, waiting for his next words. The evil clans outside the territory have a weakness. They fear the power of the Buddhist Tao and the Confucian Tao. These two purification powers are extremely effective against the evil clans outside the territory. They already knew this. Ning Chengsen's power of the Tao played a crucial role in turning the tide of the battle back when they massacred the city. Hong Ying said, We already know. However, there's only one Confucian Tao expert here. Man Wujiang said with a smile. One person is enough. In order to deal with the evil clans outside the territory, the Boundless Empire developed a grand array that used the power of the Confucian Tao to transform it into the power of purification to expand its influence. As long as this person's attainments in the Confucian Tao are not bad, although he can't reach the complete power of the world cleansing array, he can still be of great use. What one need to do now is to set up this formation. Hong Ying asked, How should we set it up? Man Wujiang smiled. There's no need to worry. Your Majesty Cloud Phoenix only needs to think about where to set up the people with divine techniques. A month passed in a flash. At this moment, Boundless World, Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect, in the middle of the Four Peaks, in front of the statue of the Starfall Sword Emperor, Yi Qiubai still stood there without moving. However, the number of onlookers increased instead of decreasing. They all wanted to see if Yi Qiubai could completely obtain the Starfall Sword Emperor's inheritance. On the other hand, Mu Kesheng had already returned to Rimu residence. In a secret courtyard of Rimu family, an absolutely beautiful woman's body surged with cold kai and was cultivating. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes and looked ahead. A shy and handsome man walked in. Mu Kesheng said, Sai Ziking, did I disturb you? Teehee woman was Mu Ziking. Mu Ziking smiled and shook her head. She got up and sat in front of the round table. She tucked her hair behind her ear and said, Second brother, why are you here? Usually, not many people came to her place. It was also generally forbidden to come here. Only second brother, Mu Kesheng, eldest brother, and the head of the family could come here. Mu Kesheng smiled shyly and said, When I was at the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, I saw a man. He mentioned you. A man. She had never seen any other men other than her family and the Hidden Tao Academy, be it after she returned to the boundless world or before. How could any man know her? At the thought of this, Mu Ziking's face lit up. Her face was slightly red. and there was a hint of nervousness and excitement in her eyes. Is he a sword cultivator? Mu Qisheng was stunned. You already know. Mu Zaiqing was basically certain. She only knew one sword cultivator after all. Mu Zaiqing smiled charmingly. She was in a good mood. You really came for me. Mu Qisheng scratched his head and said, he told me that he would definitely come and look for you after this. Hearing this, Mu Zaiqing smiled even more happily. Mu Qisheng was also stunned. He had never seen her smile from the bottom of her heart ever since Mu Zaiqing returned to the family. Zaiqing, what's your relationship with him? Mu Zaiqing smiled and did not say anything. However, Mu Qisheng vaguely understood. He was thinking now, should he tell his father? On the other side, in the statue of the Starfall Sword Emperor, amidst the stars, Yi Qiubai was being tempered by the star sword intent in that star, and the inheritance left behind by the Starfall Sword Emperor was already memorized in his mind. In the wilderness region, there were 4 levels of cultivation techniques: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. And now, the 9 heavenly demon sword he used the most was the Heaven Realm sword technique. However, in the boundless world, if not for his master's modification, the 9 heavenly demon sword would probably not have been enough. As for the sword technique that the Starfall Sword Emperor cultivated, it was called the Meteor Sword Technique. Its power was incomparably extraordinary. When one cultivated to the peak stage, one's sword would be like a falling star. It could cut through stars. When the Starfall Sword Emperor saw this scene, he smiled and said, looks like you've successfully inherited my inheritance. Yi Qiubai nodded. Then, he bowed to the Starfall Sword Emperor with a serious expression and said, Thank you, Senior. The Starfall Sword Emperor waved his hand when he saw this, and he said, this is your own natural talent and strength. And it's also fate between us, so there's no need to thank me. Yi Qiubai nodded and handed over the fallen star sword in his hand. However, the Starfall Sword Emperor waved his hand and said under Yi Qiubai's surprised gaze, I'm already a spirit body. It's a waste for this sword to follow me. Take it and use it. This fallen star sword could be said to be many levels higher than his dark demon sword. It was extremely precious. Was he going to give it to him just like that? Chapter 349 Chapter 349 Sword Slashes Thorns. Physical body as a carrier. Chapter 349 Sword Slashes Thorns. Physical body as a carrier. Back in the wilderness region, the classification of weapons was generally the same as cultivation methods and medicinal pills. It was divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow, where each of the levels was divided into upper, middle, and low grade. There was a heaven class and above in the boundless world. It was called a spiritual weapon. As the name suggested, a weapon with a spirit was a spiritual item. As for the dark demon sword, it was originally a peak stage heaven realm sword. It transformed into a low-grade spirit artifact after absorbing the wild iced sword spirit in Mu Zaiqing's body. However, low-grade spirit weapons were clearly not enough in the boundless world. If not for Yi Qiubai's physique cultivation technique and the support of his sword intent, using a low-grade spiritual artifact like the dark demon sword would cause one to suffer a huge loss when fighting against martial cultivators of the same strength. As for the green cloud sword that his master had given him, with Yi Qiubai's current strength, he could only pull out a little even if he emptied the spiritual Kai in his body. Obviously, it could not be used daily. The 9-foot-long fallen star sword that the Starfall Sword Emperor had given him just happened to make up for the current weapon problem. The Starfall Sword Emperor smiled and said, to be honest, I can't bear to give this sword to you. However, I've long since died. It would be too much of a letdown to Starfall if I were to seal this sword with me. The Starfall Sword Emperor continued, I only have one request for this sword. In the future, help me protect the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Yi Qiubai held this fallen star sword with both hands and bowed. His expression was serious, and his tone seemed to be promising the Starfall Sword Emperor, I will definitely protect the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect as long as one don't die. The Starfall Sword Emperor smiled and said, Alright in that case. I'm relieved. You're the most suitable sword cultivator I've ever seen. At this point, the Starfall Sword Emperor's body became even more illusory. His voice became softer and softer. Yi Qiubai knew that the Starfall Sword Emperor was about to completely disappear from this world and could not help but look sad. You're a good seedling and a good child. Remember what I said? The Starfall Sword Emperor chuckled and said, seeming because he had seen through Yi Qiubai's thoughts. Right and wrong, good and evil, is a general concept to begin with. So, no matter what you think in your heart is where the sword goes. Use the heart as the spirit, the sword as the body as the carrier, and the sword to cut through the thorns. Just cut off all the unpleasant things. Don't think too much about it. With that, the Starfall Sword Emperor's figure completely disappeared and turned into specks of starlight. It assimilated into the starry sky. When Yi Qiubai heard this and saw this scene, he held his sword with both hands and cupped his fists. His body slowly bowed in the direction where the Starfall Sword Emperor had disappeared. I will engrave Senior Sword Emperor's words into my heart. In the center of the 4 peaks of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, the Starfall Sword Emperor statue's sword intent had already disappeared. What happened? The sword intent disappeared. Could it be that this child obtained the inheritance and caused the sword intent to disappear? Sigh. We've been comprehending here for 1,000 years, but we've gained nothing. It's truly laughable. Lin Jai also smiled bitterly. Back then, when they first met at the Kunlun Heavenly Lake, Lin Jai's opinion of Yi Qiubai was that he was just a more talented sword cultivator among all living beings. However, Yi Qiubai's actions were shattering and changed this thought in his heart. Zhang Yunzong had also returned. In front of him was a middle-aged man. Everyone saw this man. They were all shocked and immediately bowed. Greetings, Sect Master. That's right. It was the Sect Master of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Jian Wufeng waved his hand to signal for silence. Everyone stopped talking. However, his heart seemed to be in turmoil. This unknown sword cultivator actually alarmed the Sect Master. This was a sword cultivator who had reached the supreme realm of the Sword Dao. At the same time, the 9-foot Starfall sword appeared in his hand. When Jian Wufeng saw this scene, he sighed with emotion. The Starfall sword, the Sword Emperor's sword from back then. Then, his action shocked everyone. Jian Wufeng knelt down on one knee and said with a serious expression, Jian Wufeng greets Sword Son. It was the same for Zhang Yunzong. Yi Qiubai had just returned to his senses and was stunned when he saw this scene. Then, he hurriedly went forward and raised Jian Wufeng. Senior. What do you mean? Jian Wufeng explained. If you obtain the Sword Emperor's inheritance and the Starfall Sword, that means you are the Sword Son of my Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. The Sword Son is above the Sect Master and can command everyone in the sect. Yi Qiubai's expression was strange. But one already have a sect. Jian Wufeng shook his head and said, this has nothing to do with the sect. Now that the Sword Son has obtained the Sword Emperor's inheritance and the Starfall Sword, he's already the Sword Son of my Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. He looked at the Starfall Sword in his hand, not expecting there to be such a saying. The Starfall Sword Ancestor sect was a first-rate faction in the boundless world. Even though its strength was not as strong as before, its foundation still existed. Yi Qiubai felt immense pressure to command such a superpower. He turned around and looked at the Starfall Sword Emperor statue. However, he realized that the statue had already become an ordinary statue, without the sword intent inheritance. Yi Qiubai pondered for a moment and thought about it. Then, he raised his Starfall Sword and slashed at the statue. A sword intent that contained the aura of the Starfall Sword Emperor landed on the statue. At this moment, the Starfall Sword intent was on the statue again. Zhang Yunzong and Jian Wufeng looked at each other and nodded slightly. Yi Qiubai said, the disappearance of the sword intent inheritance was caused by me no matter what you say. Even though leaving behind this sword intent now isn't as good as before, it can still allow everyone to continue comprehending it. Everyone nodded. Their eyes were filled with admiration. The injustice in their hearts disappeared at this moment. Jian Wufeng walked forward and smiled. Sword Son, follow me. It's time for you to know some things. Yi Qiubai smiled bitterly and said, Senior, you should address me as a junior. I'm not used to it. Jian Wufeng did not force him and nodded. Alright. Bai. Follow me to the secret storage pavilion. This matter concerns the mission of the Starfall Sword Ancestors sect. Since you've already become a sword son, you should know about this mission. Bai followed Jian Wufeng. All of these scenes fell into the eyes of a sloppy old man who was hiding in the dark. Looks like I didn't misjudge you. You will be the savior in the great calamity that is going to happen in the future. With that, the sloppy old man disappeared as if he had never appeared. The name of the cottage was already famous throughout the wilderness region. The cultivators wanted to join, but they couldn't meet Lu Changsheng at all. But what about Lu Changsheng himself? He was studying array formations. It has reached the most critical moment. Chapter 350. Chapter 350. Right. Right, you're right. Chapter 350. Right. Right, you're right. The array formation that Lu Changsheng was studying, simply put, was using the power of Tao techniques and the heart-cleansing incantation to achieve the effect of purifying the mind. He wanted to use this to avoid some killing, while he didn't know if it would work. But he had nothing to do anyway. Right. That would save those brats from calling him a salted fish. Sigh, that's not right. Lu Changsheng stroked his chin and murmured, Isn't my dream to be a salted fish? At this moment, the array had been completed. Streaks of Tao power shone with white light within the formation. There was no problem from the looks of it. However, he still had to experiment. Where could one find a test subject? Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and called Liu Zuru over. Liu Zuru arrived happily. This was the first time Lu Changsheng had invited him. Usually, it was Liu Zuru who pestered him. Could Senior Lu's attitude have changed? Just as he was thinking in such a manner, Lu Changsheng poured a bucket of cold water on him. What kind of trash is the dark domain? Is it worth joining? Look at your bootlicking appearance. Are you still a 5-star executor, a top-notch executive in the dark domain? If that's the case, then the dark domain is nothing. Liu Zuru's happy face turned cold after hearing Lu Changsheng's sneer. Being a 5-star executor of the dark domain was the one thing that Liu Zuru was most proud of. Yet Lu Changsheng was crushing his pride. You can look down on my strength, but the power of the dark domain is something you can't imagine. Lu Changsheng sneered. Then you can prove it to me. Why don't you give it a try? Violent auras formed a storm around Liu Zuru. The surrounding space was actually constantly being torn apart. Fortunately, the willow tree strengthened the space here in time. Otherwise, that terrifying aura alone would be able to completely damage the space in the wilderness region. Pardon me. Liu Zuru disappeared on the spot as soon as he finished speaking. He was already in front of Lu Changsheng in the blink of an eye. Then he slapped out. This poem seemed to be able to mobilize all the surrounding natural power and turn it into his own. The power to seize the world, to kill all the enemies in front of him. Lu Changsheng, on the other hand, smiled. His plan had succeeded. He gently slapped out with one hand. It collided with Liu Zuru's palm. However, he did not exert any strength and only blocked the destructive power of Liu Zuru's palm. His other hand suddenly formed a seal. Array. Rise. The world-cleansing array was immediately activated. Beams of white light, containing the power of Tao techniques, enveloped Liu Zuru's body layer by layer. Liu Zuru's expression changed. However, at this moment, the anger in his heart was inexplicably decreasing. At this moment, the destructive power in the palm print was also slowly fading. Lu Changsheng, on the other hand, stared at this scene. He wanted to see if it was effective. Or rather, how effective was it? Would he be able to meet his expectations? Except, at this moment, Liu Zuru gritted his teeth and shouted, Palm of Creation. Immediately, the power of nature gathered again. Lu Changsheng saw this. He sighed in his heart. It seemed that the array had failed. Therefore, Lu Changsheng waved his hand. It sent Liu Zuru flying. Liu Zuru gritted his teeth and wanted to continue charging forward. Lu Changsheng said, Alright. One, take back what I said just now. I'm just trying to deliberately provoke you to try out my array. Liu Zuru was slightly stunned and stopped in midair after hearing that. Deliberately provoking him. Try out an array. Feeling the purification power around him, he could not help but start to calm down. Liu Ziru wasn't stupid, but he was angered by Lu Changsheng's sudden mockery, which caused his brain to short-circuit. Now that he had calmed down and thought about it carefully, he realized that something was wrong. For example, Lu Changsheng was a salted fish. How could he say something like that? Thinking of this, Liu Ziru's face darkened and he said, "Senior, in the future, inform me if you want to test out an array. There's no need to go through so much trouble and embarrass me." He had used his full strength just now. However, Lu Changsheng still managed to send him flying. This was definitely embarrassing. However, at the same time, Liu Ziru was also extremely shocked. He knew that Lu Changsheng was very strong. Lu Changsheng's strength rose to a whole other level in his heart. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng rolled his eyes and said, "Will you still be angry after knowing the reason? The effect is far inferior if it is not real anger." Liu Ziru was stunned. "Why does it have to anger me?" Lu Changsheng explained the function of the array formation. Then, he waved his hand and said helplessly, "Forget it. Forget it. This array formation can be considered a failure. I'll study it in the future." He hadn't slept for the past few days. He had to catch up on his sleep. When Liu Ziru heard this, he smiled and said, "Senior Liu, it's not a complete failure." Lu Changsheng turned around and looked at him. Liu Ziru continued, "At that time, the anger in my heart was reduced under the influence of the array formation. However, how could my emotions be so easily resolved by external forces when one was in a furious state?" Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng thought for a moment. Emotions were very difficult to control. How should he improve further while this was still effective? That was a problem. Alright. Lu Changsheng had no intention of going back to his room. He had to stay up late again. Liu Ziru heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "However, what Senior Liu said just now, his tone and gaze, made me unable to suspect anything. It's too real. It seemed like I'm not acting either." To be honest, Lu Changsheng had thought about it before. However, Lu Changsheng decided not to tell the truth. Otherwise, the other party would have to take action again. Therefore, this was the only answer Lu Changsheng could give. "All. Yes. Yes. Yes, you're right." Liu Ziru. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with these words? Back to the boundless world. In the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect Secret Storage Pavilion, Jian Wufeng had already explained the so-called mission of the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect to Yi Qiubai. After Yi Qiubai heard it, he understood. Simply put, the existence of the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect was not purely to recruit all the sword cultivators in the world and become the #1 sword cultivator Holy Land in the world. His purpose was preparing for a prophecy in the future. Not sure if it would be soon or a long time later. There would be a great calamity in this low-latitude realm. This great calamity would affect the entire low-latitude realm. As for the Starfall Sword Emperor, he wanted to create the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect for this calamity. He wanted to use the power of the sect to break through this calamity. It had to be said that Yi Qiubai admired very few people in his life. Apart from Lu Changsheng, there was also the Starfall Sword Emperor. Chapter 351 Chapter 351 The Strong Gale reveals the strong grass. A wise man must be benevolent. Chapter 351 The strong gale reveals the strong grass. A wise man must be benevolent. No one knew what the Great Tribulation was. However, the Starfall Sword Emperor was prepared for a rainy day. This action was worthy of respect. This was what Yi Qiubai thought. Jian Wufeng smiled and said, "You don't have to feel too pressured about this. What you should do now is to work hard to improve your strength. And the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect will always be your backing. All the foundation will lean towards you." Yi Qiubai smiled and shook his head. "Senior Jian, I'm very grateful to you. However, there's no need for resources. I'll only look for you if I really need it." Jian Wufeng nodded and praised. "It's impossible to reach the peak by relying on others and external objects. I'm relieved that you have such a mentality." Honestly, Jian Wufeng was worried. He was worried that Yiqiubai would abuse the Sword Ancestor's resources after becoming the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect Sword Son. His worries proved to be unfounded. After the incident, Yiqiubai left. Jian Wufeng stayed in the secret storage pavilion. An old man walked out from behind the bookshelf. If Yiqiubai was here, he would definitely know that this old man was the gatekeeper of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Elder Jian, how is it? The old man nodded. His eyes were not cloudy at all, but full of shrewdness. The strong gale reveals the strong grass. A wise man must be benevolent even though the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect had declined and its power was far inferior to before. Their foundation was still deep. Yiqiubai could resist in this situation, no. He didn't think in this direction at all. He was worthy of these words. That's right. Sword Ancestor sect can be entrusted to him. This personality is really similar to the Sword Emperor. The old man was a peerless figure at the same time as the Starfall Sword Emperor. To be able to make him say such words was already the highest evaluation. Jian Wufeng also smiled and nodded his head. Evidently, he also agreed. After Yiqiubai left the secret storage pavilion, he found Lin Jai and met up with Blackie and Shisheng. When he saw Lin Jai, he teased, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have brought you to Sword Ancestor sect." Yiqiubai laughed. Brother Lin isn't such a narrow-minded person. Right. It's true that I was a little shocked. You're abnormal after all. Your talent and opportunities are so good that it makes people envious. Lin Jai changed the topic and drew the sword in his hand. He said, "Now, brother, you should have nothing else to do. One also want to see how much my strength has increased after obtaining the senior Sword Emperor's inheritance." Seeing this, Yiqiubai also felt a little itchy. He also wanted to know how much his strength had improved. The four of them arrived at the sparring venue under Lin Jai's lead. At the same time, the news was leaked from somewhere. Countless disciples of the sect came to the place where the two of them sparred. It was the battle between the Hope of Sword Ancestor Sect's revival and the disciple of Sword Sect's sect master, Lin Jai. It was a spar with Yiqiubai, who had perfectly obtained the Starfall Sword Emperor's inheritance and was conferred the title of Sword Son. His authority was comparable to the Sword Sect's sect master. For these two people who were in the limelight, the sparring between these two people would naturally attract the attention of all the disciples of the sect. Lin Jai did not say anything about this. The two of them jumped onto the arena. Lin Jai took out his sword under everyone's gaze. At the same time, Yiqiubai took out the dark demon sword. However, when he saw the sword in Yiqiubai's hand, Lin Jai frowned slightly. Even though a sword practitioner shouldn't despise his own sword, the level of this sword is far inferior to the sword in my hand. Therefore, it's better to take out the Sword Emperor's sword. The sword in Lin Jai's hand was a peak stage spirit weapon. Naturally, it was not something a low-grade spirit weapon like the Dark Demon sword could compare to. Yiqiubai smiled and said, "If one take out the Starfall sword, won't it be a little unfair to you?" "It's okay." Lin Jai smiled and waved his hand. His eyes were filled with fervor as he said, "One also want to see what's so mysterious about the Starfall Sword Emperor's sword back then after all." Yiqiubai shrugged. He retrieved the 9-foot-long Starfall sword from his storage ring. Under the sunlight, the 9-foot-long Starfall sword shone brightly. Among them, there was the stellar sword intent that was not controlled by Yiqiubai and floated in this space. Since Lin Jai had said so, Yiqiubai wouldn't refuse. Moreover, this was his first time using the Starfall sword. To be honest, he was also looking forward to it. He wondered if he could control this legendary Sword Emperor saber. When Lin Jai saw this 9-foot-long Starfall sword, his eyes also revealed desire. It was a legendary sword used by the Starfall Sword Emperor back then after all. The yearning for a good sword was a common characteristic of every sword cultivator. Lin Jai took a deep breath and said, "Make your move." Hearing this, Yiqiubai didn't stand on ceremony and raised the 9-foot Starfall sword in his hand. Honestly, this sword was really too long. The first time he used it, he would still feel unfamiliar and strange. This time, Yiqiubai didn't use the previous sword technique, the Starfall sword technique. There were 81 sword moves. Every slash would superimpose the power and sword intent of the previous slash. When he slashed out the 81st move, according to the description in the starfall sword technique, the falling sword would be like a falling star. It would look like the stars would fall. A single sword strike could destroy a star. However, with Yikubai's current strength, it was clearly impossible for him to slash out 81 times. Every time he slashed out, his strength would be superimposed. Of course, it also required the spellcaster's physical fitness and realm to be able to withstand such power. The first slash, the sword intent gathered on the sword. It was compatible with the sword intent in Yikubai's body. When this sword slashed out, there was a suppressive force around them. Stars had a suppressive power to begin with. The starfall sword technique also borrowed the power of stars. In other words, even though it was not as direct as directly cultivating the cultivation technique of star power, it was still close to the power of the stars. The expressions of the people watching below were solemn. This heavy and well-honed sword intent. As sword cultivators, they acknowledged Yikubai's talent. They had no choice but to admit defeat. A swordsman was straightforward. He would do whatever he thought of and would not have any twists and turns. Otherwise, he would not have been able to walk the path of a sword cultivator. Lin Jai's expression was also solemn. He felt the incomparably heavy sword intent most clearly. Just the first strike was already so powerful. The inheritance of the Starfall Sword Emperor. It was indeed worthy of its reputation. It gave him so much pressure even though it was the first time Yikubai used it. One had to know that Lin Jai was also not an ordinary genius. He could be called the hope of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect's revival. How could this be just a joke? As for Yikubai's talent, Lin Jai couldn't imagine it. And he wouldn't compare it to such a pervert. This would only make him unhappy. The sword was about to arrive. Lin Jai raised the sword in his hand and also attacked. The sparring between the two officially began under the watchful eyes of the elders and peak masters. Chapter 352 Chapter 352 There's always someone better. Chapter 352 There's always someone better. In the dark, the three peak masters, including Zhang Yunzeng, were all here. The peak master of the Violet Cloud Peak was a female sword cultivator at the peak stage Sword Saint realm. She looked at this scene with interest and said, "Who do you think is stronger? You'll have to ask Yunzeng." The peak master of Supreme Intention Peak looked at Zhang Yunzeng with a smile and asked, "You've interacted with that junior the most. What do you think?" Zhang Yunzeng's expression remained stoic, as if he would always have this expression. Yikubai's talent is stronger than Lin Jai's. It was very simple. The peak masters of Violet Cloud Peak and Supreme Peak did not ask back. They all knew Zhang Yunzeng's character after all. He would never lie or beat around the bush when he spoke. He would say whatever he thought was the truth. Therefore, Zhang Yunzeng was stronger than the two of them. Zhang Yunzeng's sword Dao was even purer than the two of them. Alright, let's begin. Watch carefully. The three of them stopped talking and watched the sparring between the two seriously. These two people represented the future of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. As peak masters, they naturally had to pay close attention. Both of them drew their swords. Lin Jai's sword intent was not weak either. His realm had already far exceeded his peers as a prodigy amongst prodigies. It had reached the level of a half-step sword saint. There was a sword mark on his forehead that emitted sword intent. This was a top-notch cultivation technique of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Its level was not weak either. Lin Jai's sword descended. It slashed at Yikubai's 9-foot Starfall sword. It was just the moment they came into contact. Lin Jai could accurately feel the word heavy. Yikubai was like a falling star. It was difficult for him to withstand it for a moment. They were both at the half-step martial monarch realm and were also half-step sword saints. However, there was a difference in strength. Yikubai wasn't as calm as he looked. Lin Jai was indeed the hope of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Yikubai could feel the sharpness of his sword intent. An unprecedented sharpness. Nothing could stop it. This was how he felt. In the comparison of the people fighting, Lin Jai's sword Dao level was definitely the highest. At this moment Lin Jai escaped and retreated explosively. He only stopped when he retreated to the edge of the arena. His expression was solemn, and his aura fluctuated. Under this sword, he was at an absolute disadvantage. As expected of the Starfall Sword Emperor's inheritance, Lin Jai said solemnly, "Brother Yi, your talent is really enviable." As he spoke, Lin Jai's other hand wiped the sword mark on his forehead. In the sword seal, at this moment, Lin Jai's hand carried an endless sharpness. Then, the hand that was filled with endless sharpness swept across the sword from head to toe. Endless sword intent instantly bloomed on the sword. Countless sword intents surrounded the entire arena. The sword intent was sharp, as if it could cut through all defenses in the world. At this moment, Lin Jai made his move. This sword strike gathered all of his understanding of the sword Tao. At the same time, it also condensed the sword Tao that he had walked on his entire life. The current Lin Jai's essence, Kai, and spirit had reached their peak. In the battle with Yi Bai, even though he had never thought of winning, he did not want to lose either. This was a peak stage sword strike that he had never seen before. The sword appeared. It alarmed everyone. Senior brother Lin's sword has improved again. As expected of Lin Jai, I'm afraid even I can't withstand this strike. When the people beside him heard this, they did not mock him. This person was also an influential figure in the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. A half-step martial monarch realm genius, sword cultivator whose sword Tao realm had reached the sword ancestral realm. In the dark, the peak master of supreme intention peak rubbed his chin and nodded with a smile. This sword can be said to be a threat to martial monarch realm experts. This Brett didn't waste my usual teachings. The Violet Cloud Peak's peak master rolled his eyes and said flirtatiously, "Cut it out. Among the three of us, you're the one who taught him the least." Zhang Yunzong remained silent. He stared intently at this scene. A person's life had to be a target, or an opponent. This opponent was stronger than him, as long as his confidence was not thwarted. Having such an opponent would be his motivation to advance. Just like Lin Jai, Yi Bai was his imaginary enemy. With Yi Bai in front of him, Lin Jai wanted to cross the critical point. Therefore, Lin Jai was able to slash out this sword that surpassed his realm. On the other side of Lin Jai, Yi Bai stood with his sword and looked at this might. It had to be said that Lin Jai's sword strike made him feel extremely threatened. Facing the sword, Yi Bai became even more serious. At the same time, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He waved the sword in his hand, one sword after another. It kept falling. The power of the sword was also increasing continuously. The sword intent became even heavier. The third strike, the sixth strike, the ninth strike, all the way until the 20th strike. Yi Bai stopped. This sword was Yi Bai's current limit. Now, the 9-foot-long Starfall sword in his hand was as heavy as Mount Tai. Looking at this scene, Lin Jai smiled and said, "One strike to determine the winner." Yi Bai nodded. One strike to determine the outcome. Both of them slashed out at the same time. Lin Jai's sword gathered all the endless sharp sword intent released in this space. Gathered in this sword was a slash that seemed to be able to destroy the world's slash towards Yi Bai. The space fluctuated continuously. Under the protection of the array formation, the arena began to tremble crazily. Yi Bai was not to be outdone. The 21st strike of the meteor sword technique was unleashed at this moment. When this sword landed, Yi Bai's face began to turn pale. The spiritual Kai of heaven and earth surged like a tornado, as the sword intent of both sides surged. The expressions of the spectators under the arena changed, and they all retreated 100 meters. Once this sword intent affected them, they would at least be severely injured. One side was extremely sharp. The other side was as heavy as a star. Their swords clashed continuously at this moment. The intensity of the tremors in the arena was also increasing. However, it was an array set up by a top faction in the past, so it naturally wouldn't break so easily. At this moment, originally, it was a situation where the chambers were contending against each other. Lin Jai's boundless sword intent was suppressed by Yi Bai's Starfall sword technique at this moment. Lin Jai's expression changed. At this moment, the slash shattered. Yi Bai held the 9-foot Starfall sword and rushed forward. He looked at the longsword that was only a finger away from his chest. Lin Jai smiled bitterly. "I lost." Chapter 353 Chapter 353 World Cleansing Array. Chapter 353 World Cleansing Array. A spatial rift was a special area in the space. Countless, evil races of different shapes and sizes had gathered in a man-made spatial rift in the low-latitude realm. For the evil races, there was an extremely strict hierarchy, from bottom to top. Evil soldier, evil general, commander. Most of the evil soldiers were at the void god realm. The evil generals were the green-faced evil races back then. They were at the martial monarch realm. As for the commanders, they had reached the soul divergence realm. Going up higher would be the evil king at Tao convergence realm. At this moment, the evil races gathered here. Several green-faced evil generals knelt on the ground and faced one of the commanders. This commander had pale skin and narrow eyes that were filled with evil light. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the few green-faced evil generals prostrating on the ground in front of him. In other words, you failed to attack a realm that doesn't even have a soul divergence realm human, and you lost so many evil soldiers and generals. After saying that, this commander's body emitted a demonic and evil light. Extremely sinister auras landed on these evil generals. This caused the bodies of these evil generals to tremble uncontrollably. Commander, it's not that we're useless. The other party has a human who's good at the power of the Confucian Tao. It had a great restraining effect on us. The commander touched his sharp chin and said, "Oh Confucian Tao, then I can't blame you." He also knew that the Tao of Confucianism and Buddhism had the power to purify. And this purification power had a great restraining effect on them. However, the death penalty is inevitable. Hearing this, the evil generals trembled as their eyes were filled with fear. Among the evil race, not only was the hierarchy extremely strict, the punishment was even more cruel. The most cruel amongst them was to become a meal for the fellow members of the evil races. Looking at the trembling bodies of these few evil generals, the commander stood up and said, "However, seeing that I don't have any other evil races with me for the time being, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Please speak, Commander. Follow me to the heavenly spirit realm." The leader of the evil races narrowed his eyes and revealed a cruel smile. "I want to see who can stop us." On the other side, the heavenly spirit realm and the world cleansing array had been completed. Its array formation was located at the highest level of the Cloud Phoenix Palace, with the Cloud Phoenix Palace as the center. Ning Chengsen's Tao power radiated throughout the entire heavenly spirit realm. Ning Chengsen's requirements and consumption were huge. For this reason, beside Ning Chengsen sat several top-notch alchemists of this world, including Mu Weiner. They would provide Ning Chengsen with pills to nourish his mind at any time. Hong Ying also said solemnly, "Chengsen, we have to trouble you." Ning Chengsen smiled and nodded. "Don't worry. I won't let him do whatever he wants." Mu Weiner also clenched her small fists and waved them. She snorted and said, "Brother Chengsen, as long as I still have enough spiritual Kai in my body, take heaven-grade pills to your fill." The surrounding top-notch alchemists smiled bitterly. This Grandon's alchemy skills were even higher than theirs. Take heaven-grade pills to his fill. Even though they could also refine heaven-grade pills, the success rate was extremely worrying. At the same time, it also required too much mental energy and time. Therefore, Mu Weiner's words had dealt a heavy blow to them. "All right. All the necessary preparations have been made. Let's just wait for the evil races to arrive." Hong Ying asked, "Will they definitely attack the heavenly spirit realm again?" The envoy from the Boundless Empire, Man Wujiang, nodded and said, "I understand the habits of the evil races very well. They want to attack other domains first. To this group of evil clans outside the territory, humans are the lowest race." Han Ying nodded. "In other words, it's precisely because they are very arrogant that they won't let us off after suffering defeat." "Right." Man Wujiang nodded. "That's right." Hearing this, Han Ying also began to give orders. All martial cultivators below the Void God realm were used as reinforcements at the back end. The ordinary evil soldiers had the strength of the Void God realm after all. Letting them participate in the battle was just courting death. Their army was formed by Void God realm experts. At the same time, One half-martial monarch realm expert would lead one team. The various border cities guard the heavenly spirit realm to prevent the other party from suddenly descending. As for the martial monarch realm experts, they were scattered in the various hub cities of the heavenly spirit realm, receiving and transmitting information there. The evil clans outside the territory. It was not known when it had descended. Hong Ying and Ning Chengsen didn't just need to make preparations. More importantly, they had to increase their strengths. After arranging everything, they immediately went into seclusion. The strength of a peak stage expert was the key to effecting this war. On the other hand, Lu Chengsheng kept improving the array formation. Various methods were used. Finally, with the original foundation, the effect of the heart-cleansing incantation was even higher. He called Liu Zuru over and deliberately provoked him after that. After being angry, this time, Lu Chengsheng's formation calmed him down. Even though there were still some flaws, it should be enough. Most importantly, Lu Chengsheng didn't want to improve it anymore. On this day, Liu Zuru came. The first thing he said was with a vigilant expression, "No matter how you provoke me in the future, I won't be angry and fall for it." Lu Chengsheng sneered, "If I want to agitate you, one can definitely provoke you according to the famous words and warnings of those keyboard warriors in my previous life." One had to know that in this aspect, the people on Earth were definitely at the peak. Looking at Lu Chengsheng's expression, Liu Zuru suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He shivered and said, "Let's not talk about this. The evil races are going to attack the heavenly spirit realm again." After noticing that Lu Chengsheng was more concerned about the heavenly spirit realm, Liu Zuru found out that his two disciples were both in the heavenly spirit realm and had become the commanders of that realm. Liu Zuru had been secretly paying attention to the news of the evil races. "How do you know that?" Lu Chengsheng asked casually while loosening the soil. Liu Zuru laughed secretly. "He took the bait, did he?" He replied, "Even though the factions of the dark domain rarely exist in the low-latitude realm, they still have his intelligence network. Therefore, we can find out about this." Lu Chengsheng curled his lips and asked, "Do you know the exact time?" Liu Zuru nodded and said, "They've already set off and will reach the heavenly spirit realm in 2 days." Lu Chengsheng put down his work and lay back on the recliner. He closed his eyes and didn't say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. Liu Zuru smiled and sat at the side, not disturbing him. Finally, Lu Chengsheng stood up and cursed, "I really owe these brats." Chapter 354 Chapter 354 Where are the evil races, where did they go? Chapter 354 Where are the evil races, where did they go? Liu Zuru revealed a smile that his scheme had succeeded. He knew that even though Lu Chengsheng didn't seem to care about the others, even his disciples, but in fact, Lu Chengsheng would inadvertently inquire about his disciples at all times. At the same time, he would also pay attention to them. Therefore, Liu Zuru was certain that as long as he said these words, Lu Chengsheng would definitely do something. "Liu Zuru, what are the strength of those evil races that are about to attack?" Liu Zuru spread his hands and said, "The highest is a commander at the soul divergence realm. The rest are 7 evil generals at the martial monarch realm experts, and a few evil soldiers at the void god realm, soul divergence realm." It sounded awesome. Lu Chengsheng shook his head and asked, "How are they compared to your strength?" Liu Zuru shrugged and said disdainfully, "One can crush them with one finger." "That'll do." Liu Zuru, who was free to stay in the cottage, heard these words. It took him a while to react. He was slightly taken aback. "That's not right. Why do these words sound so jarring?" "What do you mean that will do?" Liu Chengsheng's face darkened. Was he really that weak in Lu Chengsheng's eyes? However, in front of Lu Chengsheng, he was indeed weak. He had to show off in front of Lu Chengsheng. "I'm also very strong." "Okay." Liu Zuru was also a 5-star executor of the dark domain after all. Along the way, he casually shuttled through space. Under Liu Zuru's guidance, Lu Chengsheng and Liu Zuru arrived at a space some distance away from the heavenly spirit realm. This place was still troubled by the spatial turbulence. However, it was indeed useless for experts like Lu Chengsheng and Liu Zuru. The scrape on their bodies was just like an ordinary wind. This is the place. Liu Zuru nodded and said, according to their speed, they'll arrive in the time it will take an incense to burn. Lu Changsheng nodded. You wanted to set up an array formation so that it would be safer. However, after thinking about it he asked, are they really weaker than you? Liu Zuru's face darkened. What do you mean? Lu Changsheng scratched his head in embarrassment and said, don't be angry. I don't mean anything bad. One just want to confirm it again. If you're not sure. 111 set up some array formations to be safe. Liu Zuru swore. If not for the fact that he could not defeat this bastard, he would definitely beat him into a pig's head. What do you mean? Don't be angry. Don't mean anything bad. One. Did he know that just this sentence alone was already very lethal? Array formation. Hey, do you have to be so cautious? Honestly, after observing Lu Changsheng for a few days, he realized that Lu Changsheng was overly cautious. Even though a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, it could not be said that Lu Changsheng was using his full strength. With him, it was a cannon hitting a mosquito and nuclear bomb hitting the cells. This was exactly what it meant. But Liu Zuru looked at Lu Changsheng teasingly and said, you still care about your disciple a lot, eh? Lu Changsheng snorted and said, I just don't want to clean up after them. Liu Zuru shook his head and chuckled. He was really a tsundere. However, they were really lucky as Lu Changsheng's disciple. At this moment, there was not much time left until the time for an incense stick to burn. Lu Changsheng and Liu Zuru could clearly feel it. A huge evil aura surged in their direction. Lu Changsheng frowned and said, this aura is really uncomfortable. Even though he was already very strong, he still had feelings for some uncomfortable things. For example, the people in Beijing on Earth were already used to the terrible air quality. However, they would still feel uncomfortable on a smoggy day. It was the same principle. Liu Zuru spread his hands and said, then let's deal with them. Do you want me to do it? It was a good opportunity to show off his strength here. This way, he would be able to restore his image in Lu Changsheng's heart. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng's eyes lit up. That's great. Coincidentally, if he did not make a move, you would be able to avoid karma to a certain extent. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Lu Changsheng changed his mind. What if Liu Zuru used this matter to ask for credit? What should he do if he wanted him to join the dark domain? Wouldn't that be even more of a loss? At the thought of this, Lu Changsheng weighed the pros and cons. According to Liu Zuru, the dark domain was definitely stronger than the evil clans outside the territory. From the moment he mentioned the evil clans outside the territory, one could tell from the indifference in his tone and eyes. As for causality, when it was involved with stronger people and factions, the impact would definitely be greater. Therefore, Lu Changsheng decided to do it himself. Forget it. This is my disciple's matter after all. It's better for me, their master, to do it. Liu Zuru shrugged and retreated to the back. He could accept this logic. It was a pity that he could not show his strength. However, it wasn't a bad idea to observe Lu Changsheng's strength from a distance. However, it was only a small soul divergence realm evil race. It was probably not enough for Lu Changsheng to exert his strength. At this moment, the group of evil races with wings on their backs arrived. At the forefront was the commander of the evil races. He narrowed his long and narrow eyes and said, low-level race, why are they here? Lu Changsheng took a step forward and a wooden sword appeared in his hand. He smiled and said, can you understand my intentions? The commander sneered, looking at the wooden sword in Lu Changsheng's hand. Human? Do you know who we are? Don't want to know and no need to know. Oh, the commander was stunned and asked, why is there no need? At this moment, the wooden sword in Lu Changsheng's hand moved slightly. The sword light flashed. This commander's eyes were still filled with doubt, and the shape of his mouth was the same as the last sentence he said. His head was separated from his body. He didn't even have time to react before he died. Lu Changsheng held the wooden sword in his hand. He was dressed in a white robe. In this spatial turbulence, it was as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. He took a light step forward. Dead people don't need to know too much. Then, Lu Changsheng looked at the group of evil races behind him. The evil races were filled with fear. Among them, a few evil generals cried out, "Why are there such powerful human martial cultivators here?" However, as soon as they finished speaking, Lu Changsheng stretched out his finger. An incomparably sharp sword light charged into the evil race. Massacre. It was a complete one-sided massacre without any suspense. On the other side, at the heavenly spirit realm, Man Wujian placed his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. He asked in puzzlement, "Why aren't the evil races here yet?" Chapter 355 Chapter 355 The Three Great Forces Arrived. Chapter 355 The Three Great Forces Arrived. Liu Zhi looked in front of him speechlessly in the nameless space. Lu Changsheng, who was cleaning up the corpses, said helplessly, "Is there a need to be so cautious?" Lu Changsheng was doing the same thing, destroying corpses and wiping out evidence. He could not leave any traces. He couldn't let anyone discover that he was the one who did it. Therefore, Lu Changsheng didn't just incinerate their bodies. He even set up a spirit formation that caused their souls to disappear from this world. Good Lord! Destroying corpses and wiping out evidence, even including a soul ferrying service. After that, Lu Changsheng wiped his forehead and took a deep breath. Finally, just as he was about to leave with Liu Zhi, Lu Changsheng frowned again and said, "No." "What's wrong?" Liu Zhi was slightly stunned. Lu Changsheng rubbed his chin and said, 111 Check again to see if one missed anything just in case. Liu Zhi. 2 days. 3 days. Until the 7th day. The envoy of the boundless empire held his chin and looked up at the sky with lifeless eyes. It was already the 7th day. Why hadn't the evil races done anything yet? This shouldn't be the case according to their nature. Previously, this group of evil clans outside the territory looked down on humans. Moreover, they had a highly arrogant mentality towards themselves. Therefore, they would definitely immediately gather their troops and continue to attack them for any grievance they suffered. 7 days passed. It was as calm as before. Not even a fart. This also made the army guarding the border doubt their lives. Are they coming or not? However, even though they said that, they still would not let down their guard. The other party could still attack them after all. Another half a month passed. Han Ying came out of seclusion. At the same time, her strength had already increased to the peak stage martial monarch realm. Han Ying was already very talented. Now, she had the time to consolidate her strength, and also, she had the support of Lu Changsheng's cultivation technique. It could be said that his cultivation level increased extremely quickly. After Han Ying came out of seclusion, she found Man Wujiang and asked, "Is there still no movement from the evil races?" Man Wujiang spread his hands and said helplessly, "One don't know either." However, when he sensed the aura in Han Ying's body, he was slightly shocked. This realm advancement was too fast. How long had it been since she entered cloister cultivation? She had already broken through. Man Wujiang couldn't help but sigh. "Your Majesty Han Ying, your future shouldn't be limited to this realm, nor should it be confined to this empire. Even though the Cloud Phoenix Empire was created by you and brought you endless glory, it is often because of this that it will become a shackle that traps your future." Han Ying smiled and said, "I also plan to go out and explore, but one have to wait until things settle down here." Man Wujiang nodded approvingly. "That's what you should do. As long as you have this thought, in the future, Your Majesty Han Ying's future will be limitless. At that time, you can consider joining my boundless empire." Upon hearing this, Han Ying smiled, but she did not give a substantive answer. Man Wujiang didn't mind. He shrugged and reminded her a few more times before leaving. On the other side, Ning Chengsen's Dao technique realm made another breakthrough. It could be said that Ning Chengsen was no longer afraid of an intermediate stage martial monarch realm cultivator. The vigilance of the heavenly spirit realm continued to prevent the evil clans from descending. On the other side, Lu Changsheng had already returned to the cottage. Liu Zhi's face darkened. However, there was a hint of helplessness in his dark face. With such a cautious personality, it was really impossible to tell that he was a super expert countless times stronger than him. On the way back, Lu Changsheng went back to check if he had missed anything more than once. Even though sometimes, he really discovered some omissions. All of this was irrelevant. For example, eliminating the sword intent in that space. Another example was to forcefully adjust the spatial turbulence caused by Lu Chengsheng's attack and return it to its original state. Please. The spatial turbulence was chaotic to begin with. There were no rules. Lu Chengsheng went back to the cottage and lay down. He murmured, "There should be no problem this time." Liu Ziru said helplessly, "With your strength, there's really no need to do this. Even if the patriarch of the evil clan comes personally, he won't be your match. Unless they can invite the ghost clan." Lu Chengsheng glanced at him and said, "That's right. What if they invite the ghost clan to take revenge?" It made so much sense that it rendered him speechless. "Aren't you going to tell your disciples? If they don't know, I'm afraid they'll be on high alert." Lu Chengsheng shook his head. "Even though I helped them clear the obstacles this time, it's not wrong to be more vigilant. Stress makes people improve. They still have a long way to go." Lu Chengsheng knew that Han Ying and Ning Chengsen had planned to look for Yi Qiubai and the other two brats. If they all headed to the boundless world, wouldn't that cause more trouble? If they knew that he had already cleared it, wouldn't they have to head straight to the boundless world? At the thought of this, Lu Chengsheng felt a headache coming on. Therefore, it was better to keep it a secret. On the other side, Yi Qiubai remained in the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect to cultivate. The strength of the three was still not at the top level in the boundless world. In the outside world, there were also the Frost Spirit sect, Xuan Mingcliff, the Divine Spear sect, and other factions. They were searching for Yi Qiubai. These sects were all first-rate factions. Moreover, they were all more powerful than the current Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Jian Wufeng also knew about this news. That was why he suggested that Yi Qiubai and the other two stay in the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect to cultivate for a period of time. He was also protecting them indirectly. There was no whale in the world that didn't let in the wind. When Yi Qiubai, Shisheng, and Blackie were in the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, undercurrents began to appear on the surface. Frost Spirit sect, Xuan Ming Cliff, Divine Spear sect. The sects led by the three first-rate factions sent people to the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. At this moment, above the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, three majestic figures arrived. The Frost Spirit sect Xuan Ming Cliff, Divine Spear sect has come to visit the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. The person who arrived from the Frost Spirit sect was a young and cold-looking woman. The person who was from the Xuanming Cliff was an old man with a sinister aura. As for Divine Spear sect, it was a middle-aged man holding a spear. All three of them had reached the peak stage of the soul-splitting realm. Among them, the middle-aged man from the Divine Spear sect had vaguely reached the Supreme Spear Dao realm. Why did the three first-rate forces come together? At this moment, Zhang Yunzong, the Peak Master of the Howling Sword Peak, the Peak Master of the Violet Cloud Peak, as well as the Peak Master of the Supreme Intention Peak, soared into the sky and arrived in front of the three of them. Chapter 356 Chapter 356 Declaring War. Chapter 356 Declaring War. May I know why you have come to the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect? The Peak Master of Supreme Intention Peak smiled as if he did not feel the oppression from the other party. Xuanming Cliff's sinister old man was surrounded by endless vengeful spirits. Honestly, the Xuanming Cliff was more like a sect formed by a group of evil cultivators. In the boundless world, the evil cultivators followed the rules and wouldn't disturb the world, so the other sects wouldn't attack them together. The sinister old man said with a gloomy face, "I heard that Shisheng is here." The cold fairy from the Frost Spirit sect also said, "Yi Qiubai is here too." Right. The disciples of the Starfall Sword sect below were stunned at their questions. They were here for Yi Qiubai and the other two. What exactly did they do? Would they offend these three first-rate forces? The Peak Master of the Violet Cloud Peak covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. Even if they are here, what can you do? Zhang Yunzong's other hand was already on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Obviously, he had also expressed his attitude. The middle-aged man from the Divine Spear sect held a spear and said coldly, "I'll give you two choices." "Oh, please elaborate." "First, hand over Yi Qiubai and the other two. We'll naturally leave. and there'll be peace between us and the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. We don't want to go too far with what the Starfall Sword Emperor did back then after all. Secondly, if you don't hand it over, bear the consequences, Zhang Yunzong said coldly. Oh, I'd like to hear the consequences. The middle-aged man from the Divine Spear sect held the spear in his hand. A spear will soar into the sky. Zhang Yunzong's expression turned slightly ugly. By Kikai, your spear Dao has already reached half-step Supreme Realm. It was just like the Supreme Realm above the Peak Stage Sword Saint. In that case, Peak Stage Spear Saints were also of Supreme Realm. As for Bai Kikai, he was a famous genius of the Divine Spear sect back then. Now that his cultivation realm had reached the peak stage of the soul-splitting realm, his spear techniques had improved even more rapidly. Bai Kikai said coldly, the consequences will naturally be our three sects starting a war with your Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Even though the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect is a sect with honor, Yikyubai and the other two all have grudges with us. The Peak Master of Supreme Peak sneered and said, why do you have to be so dignified Bai Kikai? Back then, you had always been straightforward. Now, you're doing this for the treasures under the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. The divine item at the bottom of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake was their true goal. If not for this, it was purely a grudge between the disciples below. Why would they attack? The death of a disciple was just the death of a disciple during a battle. Inferior skills. As a first-rate faction, they understood this point. However, the mistake was that Shisheng had obtained the hot potato at the bottom of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. Back then, when the Starfall Sword Emperor was not the Starfall Sword Emperor yet, it was because he had reached the bottom and seen a divine item. In the next 100 years, he improved at lightning speed, and obtained the reputation of the Starfall Sword Emperor and the #1 sword cultivator in this world. As for Shisheng, he had obtained that divine item directly. How could they not be envious? Could their sect also create a few people like the Starfall Sword Emperor if they lay their hands on that? Cut the crap. Xuanming Cliff sinister old man said, we're here. No matter what. We'll definitely make you hand over the three of them. If you don't hand them over, just wait for the battle to begin. The battle had begun. 3 first-rate forces. The strength of Xuanming Cliff and the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect was about the same. However, the Frost Spirit sect and even the Divine Spear sect were all existences whose strength surpassed theirs. The three of them started a war against the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect at the same time. Could they really withstand it? Except, the strange thing was, all of the disciples of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect drew their swords. Below, they stared coldly at the 3 peak stage soul divergence realm experts above. Their eyes were filled with battle intent. There was no fear at all. To them, while Yikyubai, Shisheng, and Blackie didn't say that they would join the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, they already thought that these 3 people, especially Yikyubai, were already closely related to the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Yikyubai was the successor of the Starfall Sword Emperor after all. This scene made Zhang Yunzong and the other two feel rather gratified. Even though the current Starfall Sword Ancestor sect was not as powerful as it was at its peak, their disciples were still all top-notch sword cultivators. Fight what is there to be afraid of? At this moment, a torrential sword intent soared into the sky. It covered the entire Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. The Dao Convergence Realm, the supreme realm of Sword Dao. The disciples of the Starfall Sword sect became excited when they felt this aura. Bai Kikai and the old man from the Frost Spirit sect, Xuanming Cliff, looked ahead with ugly expressions. A middle-aged man arrived with a sword. It was the sect master of the Starfall Sword sect. Jian Wufeng, since you want to fight, let's fight. The short message revealed the intentions of the entire Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Fight. They would definitely not hand over Yikyubai and the other two. This was what the entire Starfall Sword Ancestor sect meant. Bai Kikai nodded and cupped his fists. In that case, let's fight. I'm afraid sect. Master Jian will regret it in the future. Sword cultivators do things with their hearts. Why the need for regret? The 3 of them nodded and left. They wanted to inform their sects to officially issue a challenge to the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. After the 3 of them left, Jian Wufeng gave the sect master's order on the spot. Recall all the disciples and elders outside the sect. Prepare for battle. At the same time, all secret realm cultivation techniques in the sect are open to all. Those who meet the realm requirements can enter. This time, it was a battle that concerned the rise of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. If they lost, they would be knocked off their pedestals and might not be able to recover or be utterly destroyed. If they won, Starfall Sword Ancestor sect's cohesion and sense of belonging would reach an unprecedented height. At the same time, it could also buy Yi Qiubai and the other two precious time. Given the talents of the three of them, it was only a matter of time before they broke through to Tao Convergence realm. All the disciples nodded solemnly and went to cultivate in secret realms or cultivation places. They had no complaints. These scenes did not go unseen by Yi Qiubai and the other two. Lin Jai said solemnly at the side. Brother Yi, there's no need for you to feel pressured about this. Just cultivate well. As long as the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect is still around, it will naturally become your backing. Yi Qiubai nodded, feeling rather emotional in his heart. Which sect could be as cohesive as the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect and so full of righteousness? He had also thought about not implicating the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect and leaving this place. However, he could only give up on this idea now. Lin Jai said, All right, Brother Yi. I'm going to cultivate too. The battle is coming. We need to quickly improve ourselves. At this moment, Jian Wufeng arrived. He said, Lin Jai will be taught by the three peak masters in turns. As for Qiubai, although I can't teach you, one can still be your sparring partner. If he wanted to quickly increase his strength in a short few days, it would have to be through actual combat. Chapter 315 Chapter 315 Everyone gathered. Chapter 357 Everyone gathered. In the next few days, the incident continued to fester. 3 first-rate forces, the Frost Spirit sect, the Divine Spears sect, and Xuan Ming Cliff sent a challenge to the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. At the same time, there were also a few other factions that were secretly involved. It could be said that this was the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect's greatest crisis. I heard that the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect did this to protect Yi Qiubai, Shisheng, and Blackie. Yi Qiubai, Shisheng, and Blackie, who are they? Your news is really lacking. These 3 people became famous in the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. Immediately after, this person told him what Yi Qiubai and the other 2 had done at the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. The person with a puzzled expression was shocked. They had killed more than 10 half-step marital monarch realm experts. Some amongst them even suppressed their realms. Furthermore, those who could participate in the Kunlun Heavenly Lake were all geniuses of the sect. How could it be so easy to cross realms? However, Yi Qiubai and the other 2 forcefully killed them with their Void God realm strength. Among them, Shisheng had even obtained the divine item in the deepest part of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. One had to know that back then, the Starfall Sword Emperor had attained extraordinary achievements after cultivating for a few days in the depths. Now that Shisheng had obtained it, he would probably be even more terrifying than the Starfall Sword Emperor when he reached maturity. Right. If it were me, if I had a grudge against them, I would also take action as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. However, the enmity between them only exists between disciples. Normally, it's impossible to cause such a huge commotion, let alone a sect war nonsense. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that he's going for that divine item. It's just that his table manners are a little ugly. I'm afraid even the boundless empire would be tempted by a divine item of this level, let alone a faction like this. Speaking of which, the Imperial Lord, Mu Zhenting, sat high in the hall. As for Mu Fusheng, he sat below and drank his wine. Seeing this scene, Mu Zhenting could not help but have a headache. What do you think of the divine item of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake? Mu Fusheng took a sip of wine and grinned. What thoughts can I have? Don't you want it? Mu Fusheng glared at him. Of course I want it. Mu Zhenting smiled and asked. Oh, then you can ask for it. After all, this thing contains a huge and unknown secret. Mu Fusheng shook his head. If it was placed in front of me, I would naturally want it. But since it has already been obtained by someone else, It means that it has no fate with me. Why force it? Hearing this, Mu Zhengting nodded slightly. Among the many heirs, why did Mu Zhengting choose the seemingly frivolous and lazy Mu Fasheng? That was the reason. He was very smart and could see through everything. You make it sound so simple, but how many people can actually do this? There were so many temptations in this world. How many people could resist the temptation? However, can the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect survive this? Mu Zhengting shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Then, he looked at Mu Fasheng meaningfully and smiled. Why don't you go and take a look anyway? You drink all day long here and have nothing important to do. Father, you've wronged me. Mu Fasheng's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He spread out his hands and said, This is called enjoying life. But I've been bored lately. With that, Mu Fasheng stood up and walked out. Mu Zhengting looked at Mu Fasheng's back and shook his head with a smile. He got up and walked to the place where Mu Fasheng had been drinking. He poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip. This brat sure knows how to enjoy himself. 5 days had passed. In the Starfall mountain range, there were enemy spies everywhere in the dark. Clearly, they had already begun to monitor the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. At the same time, this also meant that they were not far from officially starting the war. In the outside world, the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect had summoned all their disciples and elders. After issuing the challenge, the people from the three forces began to search for the disciples of the sword sect who were stranded outside. Fortunately, there were not too many losses. On the Broken Cloud Peak, Yi Qiubai was sparring with the sect master, Jian Wufeng. Of course, Jian Wufeng suppressed his realm to the same realm as Yi Qiubai. However, even though he had suppressed his realm, his understanding of cultivation methods and sword intent was still much higher than Yi Qiubai's. Yi Qiubai attacked. The infinite sword Dao. You have already reached the half-step sword saint realm. It can be said that you far exceed your peers, Jian Wufeng explained. And above that are the sword saints. Peak stage sword saints. And the realm I'm in now. The supreme realm. Previously, you broke through too quickly and needed to settle down. Therefore, what you need to improve now is the realm of the sword Dao. Hearing Jian Wufeng's words, the sword in his hand did not stop. Slash, cut, or stab. He did not use any sword techniques. Only the most primitive sword technique to improve his understanding of the sword Dao. And these days, from the first day, he could only last 3 moves. By the 5th day, he could last for an incense stick's worth of time. One had to know that the Jian Wufeng was in the supreme realm of the sword Dao. How much did it surpass Yi Qiubai? Even Jian Wufeng himself was shocked. It could be said that Yi Qiubai was the person with the highest talent in the sword Dao he had ever seen. The absorption of sword Dao knowledge was too fast. Not only could he quickly understand it, but he could also quickly convert it for his own use. Honestly, if not for the fact that Yi Qiubai already had a sect, Jian Wufeng would have wanted to take Yi Qiubai in as his disciple by hook or by crook. At this moment, Yi Qiubai was sent flying by the sword. Jian Wufeng smiled and said, Not bad. You can already last for 2 incense sticks. Yi Qiubai smiled and stood up. He bowed and said, Senior taught me well. Then why don't you acknowledge me as your master? Yi Qiubai scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Old matters were brought up again. This was the 18th time Jian Wufeng had said this. Looking at Yi Qiubai's troubled expression, Jian Wufeng smiled and said, All right. I know you already have a sect. However, I still wish to see exactly who is capable of nurturing such an outstanding disciple like you. Yi Qiubai also thought of Lu Chansheng. He wondered how her master was doing. Was he still sleeping and eating in the cottage? Master is very strong. Until now, I still can't guess the limit of his strength. Jian Wufeng nodded. A voice transmission came. After listening, Jian Wufeng's relaxed expression slowly sank. Yi Qiubai, who had noticed this, also said with a dark expression, Senior Jian, they are attacking. Jian Wufeng nodded after hearing this. The 3 major forces have arrived at the Starfall mountain range. Then, Jian Wufeng transmitted his voice to the peak leaders of the other 3 peaks. Pass down the order. All disciples of the sword sect, stop cultivating and prepare to defend against the enemy. Chapter 358 Chapter 358 Big Dipper Sword Formation. Chapter 358 Big Dipper Sword Formation. Whether it was the Frost Spirit Sect, the Divine Spear Sect, or Shen Qingfeng, they were all first-rate forces. Among them, the Frost Spirit Sect and the Divine Spear Sect were extremely powerful among the first-rate forces. At this moment, the three great sects had arrived at the Starfall mountain range. In the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect, all the disciples and elders who were in seclusion had ended their cultivation and arrived at the mountain gate. Among them, Supreme Intention Peak, Violet Cloud Peak, and Howling Sword Peak. The three peak masters stood at the front. The aura of a peak stage soul-splitting realm cultivator erupted. It reverberated in the world. At this moment, outside the mountain gate, an endless aura assaulted their faces. The auras of the disciples of the three major sects flickered. All of the Frost Spirit Sect disciples were female, and they were surrounded by an icy aura. Their arrival caused the temperature in this space to drop to 0 degrees Celsius. Shen Qingfeng possessed a sinister power. There was evil energy revolving in the black fog. The people from the Divine Spear Sect were all holding spears in the middle. Waves of spear intent shot into the sky like the will of the heavens. These three forces pressed down on the whistling sword intent above the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect at the same time. At this moment, three figures flashed out from the three sects at the same time. These three people were all peak soul formation experts from the three sects. Bai Kikai was one of them. Bai Kikai took the lead and arrived outside the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect's mountain gate with a spear in his hand. He said, "Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect, are you still not going to consider other options? If we choose to hand it over now, we might be able to salvage some leeway. Otherwise, when we attack, we won't rest until we die." Zhang Yunzong also took a step forward and the sword intent on his body revolved. His sword Dao realm had shockingly reached the peak stage Sword Saint realm. He held a long sword in his hand and unsheathed it. Sword intent erupted. The people of Sword Ancestor are fearless of death. However, if we really fight to the death, perhaps even if the Sword Ancestor dies, it will be able to severely injure your three sects. Right. The disciples of the Starfall Sword Sect drew their swords as soon as he said that. The battle intent and sword intent fused and soared into the sky. They used the most direct method to express their attitude. No matter what choice the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect made, they would live and die with the Sword Ancestor. As for surrendering and escaping halfway, this did not exist. Sword Ancestor was their sect and their current home. It was his duty to protect his home. Moreover, as a sword cultivator, the pride of a sword cultivator, or rather, their pride, did not allow them to retreat at this moment. After hearing Zhang Yunzong's words and the reaction of the sword sect disciples, Bai Kikai's expression was rather ugly. The cohesiveness of the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect could be said to be incomparable to all the other sects. If they really fell into a life and death situation, even though the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect would definitely be destroyed, their vitality would also be greatly damaged. However, things had already come to this. Naturally, Bai Kikai would not back down. In that case, let me see how much your sword Dao has improved. With that, he raised his spear and sword into the sky. Zhang Yunzong snorted coldly. When he drew his sword, it let out a sword hum. He also followed behind. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Frost Spirit Sect, who was at the peak stage of the soul-splitting realm, looked at the peak master of the Violet Cloud Peak. Violet Cloud Peak's peak master smiled lightly. He pulled out a thin and soft sword from his waist and welcomed the attack. The peak master of Supreme Intention Peak was the vice sect master of Shen Qingfeng. The upper echelons of both sides had already started fighting. Among the three sects, the three auras that could change the color of the world erupted. Everyone looked up at the sky and their expressions changed. These three auras were all Dao Convergence Realm experts. Jian Wufeng, come out and have a chat. Soon, Jian Wufeng turned into a sword light and appeared in front of the array. He smiled and said, "Hee, it's been a long time since I've seen you guys. Next game." Next game, the four of them rose into the sky at the same time, and a huge chessboard appeared in the sky. It was as if he was using the living beings of the world as chess pieces to fight. The peak stage combat strength of both sides would not attack. That was the consensus. Once a Tao convergence realm expert made a move, then, the degree of damage to this world would be a devastating blow. The Boundless Empire also explicitly prohibited it. Tao convergence realm experts had to fight to the death in a special place. If he attacked casually, they would be punished by the Boundless Empire. This was something that no one wanted to see. Outside the Starfall mountain range, countless people were gathered here. He looked up at the chessboard in the sky. It seems that the sect battle has already begun. In terms of peak stage combat strength, the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect is inferior to the three sects. Yes, even sect disciples have a difference in strength and numbers. Sigh. I'm afraid the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect has already lost. I just don't know how long they can last. Yi Qiubai, Blackie, and Shisheng also arrived in front of the array. Even though the Peak Master and Sect Master of Sword Ancestor did not allow them to appear, the other party's target was the three of them. If Yi Qiubai and the other two were killed, then all of this would be meaningless. However, he wanted them to hide in the back. Yi Qiubai and the other two didn't have a deep relationship with the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Yet they allowed the Sword Sect's disciples and elders to fight to the death in front while they watched the show from the back. Lin Jai came to Yi Qiubai's side and didn't speak. Since he had appeared here, there was no need to say anything else. Anything he said would seem redundant. After the higher-ups attacked, an elder from the three sects appeared and waved his hand. The allied forces of the three sects attacked the mountain gate at the same time. Lin Jai snorted and waved his hand. Activate the sword formation. The disciples drew their swords and stood up. Sword intents gathered in the sky above the sect. The sword intent gathered together and immediately split into 7 sword lights that stood in 7 directions. If one looked carefully, the 7 sword energies were connected together to form the Big Dipper. Big Dipper sword formation. The sword sect's disciples worked together to set it up. For a moment, a destructive sword intent was born among the swordsmen. Dozens of martial monarch realm experts rushed out from the three sects. He charged towards the sword sect disciples. If he did not forcefully break the Big Dipper sword formation, it would delay their attack speed to the greatest extent. When the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect was at its peak, it was a superpower that was able to contend with the Boundless Empire and even surpass them. Even though it had declined, its foundation was still there. This Big Dipper sword array was also left behind by the peak stage Sword Ancestor and was naturally very strong. Seeing this, Yi Qiubai and Lin Jai looked at each other and nodded. At the same time, they charged towards the dozens of martial monarch realm experts. Yi Qiubai wouldn't hold back. He pulled out the 9-foot Starfall sword. The sword domain rose and the 4 matchless sword formation fused into it. 4 ultimate primordial swords. Half a step behind him, Shisheng held the Emperor Ming's mystic axe and the power of the stars shone. On the other side, Blackie was covered in dark demonic kai. 3 lines appeared on the surface of his body at the same time. With the demonic halberd in hand, he took the lead. A great battle had begun. Chapter 359 Chapter 359 Shisheng shows his might. Chapter 359 Shisheng shows his might. The Dipper sword formation was executed by thousands of disciples of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect at the same time. Once the formation was completed, it would cause great damage to the allied forces of the Frost Spirit sect, the Divine Spear sect, and Xuan Ming Cliff. Therefore, they definitely could not let the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect form a formation just like that. Immediately, dozens of martial monarch realm experts charged towards the disciples of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. They wanted to stop the Big Dipper sword formation from forming. As for the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, it was not as if they did not have any countermeasures. The martial monarch realm experts led by the Sword Ancestor Elder charged towards the three-way alliance army. However, there were so many people from the 3 first-rate forces. Even the number of martial monarch realm experts was more than 3 times that of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. It could be said that this was a one-sided situation. Yi Qiubai, Sheng, Blackie, and Lin Jai took the lead. In front of them were beginner-stage martial monarch realm cultivators. Sheng was the first to take out the Emperor Ming's mystic axe and rush towards the martial monarch realm expert in front of him. This martial monarch realm expert from Xuanming Cliff saw Sheng clearly and could not help but smile sinisterly. "Oh, you're the person who obtained the divine item of the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. You're really courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, streams of evil Kai were released from his body. This huge evil power enveloped the surroundings. Then, it swept towards Sheng. Sheng was not afraid at all. The first star was shining brightly in his starry sky dancing. The Emperor Ming's mystic axe in his hand was also surrounded by the power of stars. The Emperor Ming's mystic axe, which was already incomparably heavy, became even heavier at this moment. When it slashed out, it was as though a meteor had fallen. Power of the star. Let me see what's so special about it. Beside the martial monarch realm experts of Xuanming Cliff, a beginner-stage martial monarch realm expert of the Divine Spear sect holding a spear also turned to look at Sheng. Just as he was about to rush over, a dark demonic Kai flashed past, within which was a fist. The expert was slightly stunned. The spear in his hand swept out. After forcing the fist back, he retreated a few meters in midair. The martial monarch realm expert of the Divine Spear sect revealed a shocked expression as he looked ahead with a solemn expression. His hands that were holding the spear were also trembling slightly. What powerful strength! What a strong physique! The person obstructing him was Blackie. Blackie's eyes revealed a ferocious glint as he looked at this martial monarch realm expert of the Divine Spear sect and said coldly, 111 accompany you if you want to fight. The martial monarch realm expert of the Divine Spear sect snorted coldly. His hands shook to disperse the remaining force. Then, he took a step forward and charged towards Blackie. Blackie was fearless and raised his fist to face the difficulties. Sheng didn't have anyone to ambush him, and he didn't have any worries. He raised the Emperor Ming's mystic axe above his head. He took 2 steps and appeared in front of Xuanming Cliff's martial monarch realm expert in the blink of an eye. He raised his axe and swung it down. The axe shone with starlight. Waves of suppression enveloped the martial monarch realm expert from Xuanming Cliff before the axe could completely land. The martial monarch realm expert's expression changed. The suppression was too immense and heavy. The person in front of him was also a beginner-stage monarch realm cultivator. Why did he have such an extraordinary suppression against him? Was the power of stars really that powerful? Sheng's face turned cold. Even in the past, before he fused with the star core, there were still not many people in the same realm who were his match. Now, after fusing with the star core, he had even broken through to the martial monarch realm. His strength had skyrocketed. How could someone in the same realm be his match? The Emperor Ming's mystic axe in his hand smashed down like a meteor. The martial monarch realm expert from Xuanming Cliff gritted his teeth and supported himself with both hands. Evil Kai gathered above his head, wanting to defend against the axe. How could a mere beginner-stage martial monarch realm cultivator withstand the current Sheng? The axe fell. The barrier formed by the evil aura shattered. The axe in his hand did not stop. It slashed down under the terrified gaze of this Xuanming Cliff martial monarch realm expert. Huff! Fresh blood spurted out from his body. When the axe fell, it actually split this person into 2. Sheng was powerful. When Lin Jai saw this, he could not help but be shocked, even though he had broken through to the martial monarch realm previously. However, if he were to face Sheng's axe, he would probably need to use all his trump cards to barely withstand it. And this axe was clearly not Sheng's limit. Brother Yi, your junior brother is stronger than you. Yi Qiubai chuckled. He wasn't jealous. Instead, he said, why wouldn't it be easier for me as a senior brother? Besides, do you have one? Lin Jai rolled his eyes. FCK, you're ruthless. He rushed toward a beginner-stage martial monarch realm cultivator who was about to rush past them and kill the sword sect disciples as soon as he finished speaking. Yi Qiubai held the 9-foot starfall sword and blocked in front of a beginner-stage martial monarch realm woman. Cold air surrounded her. She was wearing a white veil on her face and it could not be seen clearly. However, Her graceful figure and eyes that were as bright as the stars revealed her exquisite face under the veil. The Frost Spirit Sect Fairy raised her willowy eyebrows and said, "Half-step martial monarch realm, you can't stop me." Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "I have to try." "You will die if you try." "I don't know yet." The Frost Spirit Sect Fairy didn't say anything else. She nodded slightly and took out an ice blue ribbon from her waist. Then, he controlled the ribbon and wrapped it around Yi Qiubai like a spirit snake. The ribbon was surrounded by a cold intent. He would probably be frozen if he was trapped by it. Yi Qiubai naturally wouldn't be stunned on the spot. He held the 9-foot starfall sword in his hand. Sword intent erupted one after another. The sword domain was released. The 4 matchless sword formation fused into it. An illusory huge sword filled with 4 intent realms stood in front of Yi Qiubai. The 4 ultimate primordial sword. "There are some tricks," the Frost Spirit Sect Fairy said coldly. "However, that's not enough to make up for the difference in realm. The difference between the half-step martial monarch realm and the martial monarch realm is too great." Instead, he controlled the 4 ultimate primordial sword and clashed with the ribbon that shot over. He picked up his starfall sword and charged toward the Frost Spirit Sect Fairy and slashed out with his sword. The starfall sword technique. A cold snort sounded and the Frost Spirit Sect Fairy raised her hand, and an ice blue lotus flower appeared in her palm, filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Then, she slapped Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai slashed down. As expected, he was forced back more than 10 meters. Even his arm was covered by a layer of ice. As expected, the martial monarch realm is a dividing line. However, weren't realms meant to be surpassed? Yi Qiubai had experienced a lot of cross-realm battles over the years. He had never tasted defeat. Chapter 360 Chapter 360 Killing a Martial Monarch Realm Expert. Chapter 360 Killing a Martial Monarch Realm Expert. Yi Qiubai's hands trembled. Sword intent rushed into his arm. It dispersed the bone-piercing cold intent. The Frost Spirit Sect Fairy was a little surprised. "At least you have some skills." She did not hold back in this palm strike. However, this mere half-step martial monarch realm sword cultivator opposite her was able to withstand her attack without suffering any substantial damage. This was already very good. In the next moment, Yi Qiubai slashed at the Frost Spirit Sect Fairy again with no fear at all. Meteor's sword technique. Second sword. This strike gathered the power of the first strike. The 2 swords merged into one and slashed down again. The Frost Spirit Sect Fairy waved her hand and a silk wrapped around Yi Qiubai. The sword landed on the silk, but it felt as if it did not receive any force. It felt like it had hit cotton. When the silk hit the starfall sword, it made him feel like he was facing a giant dragon. He was sent flying. At this moment, blood flowed out of the corner of Yi Qiubai's mouth. There was no time to wipe it. The silk continued to chase after him. Yi Qiubai's expression froze as he slashed out the 3rd sword. The endless sword intent gathered on the starfall sword. The 2 collided again. This time, the Frost Spirit Sect Fairy could sense that Yi Qiubai's sword was even more powerful than the previous 2. What sword technique is this? Each strike was stronger than the last. It was no wonder that this martial monarch realm expert from the Frost Spirit Sect did not belong to the Starfall Sword Emperor's era. Therefore, it was normal for him to be shocked because he did not understand the Starfall Sword technique. This time, Yi Qiubai only took 5 steps back. The silk didn't continue to chase like before. There was a pause. Only then did it continue to sweep towards Yi Qiubai. Immediately after, the 4th strike, the 5th strike, all the way until the 9th strike. The more he fought, the more shocked she became. At this moment, the Frost Spirit Sect Fairy even took a step back. The Kai and blood in her body surged. This sword had actually injured her. This shocked her. Was this the power that a half-step marital monarch realm sword cultivator should possess? Furthermore, in these 9 confrontations, even if he wasn't seriously injured, Yi Qiubai should have greatly exhausted the spiritual Kai in his body. But now the sword cultivator in front of him became more and more courageous. Each sword was stronger than the last. The force was getting stronger and stronger. There was no mistake in the timing of his attack. He couldn't find any flaws at all. It was also impossible to break through with strength due to the difference in realms. Before she could think further, Yiqiubai raised the 9-foot starfall sword in his hand again and slashed at her. This sword gathered the sword intent and power of the first 9 swords. When the sword fell, it was as heavy as a star. It also carried an endless sharpness and slashed at the Frost Spirit Sect Fairy. The Frost Spirit Sect Fairy gritted her teeth. Both of her hands formed seals at the same time. In front of her was a huge ice intent. It actually gathered together to form a huge ice blue lotus. The silk that was floating in midair was wrapped around the ice blue lotus flower. Ice lotus. As soon as this technique was used, the surrounding temperature plummeted to 0 degrees. The air condensed into ice shards and fell in the space. The crowd below looked over. It was as if hail had started to fall. Yiqiubai's sword had already approached. The Frost Spirit Sect Fairy's spell was also formed, and she struck out with both hands. This ice blue lotus flower also floated towards Yiqiubai. The power that surged out also made Yiqiubai feel a sense of danger. He snorted coldly and shouted softly, "The 4 ultimate primordial sword." Suddenly, the huge illusory sword in the sword domain suddenly disintegrated. Then, it turned into sword intent and gathered on the 9-foot starfall sword. The fallen star sword technique combined with the power of the 4 ultimate primordial sword caused the power of Yiqiubai's sword to increase greatly. It was also because of this that the spiritual Kai in Yiqiubai's body was being crazily consumed. Using this sword required too much spiritual Kai. Of course, the power it brought was also proportional. At this moment, the 9-foot-long starfall sword shone with a dazzling sword light, and it suddenly landed and struck the ice blue lotus. In an instant, sword intent and ice intent erupted. The 2 intent realms constantly intertwined and fought for momentum. It was corroding the other party's strength. This made the surrounding people retreat slightly because they did not want to be affected. The Frost Spirit Sect Fairy was flabbergasted. She knew very well that this situation could not be delayed any longer. If Yiqiubai really used the sword technique that was gathering momentum, she did not have the confidence to withstand the sword strike after gathering the momentum. Hence, she used the ice blue lotus. It was her trump card. Even if they were in the same realm, there was also a chance to freeze it. On the other hand, not only did Yiqiubai not freeze in an instant, but he also formed a counterattack. This sword cultivator. Who exactly was he? There was also such a talented sword cultivator other than Lin Jai in the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. If that was the case, the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect would be revived when the wings of these 2 were fully grown. Yiqiubai suddenly retreated when he thought of this. He took the initiative to retreat. The ice blue lotus flower chased after him again, and he raised the Starfall sword in his hand again. He suddenly stabbed out. The 11th strike gathered the power of the first 10 swords. It was imbued with the might of the 4 ultimate primordial sword. This was already Yiqiubai's strongest attack. The consumption of spiritual Kai was too great. The power brought about by this sword caused the Frost Spirit Sect Fairy's expression to change. The sword had already struck the ice blue lotus flower. A loud bang could be heard. The cold intent began to surge wildly. In the middle of the lotus was also where the Starfall sword landed. Cracks began to appear there. Yiqiubai shouted softly and thrust the Starfall sword forward again. It directly entered the lotus. The fissure widened and covered the surface of the lotus flower. Then, it shattered with a bang under the shocked gaze of the Frost Spirit Sect Fairy. The icy intent also dissipated in this space. The lotus flower broke. The Frost Spirit Sect Fairy also suffered a backlash. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned extremely pale. She looked ahead while clutching her chest. Yiqiubai rushed over coldly. Yiqiubai couldn't let go of such an opportunity. He pressed on with his victory. Beat the dog when it's down instead of showing his gentlemanly demeanor and letting the other party recover before fighting. Doing otherwise would be an idiot. Yiqiubai wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. He charged toward the Frost Spirit Sect Fairy. Before the other party could react, she took half a step back in panic. She subconsciously picked up the ribbon, wanting to resist this sword. This was the 12th move of the meteor sword technique. This strike gathered all the power of the 11 previous strikes. He slashed down with his sword, and the silk was directly minced by the sword intent. At the same time, Yiqiubai even pierced through the Frost Spirit Sect fairy's chest. Her vitality quickly dissipated with her unbelievable gaze, killing a Martial Monarch Realm expert as a half-step Martial Monarch Realm expert. This matter would definitely stir up a storm in the boundless world. Chapter 361 Chapter 361 Hookwinking. Chapter 361 Hookwinking. 2 days ago, Lu Changsheng received a message from Yiqiubai. This message made Lu Changsheng dizzy. Master, have you been doing well recently? I miss you very much. However, recently, 3 first-rate forces in the boundless world bullying us. They want to snatch the divine item that little junior brother had obtained. 2 days later, they would come to kill us and to snatch the treasures. I hope Master can help. After a short silence, Lu Changsheng covered his forehead with his hand. At the side, Liu Zuru asked in confusion, Senior Lu, what's so troublesome to you? Lu Changsheng didn't answer. Instead, he said to himself, one knew it hell cause trouble wherever he goes. Right, and such big trouble usually. Have you been doing well? How can one be doing well with you doing all these then? Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and sighed. Forget it. It's been a long time since one caused trouble. I've made some progress. Liu Zuru listened to Lu Changsheng talking to himself. Only then did he understand what had happened. He could not help but laugh. Only Senior Lus disciples could give a super expert like him such a headache. Do you want me to do it? At the side, Liu Zuru recommended himself. I should be able to deal with people from the low-latitude realm. It's too wasteful for you to take action. Lu Changsheng immediately shook his head. Even though he was going to help Yiqiubai and the others, they were still his disciples. Liu Zuru would be doing Lu Changsheng a favor by helping Yiqiubai. This favor would be owed. How could Lu Changsheng take the bait? Liu Zuru spread his hands helplessly. Lu Changsheng glanced at the teleportation array and said helplessly, It seems that I have to make a trip. On the other side, even though Yiqiubai and the other 2 had successfully killed him. However, how many Martial Monarch Realm experts had the 3 first-rate factions mobilized? There was no lack of mid to peak stage Martial Monarch Realm experts. Such an expert was still a little difficult for Yiqiubai and the other 2. After reaching the Martial Monarch Realm, even in every minor realm, there was a huge gap. Only Shishang, who was at the early stage of the Monarch Realm, could contend with someone at the middle stage of the Monarch Realm. Yiqiubai and Blacky's strength were still at the half-step Martial Monarch Realm. If they did not use the Green Cloud's sword or the Descent of the Fiend Celestial, it was still impossible to kill him. This led to people from the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect retreating step by step. Bai Kikai was fighting with Zhang Yunzong above. On the way, Bai Kikai glanced at the situation below and couldn't help but sneer. Looks like victory and defeat are set. Zhang Yunzong slashed out with his sword and said coldly, Not yet. However, he still looked a little upset. I told you to hand over those 3 long ago. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it? Zhang Yunzong blasted Bai Kikai's sword away, and the sword intent on his body surged crazily. The Starfall Sword Ancestor sect won't do such a thing. Even if it's destroyed. Zhang Yunzong nodded seriously. Even if it's destroyed. Bai Kikai fell silent after receiving Zhang Yunzong's answer, because he knew that it was useless to say anything to such people and sects. He could only use thunderous methods to suppress it forcefully. There were already 40 moves on the huge chessboard phantom. It was the sect master of the Divine Spear sect who had the upper hand. He said, How are you going to resist this move? Jian Wufeng was silent as he stared at the chessboard. On the chessboard, the Divine Spear sect master's chess piece revealed its sharpness, and surrounded Jian Wufeng's chess piece tightly in a 3-way siege. No matter which step he took, he would be devoured by the other party's black chess piece. There were not many white chess pieces left. It can be said that this game is already a dead end. Jian Wufeng still did not answer. He looked at the chessboard. He believed it. Even if it was a dead end, he could still find a way out and break this dead end. The Big Dipper sword formation was still being set up. 3 Big Dippers were already connected. Only by combining the Big Dipper into one could it unleash its true power. Of course, The allied forces of the three forces naturally would not watch helplessly as the Big Dipper sword formation formed. For a moment, the attacks became more and more ferocious. On the left, Lin Jai was pushed back dozens of meters. Opposite him was an intermediate-stage martial monarch realm expert. You're not bad. The gap between your cultivation realms is so big. You can still survive my palm strike. Lin Jai didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Yi Qiubai and said, if this continues, I probably won't be able to hold on. If he wanted to break the stalemate, it was useless even if he used the green cloud sword. He might be able to kill 1 or 2 intermediate-stage martial monarch realm experts using the green cloud sword. But in the end, Yi Qiubai lost his combat strength. The use of the green cloud sword was not only a huge consumption of spiritual Kai, it also consumed a lot of energy. Using Lu Chengsheng's pills couldn't restore one's soul. At this moment, Shisheng retreated to Yi Qiubai's side and said, Senior, brother, perhaps one can try. Yi Qiubai nodded. What do you need? Guard me for 10 breaths. Okay. Yi Qiubai didn't waste any more time. He sent a voice transmission to Blackie and told him about this. The two of them stood in front of Shisheng to protect him. There was no question. This was his 100 trust in Shisheng. Seeing this, Shisheng closed his eyes. The starry sky dancing in his abdomen surged with the will of the starry sky. This huge power of the starry sky shocked countless people. The power of the stars shot into the sky. It was originally a scorching sun, yet at this moment, a flickering star had actually appeared in midair. Hokwinking, the domain Dao technique in the chaotic star record. For a moment, the sky actually began to darken. Stars dotted the sky. Streams of star power rained down. The suppressive force whistled through this space. Shisheng's face instantly turned pale as soon as it was used. Only after Shisheng absorbed the core of the stars could he barely use the Dao techniques in this field. And after using this domain, the other party's experts noticed Shisheng. They all realized that something was wrong. It charged towards Shisheng. Yi Qiubai and Blackie attacked at the same time. Lin Jai, who was at the side, was not in a daze. He roared, "Protect Shisheng." After saying that, he also raised the sword in his hand and rushed out. Ignoring the serious injuries in his body, 10 breaths of time looked very short. However, in such a battle, it was extremely long. 1 breath could turn the tide of the battle, let alone 10 breaths. In an instant, in front of Shisheng, the people from both sides fought crazily. Spirit Kai surged. A peak stage Artial Monarch Realm expert charged out. Yi Qiubai and Blackie attacked at the same time. The two collided. In an instant, Yi Qiubai and Blackie were sent flying and spat out blood. It was also at this moment that a suppressive force landed in this space. Everyone on the enemy's side was more or less suppressed by the speed and power of their attacks. Chapter 362 Chapter 362 Mu Fusheng's Arrival. Chapter 362 Mu Fusheng's Arrival. Hoodwinking. The domain skill was recorded in the Chaotic Star record. The description was recorded that this domain skill could suppress all living things. Among them were cultivation realms and physical bodies. Shisheng could barely use it, even though it could not achieve the best effect. However, even a peak stage martial monarch realm expert was suppressed to a certain extent. For a moment, the pressure on the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect side plummeted. The peak stage martial monarch realm cultivator's expression turned unsightly when he saw this. The power of the stars is indeed worthy of its reputation. This person was an elder of the Divine Spear sect. He originally had the strength of a peak stage martial monarch realm expert. Under the suppression of hoodwinking, his cultivation base had fallen to martial monarch realm intermediate stage. Such a powerful territory skill consumed a lot of Shisheng's energy. While maintaining his domain, he used the cosmic stones from Dragon Enlightenment City to frantically absorb the power of the stars. Seeing this, the elder of the Divine Spear sect no longer hesitated. He knew that he had to kill Shisheng as soon as possible. Only then could he break through this domain. He raised the spear in his hand and thrust it out. The spear Dao intent seemed to have transformed into a spear intent divine dragon. Accompanied by a furious roar, it charged towards Shisheng. Yiqiubai and Blackie took a step forward and arrived in front of Shisheng. Yiqiubai held the 9-foot starfall sword in his hand. The 4 ultimate primordial sword turned into wisps of sword intent that wrapped around it and slashed out with his sword. On the other side, Blackie did not hold back either. Demonic Kai surrounded him and condensed into a monstrous demon god behind him. He threw a punch and the demon god descends. The 3 attacks collided continuously. His aura surged out. This time, Yiqiubai and the other 2 weren't directly forced back. Under the suppression of the heaven-stealing, sun-changing domain, the strength of this divine spear sect elder had already fallen to the intermediate stage martial monarch realm. The 2 of them attacked with all their might. He was still able to contend against it. The elder of the divine spear sect snorted coldly but did not stop attacking. The spear intent transformed into a dragon and its huge tail suddenly swung out. The divine dragon swung its tail. Yiqiubai blocked with the starfall sword in his hand. On the other side, Blackie roared furiously as the 3 patterns on its body flickered at the same time. The demon god behind him held the demonic halberd and smashed it out. It was as if it could destroy the world. Space shook continuously under the 3 attacks. On the other side, the elder of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect was also protecting Shisheng and resisting the other party's attack. Looking at this scene, Jian Wufeng, who was on the chessboard, chuckled. In the end, he held the white chess piece and suddenly placed it down. In a dead end. There must be a way out. The Divine Spear sect master's expression darkened. Even so, it's just a little more time. The outcome hasn't changed. Then, the black chess piece landed and swallowed the white chess piece. The sect master of the Divine Spear sect was right. Jian Wufeng's heart was heavy. Even if the other party's cultivation level was suppressed and fell under the underhand switching sun, it would only be for a moment. Dragging it out until the Big Dipper sword formation was completed would only cause more damage to the other party. How many people did the 3 first-rate forces have when they joined forces? The Big Dipper sword formation was still not a way to turn the situation around. Where was the way out? Jian Wufeng did not know. He could only choose to delay. If he did not drag it out, the outcome would be destruction. Under the full obstruction of Yiqiu, Bei Sheng, and the others. In the sky, 7 stars formed a line. In the sky above the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, streams of sword intent surged crazily and whistled continuously. The sword intent transformed into a sea of swords that swept towards the 3-party alliance army. The Big Dipper sword formation. The star's spiritual Kai in Shisheng's body was exhausted, and the sky became bright again. The stars dissipated. At this moment, the peak stage martial monarch realm experts of the 3 first-rate factions lined up in a line and attacked one after another, wanting to resist the sword sea that was filled with terrifying sword intent. However, after spending so much effort to set up the Big Dipper sword formation, how could it be so easy to resist? Even though he could not hurt a peak stage martial monarch realm expert, the power of the sword formation passed through the joint defense of the peak stage martial monarch realm experts and crazily swept through the allied army. Countless void god realm experts and half-step martial monarch realm experts were killed. When Bai Kikai saw this, he spun the spear in his hand. A spear intent directly shattered the sea of swords. Zhang Yunzong seized the opportunity and slashed out. When it was about to pierce into Bai Kikai's dantian, it did pierce into a very hard place. Bai Kikai grunted, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Even though he suffered internal injuries, his foundation was not injured. Zhang Yunzong's expression was ugly. Golden scale armor. A low-grade Thirch artifact. I didn't expect the Divine Spear sect to hand this treasure to you. Bai Kikai smiled and said, if it wasn't for that, why would I multitask in the battle against you? Of course. Without the Big Dipper sword formation, what else do you have? Zhang Yunzong snorted coldly and did not say anything. He raised his sword and stood with Bai Kikai again. Below, the leading elder of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect had an ugly expression. Sword sect disciples, fight to the death with me. The Big Dipper sword formation had been broken. Now, if they wanted to defend the mountain gate, they could only fight to the death. Yiqiubai and the other 2 Shisheng had already lost his ability to fight. Yiqiubai and Blackie were also injured. It could be said that the situation was slowly turning one-sided. What else do you have? The elder of the Divine Spear sect snorted and was about to attack, but he was stunned. The sky darkened again. Could it be another territory skill? He looked up at the sky. This was not a daylight robbery. It was a giant beast. Its huge body actually blocked the sky, preventing the sunlight from shining. And when he saw this huge beast, the expressions of the elders of the Divine Spear sect and the others changed. On the huge chessboard, the expressions of the Divine Spear sect master, the Frost Spirit sect master, and sect master Xuan Ming Cliff darkened. A member of the royal family. He had long heard that the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect was not destroyed after it declined. It was because the Boundless Empire was secretly helping them. From the looks of it, the rumors were true. The sect master of the Frost Spirit sect opened his beautiful eyes and looked above the huge beast, as if he wanted to see who had arrived. May one know why the royal family is here? Do you want to interfere in the grudges between our four sects? The behemoth stopped. Silver-armored Imperial guards appeared one after another from the huge beast. Seeing the silver-armored Imperial guards, the sect master of the Frost Spirit sect was slightly stunned. This was Prince Mufasheng's guard. Yiqiubai smiled when he saw this scene. Looks like one have to owe this guy a favor. Between an old man and the silver-armored commander, Mufasheng slowly walked down and said, "How about we let this matter rest?" As expected, Mufasheng was on the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect side. The sect master of the Divine Spear sect stood up and cupped his fists. "Your Highness, this matter is of great importance. Now that the grudge has been settled and we have not violated the dynasty's prohibition, Your Highness, please leave." Clearly, the three sects of the Divine Spear sect were unwilling to retreat. The grudge was settled. Could it be that they were waiting for the other party to grow up and destroy them? Since he had chosen to attack, he had to eliminate them completely. Chapter 363 Chapter 363 The situation is settled. Chapter 363 The situation is settled. Even though the Boundless Empire was the ruler of the boundless region on the surface, when interests were at stake, it was impossible to suppress the other factions. How vast was the boundless world? There were so many sects and factions, so how could they be completely balanced? Mufasheng said coldly, "Could it be that you've forgotten the Starfall Sword Emperor's contribution to this realm?" The Divine Spear sect master's expression was solemn as he cupped his hands towards the horizon. "We won't forget for a moment. However, as long as we hand over those three people, our three sects promise that we won't make things difficult for the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Moreover, based on our information, Yiqiubai and the other two haven't joined the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Right, therefore, targeting these three can't be considered fighting for the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect." Jian Wufeng chuckled. "At the end of the day, isn't it caused by greed?" The sect master of the Divine Spear sect retorted. "Didn't sect master Jian curry favor with the three of them? Because of that divine item he didn't hesitate to risk the destruction of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect to start a war with us three sects. What a good method. Yiqiubai is the sword son of the Sword Ancestor. He has already obtained the inheritance of the Sword Emperor. The Starfall Sword Emperor's inheritance." The sect master of the Divine Spear sect narrowed his eyes. One of them had obtained the divine item at the bottom of the pool, while the other had obtained the Starfall Sword Emperor's inheritance. "It's just what you call yourselves." The two of them refused to back down. When Mufasheng saw this, he understood that this matter could not be reconciled. Only by being beaten up would there be room for negotiation. However, this was even simpler. Mufasheng chuckled and said, "In that case, if you choose to continue attacking, the Boundless Empire will also intervene." Would the Empire would intervene? The Divine Spear sect master's face darkened. Mufasheng continued, "Of course. This is just my one-sided idea. You guys said that Yiqiubai didn't join the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. But he's my friend. There shouldn't be any problem if one helped my friend. Right." Mufasheng was different from the other princes he had met. If those princes had friends, they would hide them or hide them. Every time they attacked, they would consider the pros and cons. If it was beneficial, he would help without hesitation. If it was harmful, he would directly sever this relationship. But Mu Fusheng, he did not consider the pros and cons first. He simply attacked for the sake of his friend. Even though each of these three first-rate forces was not as powerful as the boundless empire, the alliance of the three first-rate factions could still cause a huge commotion in this realm. Mu Fusheng said this without hesitation. The Frost Spirit sect master coldly said, "Your Highness Mu, aren't you letting down your status by saying these words?" Mu Fusheng spread his hands and said, like this. If you're not convinced, go to the empire and look for my father. Get him to change my identity as the successor. I don't want to be the successor. The Frost Spirit sect master, since they had already said so much, they could not say anything else. Xuanming Cliff's sect master said with a dark expression, "Given the current situation, it's impossible for us to stop. Since your highness wants to interfere, please don't blame us for any casualties." The sect master of the Divine Spear sect had the same thought. According to Mu Fusheng, this was his own idea. Of course, the emperor might have instigated it. However, since the golden armored imperial guards did not come, there was nothing to worry about. If that's the case, the sect master of the Divine Spear sect stabbed his spear into the air. A spear beam seemed to pierce through the world. It pierced through the clouds. When Mu Fusheng saw this, he said coldly, "Looks like there are reinforcements." At the moment when the spear light streaked across the sky, 4 auras were born in this space. These 4 auras were all divine transformation realm experts. They came from the 3 sects. Your Highness, I'm sorry. With that, he looked at the 4 soul divergence realm experts. The 4 of them nodded and understood the whole story. He charged into the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. But now, the 4 soul divergence realm peak masters of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect were all stalled and had no time to split up. Mu Fusheng glanced at the silver-armored commander and the old man behind him. The 2 of them nodded. They each stopped a soul divergence realm expert. Except, even so, there were still 2 soul divergence realm experts who were left unattended. One had to know that once these 2 soul divergence realm experts stepped into the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect and were uncontrolled, it would definitely be a devastating blow to the sect. Mu Fusheng went to the meeting alone, bringing only these 2 divine transformation realm experts and the silver-armored Imperial Guard. Suddenly, there was a cold snort. It spread throughout the entire Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Terrifying sword intent whistled in the sky. Supreme Sword Dao Realm. I can't let you guys continue to be arrogant. An old man appeared at the entrance of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Then, he realized that this old man was the gatekeeper at the mountain gate at that time. The Divine Spear sect master's expression did not change at all when he saw that. You should know that Dao Convergence Realm experts are not allowed to attack without permission. Right. The old man looked up. Sword Ancestor is about to be destroyed. It's reasonable for me to attack. The Divine Spear sect master nodded, as if had already expected this scene. In the next moment, a domineering voice resounded through the sky. Senior, it seems that your body is still healthy. I have already seen your figure when I was still at the Martial Monarch realm. Now, I want to experience it. Mu Fusheng snorted coldly when he saw the figure. Oh, even the Supreme Elder has been mobilized. The Divine Spear sect is really generous. The sect master of the Divine Spear sect nodded slightly. Your Highness, you flatter me. The old man looked at the Dao Convergence Realm expert holding a spear not far away and did not say anything. He turned around and sat back on the bench. This person was also at the intermediate stage Dao Convergence Realm. If the other party was determined to stall him, no matter how he attacked, he could not escape the other party's interference. Moreover, 2 Dao Convergence Realm cultivators attacked. It was a devastating blow to the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. The situation had already been decided. This was what the 3 sects were thinking at this moment. The 2 Soul Divergence Realm experts did not kill the disciples of the Starfall Sword sect. Instead, he rushed towards Ecubi and the other 2. They were the targets of the 3 sects. Blackie took a step forward and said, "Leave it to me." After saying that, He wanted to remove the seal in his sea of consciousness and forcefully release the seal demon god, even though he didn't know either about what he would do after this. These two people would definitely die. Yiqiubai grabbed Blackie. Blackie turned around and saw Yiqiubai shaking his head with a smile. "It's fine. He'll be there soon." Then, he reacted. The only person who could make Big Senior Brother so confident that he could salvage the situation was his master. Chapter 364 Chapter 364 A little inflated. Chapter 364 A little inflated. To be able to make Yiqiubai trust him so much. Who else would think that the other party could solve the problem as long as he came? There was no doubt about it. Lu Changsheng was the one. Shi Sheng was stunned. "Senior brother, when did you contact Master? Why didn't I know?" Yiqiubai smiled and said, 2 days ago. After all, the other party is so powerful. We have to make preparations early. At the side, Blackie said in a muffled voice, "Senior brother, I'm afraid I'll be scolded again." Yiqiubai spread his hands helplessly and said, "So be it. I'm already used to it anyway." Looking at Yiqiubai's fearless expression, Blackie and Shi Sheng couldn't help but laugh. The two divine transformation realm experts who were charging towards them saw the three of them chatting and laughing. He could not help but feel a little angry. "Can't you give me some face? They are at the soul divergence realm after all. One can kill all of you with a single slap." And they were still chatting and laughing here. At the thought of this, both of them increased their speed at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yiqiubai and the other two. His palm was already in front of the three of them. At this moment, the space in front of Yiqiubai and the other two became distorted. Under the shocked gazes of the two soul divergence realm experts, the space here was forcefully torn apart from the inside by two hands. Then, he grabbed their heads. His hands trembled slightly. Two sword intense. It surged into the heads of the two soul divergence realm experts. It crazily ravaged their bodies. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were directly shattered by the sword intent. Everyone cast their gazes over. His eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Who was it that had come? Who was it that had the strength to tear space and instantly kill a divine transformation realm expert? The expressions of the three sect masters darkened. Whether it was Jian Wufeng, or the Dao Convergence Realm Elder from the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, they had already calculated it. Except, who was this person? Could it be a hidden trump card of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect? Mu Fusheng was also curious. He recalled what Yiqiubai had said to him. Since he already had a sect, it was not appropriate for him to join other sects. Could it be? Was this person Yiqiubai and the other's master? Jian Wufeng was also slightly stunned. However, his thoughts were the same as Yiqiubai's. Then, he looked at the sect master of the Divine Spear sect with interest and placed a white chess piece. Perhaps the situation is really going to reverse. At this moment, Yiqiubai, Blackie, and Shi Sheng cupped their hands and said, "Master." A white-robed man squeezed his way out from the spatial rift. The man's expression was pitch black. After coming out, he ignored the others and turned to look at Yiqiubai. "I heard that you're already used to me scolding you. Looks like I'm too benevolent usually." Looking at Lu Chengsheng's cold eyes, it seemed like he was a little too arrogant. However, he did not expect his master to hear his casual words. "I'll deal with you when we get back." Then, Lu Chengsheng looked at the figure in front of him and said impatiently, "Tell me, who wants to kill my disciple?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was speechless. For a moment, the space was strangely quiet. After a while, the sect master of the Divine Spear sect braced himself and said, "Dao Convergence Realm experts are not allowed to attack." The sect master of the Divine Spear sect was a Dao Convergence Realm expert, except when he saw Lu Chengsheng. However, he felt a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. In this realm, or rather, the entire low-latitude realm, there were definitely not many people who could make him feel this way. To be able to make a beginner-stage Dao Convergence Realm cultivator feel this way, could it be that this person's realm was above the Dao Convergence Realm? At the thought of this, the Divine Spear sect master immediately shook his head. In the low-latitude realm, such a person definitely did not exist. Lu Changsheng frowned and said, Dao Convergence Realm cultivators are not allowed to fight. Listen carefully. I'm not from your boundless world. Therefore, this so-called Dogshu rule is useless to me. After knowing that Liu Zuru came from a high-latitude region, at the same time, after being crushed by him like a chicken cub, once again, Lu Changsheng understood his own strength. At least in this latitude, there were no opponents. Therefore, it was not impossible to be arrogant occasionally. What's more, it felt pretty good. After hearing Lu Changsheng's arrogant words, Mu Fusheng's expression became a bit strange. This rule was established by their boundless empire. Saying such words, could it be that he had also brought their boundless empire in? However, Mu Fusheng was quite smart. After hearing these words, his left ear went in, and his right ear came out. The Divine Spear Sect Master's expression was rather ugly. Then what do you want? Lu Changsheng was getting impatient. What do you think? It's very simple. Those who want to kill my 3 disciples, step forward and let me have a look. Take a look, kill. We just want the divine item at the bottom of the pool. That's different, but you're quite thick-skinned. You can think of such a dignified reason to snatch something from a junior. The Divine Spear Sect Master's face alternated between green and white. He wanted to say something else. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said, Forget it. Forget it. It's a waste of time to tell you. Anyway, you can't let these people, or even you, step forward. I don't think anyone here is innocent. Right. With that, Lu Changsheng reached out a hand. In his palm, a ball of extremely condensed sword Dao power of law was formed. The extremely condensed power of law of the sword Dao. They flew above the alliance army of the 3 sects. The Divine Spear Sect Master's heart skipped a beat. He did not know where this power came from or why it was so mysterious and powerful. However, he knew that once this concentrated power floated above the alliance army, then it would cause destructive damage to it. It could even be said that it was destroyed. Stop it. He wanted to attack. However, he realized that it was already too late. It had already floated above the alliance army, in front of thousands of terrified faces. Boundless light flashed. Thousands of power of law exploded at this moment. It turned into a destructive tornado that swept through the alliance army. It swept through the world. The surrounding space was shattered into pieces. Countless spatial turbulence swept out from it. In the alliance army, they were instantly reduced to dust before they could even let out a scream. The sect leaders of the 3 sects looked at this scene with despair in their eyes. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate. This person's strength was too terrifying. When Mu Fusheng saw this, he almost laughed out loud. He seemed to have made the right bet. He had never thought about it before. So Yi Qiubai and the others' masters were so strong. Chapter 365 Chapter 365 Who said you can leave? Chapter 365 Who said you can leave? Lu Changsheng arrived. The Divine Spear Sect, the Frost Spirit Sect, or Xuan Ming Cliff, were as if they were mute. The moment he attacked, he instantly killed 2 Soul Divinity Realm experts. At the same time, he used the condensed power of law of the Sword Dao to forcefully clear the area. He killed all the disciples of the 3 sects. These 2 moves, it could be said that they had already turned the tide of the battle. This battle was for the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect, or rather, for Yi Qiubai and Little Hai Shusheng. Just like that, it was time to announce that it was over. Next, it was time to settle the scores. Lu Changsheng's solo show. The Sect Master of the Divine Spear Sect, the Sect Master of the Frost Spirit Sect, and the Sect Master of Xuan Ming Cliff. He looked down solemnly. Space shattered and spatial turbulence continuously swept through this mountain range. The disciples who were all killed. His heart was bleeding. In order to ensure that this operation was foolproof, the 3 sects brought out 60 of their strength. But now, they have all been lost here. This was an extremely heavy blow to the 3 sects. It could be said that after this battle, these 3 first-rate forces would fall into an extremely declining period. It was very likely that he would fall to the end of the first-rate factions. For a first-rate faction like Xuanming Cliff, it was very likely that they would drop to a second-rate faction. And all of this was because of Lu Changsheng, this white-robed man who looked kind and harmless. The moment he attacked, he was like a smiling tiger, the Asura who was in charge of killing in the abyss. The sect master of the Divine Spear sect pointed at Lu Changsheng with a trembling finger and said in a trembling voice, "You've caused such a huge massacre. Don't tell me you're not afraid of being criticized by the world hearing this." Lu Changsheng curled his lips. "Then why did you attack my disciple? If you didn't want to kill these disciples of mine, although I sometimes want to wash my hands of it." Shisheng. Yi Qiubai was certain that this sentence was definitely directed at him. He was extremely sure. However, he's still my disciple. Since you want to kill him, you should think about the consequences. The cause was the Divine Spear sect, the Frost Spirit sect, and Xuan Ming Cliff. They were greedy and declared war on the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. This was the result. There was a kindred spirit between karma. Some came too slowly. Some came quickly. However, since the cause has been created, the consequences will eventually befall you, no matter how much time had passed. This had nothing to do with time. The sect master of the Divine Spear sect was speechless. This was the truth. However, now that the defeat was inevitable, the sect master of the Divine Spear sect looked at the Frost Spirit sect and sect master Xuan Ming Cliff and shook his head with a bitter smile. The two of them could only nod dully. The defeat was set in stone. If they continued to fight, they would only suffer losses for nothing. We've lost today. Let's stop here. We will send someone to discuss the damage caused to the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect in the future. This sentence was directed at Jian Wufeng. However, Jian Wufeng didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng was the main character. All of this needed to be asked by him. Lu Changsheng frowned. "Leave? Who allowed you to leave?" The sect master of the Divine Spear sect looked at Lu Changsheng and said, "Our three sects have lost this battle. We've already explained the matter of compensation. What else do you want?" Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, "That's too light." Light. The three sect masters stared at Lu Changsheng, and their auras kept rising. One had to know that these three were also Dao Convergence Realm experts. They were the top-notch experts of this realm, and even the entire latitude. "What are you going to do?" "I just mentioned." Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and smiled. But in the eyes of the three sect masters, his smile was like a demon's. "Those who participated in and plotted to kill my disciple, stay behind." Participation and plotted. In other words, none of us can leave and stay here to be killed by you. Lu Changsheng nodded and snapped his fingers. "Yes, that's right. Anyway, there was no one here who could defeat him. At that time, wouldn't they be in trouble if they wiped out their forces? Could it be that these three sects were related to the forces in the higher latitude regions? Is there a connection, or is he acting like this?" And he was completely suppressed by the boundless empire. The Divine Spear sect master exhaled and said, "That means you're unwilling to do it." "Of course. We won't sit back and wait for death. Since you're going to fight to the death, you have to be prepared to suffer losses." The three of them were at the Dao Convergence Realm and the supreme elders of the three sects. 6 Dao Convergence Realm experts. If they really had to fight to the death, the sect master of the Divine Spear sect believed that he could still cause huge losses to the other party. At this point, Lu Changsheng didn't say anything else. He pointed his finger at the Divine Spear sect master. An ordinary-looking sword intent shot towards the sect master of the Divine Spear sect. The Divine Spear sect master did not dare to be careless. After all, he was an existence that could easily kill 2 spirit realm experts. He held his spear with both hands. The terrifying aura of a Dao integration stage cultivator gushed forth. The entire sky seemed to be torn apart by this supreme spear intent. Then, he let out a low shout. The spear intent transformed into a dragon and it pierced towards the ordinary-looking sword intent. Beside Mu Fusheng, the old man smiled bitterly and said, "Your Highness, isn't this against the rules? A Dao Convergence Realm cultivator's attack is too damaging to the realm." Mu Fusheng put his arm around the old man's shoulders and turned around, chuckling. "Aya, don't be so rigid. Pretend you didn't see anything and go up for a drink." Drink whatever you want with my wine. The old man smiled bitterly. He didn't move. But he didn't say anything else. Rules were dead. It was man-made. Sometimes. It still depended on the attitude of the royal family. Mu Fasheng looked at Lu Changsheng again. Rubbing his chin, he said, "That's great. If only one had such a master. Doesn't that mean we can be a little more high-profile?" Sigh. I shouldn't think too much about it. How can such a godly figure like him like me? Back to the main topic. Lu Changsheng's sword intent collided with the spear intent. Except, the moment they made contact, the expression of the divine spear sect master immediately changed drastically. He shouted, "Help!" Then, he formed a seal with his other hand and spat out blood essence onto the spear. The long spear was instantly covered in a dark red color. The power of this attack had reached the level of an intermediate stage Dao, Convergence Realm Cultivator. At the side, the sect masters of the Frost Spirit sect and Xuanming Cliff had solemn expressions. They all attacked with all their might. Now that they were in the same boat as the Divine Spear sect, they had to go all out. Only then could they obtain a chance of survival. However, the Frost Spirit sect and Xuanming Cliff were starting to regret their decision. Why did he have to do this? Chapter 366 Chapter 366 Crushed. Chapter 366 Crushed. The lives of the Divine Spear sect, the Frost Spirit sect, and Xuanming Cliff were already tied together. If they did not make a move, it would be a devastating blow to them. Therefore, the two Dao Convergence Realm sect masters also tried their best to help the sect master of the Divine Spear sect withstand Lu Changsheng's attack. The sect master of the Cold Spirit sect drew out his longsword. A powerful sword intent imbued with coldness shot towards Lu Changsheng's sword and finger. The sect master of Xuanming Cliff was surrounded by countless evil powers. Gathering all his strength, he struck out with his palm. A stream of evil energy filled with countless ghosts rushed towards Lu Changsheng. The three attacks resisted Lu Changsheng's attack at the same time. However, they still felt an irresistible feeling. The three of them had extremely ugly expressions as they retreated continuously. And this scene, the disciples of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect watched this scene with shock. Lu Changsheng was fighting against three top-notch experts at the beginner stage Dao Convergence Realm, but he was still able to suppress them. They were thinking, Lu Changsheng was the master of Yi Qiubai and the other two. Just what realm was he in? Still, the three Dao Convergence Realm experts could not be suppressed. If he were to exert his full strength, to what extent could he achieve it? They didn't know, but it was definitely higher than the three sect masters. Jian Wufeng was shocked when he saw this. No wonder Yi Qiubai and the other two rejected their invitation without hesitation. He had always suspected why Yi Qiubai and the other two were so talented and strong, regardless of whether it was cross-border combat, or his talent and comprehension far exceeded theirs. It was impossible for such a person to be a nobody in the boundless world. Therefore, Lin Jai believed that Yi Qiubai and the other two must have come from other realms. Boundless realms were the strongest realms in the lower latitudes. It was rare to see an existence stronger than the boundless world. The three of them kept resisting Lu Changsheng's sword intent. However, they were forced to retreat. It was as if he had no ability to resist. The Divine Spear sect master and the others were shocked. They could not see the other party's cultivation level. What level was he at? A casual point of his finger actually had such a powerful might. Even three Dao Convergence Realm experts would find it hard to resist. Meanwhile, next to Lu Changsheng, the Supreme Elder of the Divine Spear sect attacked. He held a long spear in his hand and fought for the Supreme Realm. His intermediate stage Dao Convergence Realm cultivation base was fully revealed at this moment. Now, there was no time to talk about sneak attacks or morals. The other party had easily crushed three Dao Convergence Realm cultivators. This meant that his strength was definitely above the intermediate stage. This person must be eliminated as soon as possible. Many Dao Convergence Realm experts attacked at the same time. It made the surrounding space extremely unstable. Jian Wufeng and the old gatekeeper attacked at the same time, constantly stabilizing the surrounding space. After all, this was the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect's hometown. Once the space here was destroyed, It would be an extremely serious loss to their sect. Lu Changsheng took a quick glance at him and realized that he had been ambushed. His other free hand turned into a fist and slapped towards the Supreme Elder of the Divine Spear sect. The Supreme Elder was slightly shocked. As expected, he did not use his full strength. While facing 3 Dao Convergence Realm cultivators at the same time, he could still defend against him with one hand. He stabbed out with his spear. It tore through space and pierced Lu Chengsheng's palm as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. He still looked nonchalant. The Supreme Elder's expression changed drastically. It was as if the spear in his hand had pierced the sky or an indestructible shield. Lu Changsheng said coldly, "Sneak attacks are not a good habit." After saying that hand suddenly held the spear tip in its hand. It trembled slightly. Cracks started to appear on the tip of the spear and kept appearing all over the spear. Crack! A shocking voice sounded. Under the Supreme Elder's horrified gaze, the spear broke inch by inch. One had to know that the level of his spear was not low. Then, Lu Chengsheng reached out his hand. The Supreme Elder was shocked. His body seemed to be pulled. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Just like that, Lu Chengsheng grabbed his head and held it in his hand. Lu Chengsheng smiled and said, "Since you're going to do it, you have to think carefully about the effect if you fail." Then, without waiting for the Supreme Elder to say anything, Lu Chengsheng tightened his grip. A power of Law of the Sword Dao rushed into the Supreme Elder's body. It kept howling in his body. It destroyed his vitality. In the blink of an eye, the Supreme Elder had no chance of survival. It crushed an intermediate stage Dao Convergence Realm cultivator to death. Such strength was too terrifying. The sect master of the Divine Spear sect closed his eyes in pain. The death of the Supreme Elder also meant that even if they escaped this time, their power was not as great as before. He might be devoured by the other 2 family members. From then on, he would fall from a second-rate force. It could be said that the current Divine Spear sect only existed in name. Of course, it was still unknown if he would be able to escape this calamity. When Lu Chengsheng killed this Supreme Elder, he didn't spare the 3 sect masters of the Divine Spear sect, the Frost Spirit sect, and Xuan Ming Cliff. The attack continued. The power did not decrease. Multitasking, however, it could still achieve a crushing effect. Such strength was too heaven-defying. Even Mu Fusheng was thinking about it. If his father fought with him, so what would the outcome be? If it was anyone else, Mu Fusheng was certain that his father would win. After seeing Lu Chengsheng's terrifying strength, Mu Fusheng hesitated. Lu Chengsheng didn't want to cause any more trouble. His expression froze. His arm trembled slightly. A wisp of the power of Law of the Sword Dao was added to the sword intent. In an instant, the combined attack of the 3 sect masters. At this moment, they were utterly defeated. There was no pause at all. There was no chance of resisting at all. Layers upon layers of destruction. The 3 sect masters suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The face god was shocked. They could still resist the attack just now. In other words, there was no way they could withstand the current attack. They were defeated. Sect Master Xuanming Cliff begged for mercy. "Let me go, you can choose any treasure from Xuanming Cliff." Lu Chengsheng curled his lips and said, "I don't like your stuff. Besides, if one really wanted it, wouldn't it be fine if one killed you and took it myself? One have to go anyway." Eliminate the root of the problem. Since they had decided to kill their sect master, he had to kill all his disciples. What if one of them was the chosen one? Wouldn't that be a hidden danger? Even though the probability was very small. With Lu Chengsheng's personality, he wouldn't let such a thing happen. Chapter 367 Chapter 367 Bloodline Tracking. Bloodline Suppression. Chapter 367 Bloodline Tracking. Bloodline Suppression. Everyone was shocked hearing Lu Chengsheng's words. He had to go in any case. The sect master of the Divine Spear sect had an ugly expression. His eyes were as dark as water as he said, "Sir, the other disciples of the sect did not do anything wrong, right?" Lu Chengsheng asked. "If you attack the Chu family, will you keep their fire seed?" The Divine Spear sect master was taken aback. It would be like if he said it wouldn't. Eliminate the root of the problem. Everyone knew this. This was absolutely impossible if there were hidden dangers because of his overconfidence. Even though the probability was very small, there was always a one chance. He had to nip this hidden danger in the bud. At this moment, the three sect masters finally could not withstand it. The first to bear the brunt was the sect master of the Divine Spear sect. Under the attack of the Sword Dao rules, the blood-colored spear in his hand shattered. There was no room for resistance. The extraordinary spear in the Divine Spear sect's sect master's hand cracked. With an ashen face, the power of law of the Sword Dao directly passed through the glabella of the sect master of the Divine Spear sect. Beams of sword principle rules surged into the Divine Spear sect master's body. It was completely destroyed from the inside. It destroyed all life. A top-notch expert standing at this latitude was easily killed. Even if his soul was not left behind, it was impossible for him to reincarnate. He saw what happened to the sect master of the Divine Spear sect. The Grand Master of the Frost Spirit sect let out a bitter laugh as well. Even though he did not give up resisting, he already thought that this was the end in his heart. Thinking back, it was also because of his greed. He had sacrificed himself and the entire sect for this supreme treasure. Was it worth it? Of course not. However, sometimes, a person had to pay a heavy price for their greed. Contentment makes one happy. This was the path to immortality. It's just that it's too late now. Begging for mercy. This was not the style of the Frost Spirit sect's sect master. She had a proud and unyielding character. What was the use of begging for mercy? The other party had already made it clear. It was time to eliminate them completely. Even the sect's disciples would not be spared. So how could they let the Dao Convergence Realm cultivators go? Lu Changsheng's expression didn't change. He watched as the Sword Dao laws transformed into a huge sword. He directly killed this beautiful Frost Spirit sect's sect master here. Sect master Qingfeng cried out when he saw that. He had directly self-destructed his body. His divine soul turned into a black evil aura and fled into the distance. The old gatekeeper of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect shook his head and said, "Even so, his cultivation level will drop drastically. He might directly fall to the soul divergence realm and his soul will be damaged. Without a huge opportunity in this life, it's impossible for him to recover his cultivation level." Sect Master Qingfeng could only reach the soul divergence realm in this lifetime. However, Lu Changsheng didn't think so. He could recover his cultivation even if he had a huge opportunity. That won't do. Even though he was only at the Dao Convergence realm, it did not seem to pose any threat to him. However, if he was secretly playing tricks, what if he really recovered his cultivation? Lu Changsheng waved his hand and summoned the blood mist that Sect Master Qingfeng had turned into. Then, he closed his hands and formed a seal. Mysterious marks made of blood mist kept appearing next to Lu Changsheng's hands. Bloodline tracking. Everyone looked at the blood-colored mark that kept flying towards the east. He was extremely shocked. Could he be using his blood to track Sect Master Qingfeng's soul? He could even do this. Lu Changsheng stepped forward. After 3 seconds, Lu Changsheng smiled, revealing a devilish smile. "Found you." Sect Master Qingfeng, who had already escaped from the Starfall mountain range, suddenly looked up. Above his spiritual soul was actually a long sword standing on it. His soul trembled, and then he kept hiding. Except, no matter how he hid, the sword floating above his head was like gangrene that could not be dodged no matter how hard he tried. On Lu Changsheng's side, a projection appeared up ahead. The projection showed the situation of Sect Master Qingfeng. Bloodline suppression. These words were uttered softly. In the projection, the swords of law floating above Sect Master Qingfeng's divine soul suddenly descended. It pierced through Sect Master Qingfeng's soul. Destruction. There were no traces left behind. Just like that, the sect masters of the 3 first-rate forces, 3 top-notch experts at this latitude, a Dao Convergence Realm cultivator, Lu Changsheng crushed him on the spot. Everyone was shocked by Lu Changsheng's amazing skills. Seeing Lu Changsheng looking at him, Bai Kikai smiled bitterly. He slapped the top of his head. He knew that there was no way he could escape. Even sect master Xuan Ming Cliff, who paid a huge price to use the blood escape technique to escape thousands of miles away, was also killed by Lu Chengsheng. How could he escape with such unfathomable strength? He might as well die with dignity. The 3 sects were all wiped out. Jian Wufang sighed with emotion when he saw the scene. This ending was truly a dream. Even if Mu Fusheng was here, it would be difficult to turn the situation around. After the masters of Yiqiubai and the other 2 arrived, there was an instant reversal. He destroyed the 3 sects with his own power. Just how strong was he? He had probably already reached the level of the Starfall Sword Emperor back then. Right. Lu Chengsheng looked at Jian Wufang and Mu Fusheng. Suspicion appeared in his eyes. For a moment, Jian Wufang, Mu Fusheng, and everyone present felt as if the Grim Reaper had placed a scythe on their necks. They couldn't breathe. Yiqiubai's expression suddenly changed as he hurriedly said, "Master, they are our friends. It's fine." At this moment, the suspicion in Lu Chengsheng's eye slowly disappeared. The power of law in his palm also quietly dissipated. Only then did Jian Wufang, Mu Fusheng, and the others realize how refreshing the air in this world was. They knew that if Yiqiubai hadn't said this, the ending would not be good in the next moment. They would all be killed on the spot by this extremely terrifying person. However, speaking of which, this senior was too cautious. He would not even let them off. He was already so strong. Did he really have to be so cautious? However, Mu Fusheng did not think so. He stared at Lu Chengsheng. His eyes lit up. This was a true expert. Cautious and powerful. He was our role model. That was exactly the kind of person he was talking about. Lu Chengsheng didn't stay any longer. Instead, he looked at Yiqiubai and said, "Go back and receive your punishment." Everyone knew what Lu Chengsheng was going to do. Chapter 368 Chapter 368 Sorcery. Chapter 368 Sorcery. Through the soul imprints of the 3 sect masters, Lu Chengsheng had already found the location of the 3 sects. First stop was the Frost Spirit sect that was closest to this place. The Frost Spirit sect was located in an icy plain. When Lu Chengsheng arrived, he could only see an endless ice field and coldness. A sect. He didn't even see a fart. However, even though it could not be seen with the naked eye, this didn't mean that Lu Chengsheng couldn't sense anything unusual. He hid the sect in a formation. Lu Chengsheng rubbed his chin and said, "That's a good idea. I can return and set up a formation to hide the cottage. But isn't this array formation a little too clumsy?" Lu Chengsheng quickly shook his head after observing for a while. No. My old habit is acting up again. I have to get down to business quickly." The people inside would escape when the time came. It would still take some time and effort even though they could still catch up. Lu Chengsheng didn't want to stay here for too long. He still had to go back and teach Yiqiubai a lesson. He didn't want to become more and more arrogant and mischievous. Most importantly, he was becoming less and less afraid of him. If that happened, it would be difficult to control. Thinking of this, Lu Chengsheng reached out his hand and grabbed forward without any hesitation. His physical body grabbed the space. He suddenly pulled it back. Rumble rumble. At this moment, it was as if the world had collapsed. The entire ice field was cracking. The sky seemed to be about to collapse. Cracks kept appearing in the space in front of Lu Chengsheng. Spatial turbulence kept seeping out of the cracks. As for the array formation in front of him, it was also destroyed at this moment. He revealed his true appearance. The Frost Spirit sect had appeared before them. At this moment, a few soul-splitting realm experts appeared with shocked expressions. He shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why did you offend the Frost Spirit sect?" He looked at the surroundings and was amazed by Lu Chengsheng's strength. What kind of realm was it? Only then could he achieve the effect of crushing space with one hand, shattering the heavens and the earth, and tearing their array formation apart. He raised 2 fingers and made a sword finger. Then, he pointed his sword fingers repeatedly. Streaks of sword intent pierced through the foreheads of the Frost Spirit sect elders. His soul dissipated. He disappeared on the spot. They appeared in the heart of the Frost Spirit sect. An old woman walked down the stairs with a walking stick. She raised her head and looked at Lu Chengsheng solemnly. In the surroundings, countless fairies of the Frost Spirit sect were shocked as well. The old woman didn't waste any time and shouted in a high-pitched voice, "Form the formation." Then, countless Cold Spirit sect disciples gathered their strength into this old woman's body. The old woman raised her walking stick high. Frost halos spread out from the top of the walking stick. Many ice mirrors were formed on Lu Changsheng's anniversary. Lu Changsheng didn't see this. It was as if he was ignoring this sect-protecting array. He also ignored the Tao Convergence Realm old woman and spread his hands. The rules of the sword principle were like a storm around Lu Changsheng. It swept through the entire Frost Spirit sect. Looking at this scene, despair appeared on the old woman's wrinkled face, who had offended such an expert. Just as he thought of this, there was no afterthought. The entire Frost Spirit sect was engulfed by the storm. They didn't even scream. All the disciples, including the old woman, were all grounded into powder. The entire Frost Spirit sect was reduced to nothingness. Lu Changsheng didn't stop. He was expressionless, hovering in midair. He stretched out his hand and pressed it down gently. The entire ice field was shattered. A huge pit formed under the icy plain. It turned into ice water and poured into it, forming a lake. From then on, the Frost Spirit sect would no longer exist. There was only a pool of lake water. The traces were destroyed. After doing all of this, Lu Changsheng clapped his hands and moved. It was the same scene. He appeared in the Divine Spear sect. The Divine Spear sect looked very domineering. The mountain peak was like a straight spear that stood between heaven and earth. He still killed the disciples here. At the same time, Lu Changsheng forcefully uprooted the spear-like mountain. Then it was stabbed into the ground. He slammed his palm down. This spear-like mountain was forcefully slammed into the ground. He cleaned his hands and tilted his head. Isn't this a little immoral? It was like putting incense on someone else's grave. Anyway, I'm not familiar with them. After thinking about it, Lu Changsheng disappeared again. He headed for Xuanming Cliff. Mu Fusheng, who was still in the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, was listening to the silver-armored commander's report. His eyes were filled with shock. He was too strong and too awesome. Of course, Mu Fusheng was not talking about strength. Everywhere Lu Changsheng went, he didn't just eliminate the root of the problem. He had done all sorts of things to destroy the corpses and traces. This was simply too much to his liking. Even a self-proclaimed crowd like Mu Fusheng could not think of such a cautious method. Then, Mu Fusheng suddenly thought of something. He looked at the silver-armored commander and the old man and said, "Remember, you must seal off the disappearance of this senior." Lock down. The old man frowned slightly and said, "How can such a big thing be locked down? The 3 first-rate forces had been wiped out from this realm after all. This matter was too big. It was impossible not to attract the attention of others." Mu Fusheng thought for a moment and smiled. The evil clans outside the territory just happened to appear. I'll push the blame to them. It's a good opportunity to remind the other factions in this realm how much their ancestors have contributed to their survival until now. The old man nodded and said, "All right, I understand." As for His Majesty, Mu Fusheng waved his hand and interrupted him. "I'll talk to him myself." The old man and the silver-armored commander nodded and immediately disappeared. He had to seal this news as soon as possible. Hearing Mu Fusheng's words, Jian Mufeng made the same choice. Lock down the news. At this moment, Lu Changsheng was sitting on a plain. It used to be a cliff here. No one could think of anything. A first-rate force had once stood here. It was Xuanming Cliff. Lu Changsheng looked at the panel that he hadn't seen in a long time. He had a headache. Host has triggered a mission. Please head to the Starfall Mountain range to take in a disciple. Name Mu Fusheng. Aptitude to become an emperor. Sealing divine power. Sorcery. It was easy for him to understand sealing divine power. Sorcery. What the hell was this? Lu Changsheng scratched his head. He suddenly felt that the world was no longer a beautiful place. These few disciples were already enough for him. Another one. Chapter 369. Chapter 369 Lenient after confessing. Sit in prison. Chapter 369 Lenient after confessing. Sit in prison. Mu Fusheng was quite influential. The news did not spread at all. The Starfalse Sword Ancestor sect also understood this and did not leak the news. When Lu Changsheng came back, Yi Qiubai lowered his head and walked over obediently. He held the wooden sword with both hands and handed it over. He said with a solemn expression, "Master, please punish me." Blackie and Shisheng had strange expressions on their faces. He recalled what Yi Qiubai had said previously. At that time, what should one do so that master won't punish me? Then, Mu Fusheng walked over and made a move. Ask for forgiveness. That's right. As long as he took the initiative to admit his mistake, he would definitely be punished lightly. They were master and disciple after all. When the time comes, you won't have the heart to punish him. Yi Qiubai believed him. He took out a wooden sword and handed it to Lu Changsheng, asking for punishment. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and asked, "Tell me, what did you do wrong?" Yi Qiubai immediately said, "I shouldn't have provoked so many factions. One troubled master to make a trip and help me resolve the threat. What else? Something didn't seem right." Yi Qiubai glanced at Lu Changsheng. When he saw that Lu Changsheng's expression didn't change, he continued, "We shouldn't be too high-profile and provoke other forces." "Which other forces did you offend?" "I can't say that I offended them, it's just that Zeiking's family seems to be quite powerful." "So?" Lu Changsheng's eyebrows twitched. He clenched his fists and said, "Go on. Killing the personal disciples of a few factions will probably be a little troublesome in the future." Veins were already showing on Lu Changsheng's hands. "Well then nothing." Everyone's breathing was so heavy that one could hear a pin drop. Yi Qiubai's heart was the most tormented. Lu Changsheng was breathing heavily. He was a little puzzled. He should be fine. Right. DMN. Mu Fusheng's idea was really useful. Confess and be lenient. At this moment, Lu Changsheng finally broke the silence and said, "Yi Qiubai." Hearing him call out, Yi Qiubai's body trembled and he hurriedly replied, "Disciple is here. Have you ever heard of a saying?" The corners of Lu Changsheng's mouth kept twitching, and his eyes were full of killing intent. When Blackie and Shisheng saw the scene, they were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Good God, something was about to happen. "Big senior brother, my condolences." Lu Changsheng's tone was calm, but everyone who knew him knew that at this moment, Lu Changsheng was like a volcano about to erupt. "I'll be lenient since you confessed. Sit in prison. Go home and celebrate the new year." Yi Qiubai's expression changed. He did not care about anything else and hurriedly threw the wooden sword in his hand out. He turned around and ran. He used the wind intent to support his body. Then, he used his sword domain to transform into a sea of swords to increase his speed. He even used the endless will in the primordial sword scripture to allow his spiritual Kai to be sufficient. He was holding a handful of spiritual Kai recovery pills that Lu Changsheng gave him. It could be said that Yi Qiubai used all his strength to escape. He did not forget to shout as he ran, "Mu Fusheng, just you wait." Mu Fusheng smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "How would one know that your master doesn't play by the rules?" Then, he coughed and turned around. He could not bear to see the rest of the segment. He looked at Yi Qiubai's fleeing back. Lu Changsheng smiled contemptuously then. He casually grabbed as if he had broken through the void. Yi Qiubai's body couldn't move. Yi Qiubai pulled a long face and smiled bitterly. Then, he was pulled back by an invisible force and could not resist at all. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Yi Qiubai cried, "Master, master. Long time no see." Lu Changsheng threw it into the air with a cold face. Then, he casually pointed. A wisp of the power of law directly surrounded Yi Qiubai. Layers upon layers like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qiubai's scream sounded. This scream, anyone who heard it would be sad. Blackie and Shisheng looked at each other and rolled their throats. Lu Changsheng looked at the two of them and sneered. "Now you know the consequences." "Right." The two of them hurriedly nodded. He was afraid that he would receive the same treatment as big senior brother if he was late. This was a warning to the others. It should be able to make these brats behave. Right. After settling the matters here, Lu Changsheng looked at Mu Fusheng and said, "I hope the news won't spread." Mu Fusheng cupped his hands and said, "Senior, don't worry. After you arrived, I immediately sent people to seal off all news of this place. One definitely won't let anyone know of your existence. Lu Changsheng was slightly surprised. This kid is quite intelligent. Not bad, not bad. Jian Wufeng and the old guard also walked over. They cupped their hands and thanked him. Thank you for your help, Senior. The Starfall Sword Ancestor sect would have suffered a great loss if it wasn't for you. Jian Wufeng did not say that the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect would be destroyed. The Starfall Sword Ancestor sect still had a trump card. A trump card that could resist the 3 first-rate factions. But it made sense, since the foundation of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect was still very strong. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said, I have to thank you. These 3 brats are not related to you and yet you used the entire sect to protect them. Jian Wufeng chuckled and said, It's not considered unrelated. Yiqiubai has already obtained the inheritance of our sect's Sword Emperor. According to the rules, even if he's our sect's Sword Son, it's only right to protect him. Sword Son, this kid is quite popular. Should one just throw him to the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect? At this moment, Jian Wufeng said, Senior, why don't you come to my place to rest? One can thank you better there too. Lu Changsheng shook his head. No, I should be the one thanking you. Tell me, what do you want? Since the other party helped Yiqiubai like this, and Yiqiubai was his disciple, he had to return the favor. The hardest thing to repay wasn't money, but favor. Therefore, it would be best if he could resolve it on the spot. Jian Wufeng hurriedly shook his head. No need, this is the duty of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. However, Lu Changsheng didn't agree. He quickly said, No, I have to. Jian Wufeng and the old man couldn't do it anymore. Why are you so insistent? However, seeing Lu Changsheng's determined tone, he could only smile bitterly and say, Then give us some pointers on how to comprehend the power of the Sword Dao. Wasn't this simple? Then, he pointed his finger. A wisp of the power of law of the Sword Dao seeped out of his body. It slowly floated in front of Jian Wufeng. Use this for your comprehension. The Starfall Sword Ancestor sect relied on this wisp of Sword Dao, power of law, to stand at the peak of the boundless world many years later. Chapter 370. Chapter 370. This trip was not in vain. Chapter 370. This trip was not in vain. In this way, he could be considered to have returned the favor. Jian Wufeng and the old man's eyes were filled with excitement. They could feel that as long as they comprehended the power of law of the Sword Dao, their Sword Dao realm, which had not been broken through for a long time, could reach a higher level. To them, it could be said to be the most precious gift. Lu Changsheng looked around and saw Mu Fusheng. He waved his hand. Mu Fusheng was slightly taken aback. Even though he did not know why such a top-notch expert had called him, he still walked over. What can I do for you, Senior? Lu Changsheng looked at Mu Fusheng and said, Not really. There's one thing. Senior, please speak. Lu Changsheng looked at Mu Fusheng. Honestly, this kid was quite to his lilting. It wouldn't be bad if he took him in as a disciple. It should save him some trouble. Thinking of this, he said, 111 want to take you in as my disciple. Are you willing? Such a super expert had taken a fancy to Mu Fusheng. However, Mu Fusheng's status was indeed not weak. Would an expert of this level really take a fancy to refaction behind Mu Fusheng? Even the boundless empire would not be able to move him. Right. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to Mu Fusheng's talent? Jian Wufeng thought about it carefully. Mu Fusheng did not have any impressive achievements. He usually kept an extremely low profile. He was more like a scion of the royal family who was waiting for death. Even the silver-armored commander and the old man beside Mu Fusheng had strange expressions. It could be said that even though Mu Fusheng was talented, this personality, he was too afraid of death. If he didn't dare to fight, how could he reach the peak stage? At least, that was what they thought. What did the senior see in Mu Fusheng? Mu Fusheng was stunned as well. To be able to catch the eye of such a super expert, then his strength could also increase rapidly. After his strength increased, coupled with his cautious yes, be cautious, then his life would be even more foolproof. Mu Fusheng's expression was solemn. He immediately bowed and said, "Disciple Mu Fusheng greets Master." Once those words were spoken, the mechanical voice sounded in Lu Chengsheng's mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and issuing the reward. Seal Book 99 Primordial Divine Thunder. Heavenly Thunder Dao Exorcism. Heavenly Thunder Dao Exorcism." After reading the introduction, Lu Chengsheng finally understood. He could transform into a lightning tribulation and resist retribulation with his body with such a Dao drive. Lu Chengsheng nodded. Then, he took out the seal book and said, "This is a seal book. Since you're familiar with the Dao of seals, take it and study it. It will greatly improve your seal path." Mu Fusheng carefully received it. After reading it for the first time, his expression changed from shock to joy. The seal techniques recorded on it were all lost or seals that he had never seen before. One had to know that as the Prince of the Boundless Empire, it could be said that Mu Fusheng had already come into contact with all the sealing techniques that he could come into contact with. There was almost no seal technique that could make him unable to recognize it. However, he basically did not know the rest other than few that were lost. Moreover, it was extremely powerful. Lu Chengsheng asked casually, "What kind of seal are you good at?" Mu Fusheng scratched his head and said rather embarrassedly, "Master, I'm good at escaping talismans and defensive seals." Hearing this, the silver-armored commander and the old man's faces darkened. They covered their faces speechlessly. Their prince was really... how intoxicating. Lu Chengsheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Recalling what Mu Fusheng had done, he asked, "Why did you choose these two types? You have to know that almost all martial cultivators in the world specialize in killing-type Dao techniques, formations, and seals." Mu Fusheng replied without hesitation, "We can only deal damage if we survive. 11. If he dies, what's the use of this killing power? What about the escape talisman? Where there's life, there's hope." The more Lu Chengsheng listened, the brighter his eyes became. Good God! Good Lord! This person had a bright future. Lu Chengsheng patted Mu Fusheng's shoulder happily and laughed. "You're not bad, you're not bad." Mu Fusheng was puzzled. For a moment, he couldn't tell if Lu Chengsheng was mocking him or praising him. One had to know that every time he said these words, even his father would scold him for failing to meet his expectations. Even though he wouldn't listen, Mu Fusheng was prepared to be reprimanded. Lu Chengsheng smiled and said, "Remember your original intention, keep it up, you're right, so don't listen to others and change your path." Understand, his words were shocking. As soon as he said this, they were all stunned. No matter the silver-armored commander, the old man, or Jian Wufeng. Well, what kind of explanation was that? There was such a thing. Only Blackie and Shisheng were nor surprised. In fact, they were even thinking that Mu Fusheng was probably going to become his master's most beloved disciple. At the thought of this, the two of them shook their heads helplessly. Mu Fusheng was also excited. A confidante. Finally, someone could understand him. Mu Fusheng immediately held Lu Chengsheng's hand and said solemnly, "All right, I'll listen to the master's instructions." "Good disciple. Good master." At this moment, the two of them held hands tightly. They were like a pair of old friends. This scene, everyone could not help but cover their faces. So, this was what a top-notch expert was like. Then, Lu Chengsheng then taught Mu Fusheng the 9 primordial heavenly lightning Dao. He said, "This is a killing technique. You can take a look at it normally. However, we still have to focus on the seal." Mu Fusheng hurriedly nodded. "I know the severity of the matter, Master. Don't worry." Then, he took out a jade pendant and said, "After you're done, you can use this jade pendant to find my location. I'll leave first." Mu Fusheng nodded. "Take care, Master." His eyes were filled with excitement and respect. Obviously, at this moment, Lu Chengsheng was truly convinced by Mu Fusheng. At the same time, Lu Chengsheng finally understood what it meant. He finally had a disciple who could make him worry. It could be said that this trip was not in vain. At the thought of this, Lu Chengsheng took away Yi Qiubai's power of law. Then, he tore open the space and left. After Yi Qiubai came down, he looked at Mu Fusheng bitterly. "Junior brother, Mu Fusheng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Senior brother, you can't blame me. How would I know that master would not play by the rules? Yi Qiubai suspected that Mu Fusheng was trying to usurp the throne. Looking at Yi Qiubai's dangerous gaze, Mu Fusheng laughed and hugged Yi Qiubai's shoulder. All right. We family now, let's drink. You'll go back and study the seal technique that master gave me after drinking this. Chapter 371 Chapter 371 Heavenly Lightning Escape Talisman. Chapter 371 Heavenly Lightning Escape Talisman. This matter was over. Yi Qiu, Bei Sheng, and Blackie followed Mu Fusheng to the Boundless Empire. Of course, he did not go to see Mu Fusheng's father, who was also the emperor of the Boundless Empire. They went to cultivate after the four of them had a drink. Yi Qiubai and the other two consolidated their comprehension and combat experience from the previous battle. Mu Fusheng flipped open the seal book. The 9 primordial divine thunder was placed aside. Just like what Lu Changsheng said, Mu Fusheng also felt that this seal book was more important. After flipping it open, Mu Fusheng was captivated by the ancient seals, especially the escape techniques and defensive seals. For example, the Heavenly Lightning Escape Talisman. It turned into lightning and fled the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, if it was a thunderstorm, the effect would be even greater. This escape talisman was much stronger than Mu Fusheng's previous ones. The distance of his escape had increased by 10 times. At the same time, his speed caught people off guard. What attracted Mu Fusheng the most were not these 2 points. Even though it was also attractive, this Heavenly Lightning Escape Talisman could be used with a defensive talisman in the seal book. The 9-fold lightning shield. It could summon 9 bolts of lightning and turn them into a shield to resist the enemy in all aspects. Of course, the 9-fold lightning required 9 different types of lightning as a medium. The stronger the lightning, the stronger it was, the stronger the defense. Even an ordinary bolt of lightning could withstand a full-strength attack from a beginner-stage Dao Convergence Realm cultivator. What if he found the legendary power of lightning? In that case, other than his master, no one would be able to break through this latitude. As for the Heavenly Lightning Escape Talisman, it could use the 9-fold lightning to increase the speed of escape. Mu Fusheng sighed. As expected of master, these seals are much better than the books in the palace treasury. Of course, the difficulty would also increase. The 9-fold lightning shield talisman could not be engraved for the time being. Mu Fusheng thought that it was still not safe to use ordinary lightning to outline it. When the time came, he would get someone to look for it. No, he couldn't let others find him. He had to go himself. This seal had to be used as a life-saving trump card. The fewer people who knew, the better. He took out the talisman brush as well as high-grade talisman paper and started to paint on it. Speaking of which, Mu Fusheng had 2 talents. Cultivation talent and soul talent. Soul talent was the foundation of alchemy and talisman drawing. As for setting up an array formation, it required a strong perception and affinity for the power of heaven and earth. Seals and formations didn't look much different. However, the former used his own strength and used a special technique to carve the seal. As for the formation, it used the power of the world as a medium to release the power of the world. Mu Fusheng's spiritual talent was very high, much higher than that of ordinary people and martial cultivators of the same realm. Therefore, when he was inscribing the talisman, it could guarantee speed and accuracy. Ordinary talisman masters needed 3 days to complete a talisman. On the other hand, Mu Fusheng only needed half a day. This was the difference in soul power. However, this seal still allowed Mu Fusheng to carve for 2 days. He had only completed 1. Of course, the completion rate was also extremely high. The Heavenly Lightning Escape Talisman was extremely practical. It was the lowest level seal among the seal books. With Mu Fusheng's current abilities, he could only come into contact with seals of this level. After picking up the Heavenly Lightning Escape Talisman, Mu Fusheng went to the Imperial Prison alone. In the Heaven Prison, countless prisoners from the boundless world were imprisoned. There was no lack of experts with extremely high cultivation amongst them. They were all suppressed here. The boundless empire had paid a huge price in order to suppress these people. A suppression formation was set up here, as well as a formation that prevented spatial teleportation. Mu Fasheng wanted to test the effectiveness of the heavenly lightning escape talisman here. As for entering quietly, with Mu Fasheng's abilities, it was naturally impossible for him to sneak into such a heavily guarded place. Instead of being discovered, he might as well come up with a reasonable excuse and enter openly. With Mu Fasheng's identity, it was easy to fabricate a reason to enter. After entering, he came to the depths. The cages here were all sealed, and every room was sealed tightly. There were countless seals and arrays stuck on it, coupled with the fact that the heaven prison was a huge suppression array. It had been built from this heaven prison until now. No one could escape from it. Mu Fasheng took out the heavenly lightning escape talisman. He looked around again and saw that there was no one around. He took out a talisman and a magic treasure that could isolate the aura. He used the heavenly lightning escape talisman after confirming that no one was observing. Spirit Kai poured into it and activated the seal. In an instant, Mu Fasheng turned into a bolt of purple lightning. It pierced through the prison and the array formation. It did not even attract anyone's attention. It turned into a bolt of lightning and fell into the sky. Dark clouds descended. A wave of purple lightning struck towards Mu Fasheng's residence. Mu Fasheng's body appeared in his residence. That's right. This heavenly lightning escape talisman had another heaven-defying effect. He could choose any location within the range. This was something that all long-distance escape talismans could not do in the boundless world. It could only be done at a short distance. Moreover, even though short-distance escape talismans could determine the landing point, there would often be some deviations. Mu Fasheng was overjoyed. Then, he entered the room and drew seals once again. He still needed to confirm it a few more times. After a certain distance, there would be a deviation, or perhaps, he had to check the seal book for the longest distance he could escape. This way, nothing would go wrong. And after doing all this, it took Mu Fasheng 2 months. One of them was carving seals for a month. There were 20 days of traveling. However, the distance of his escape and the deviation of his landing point were exactly the same. He wrote these down on a sheepskin scroll. A silver-armored guard knocked on the door and entered. Your Highness, the Emperor has summoned you. Father. Mu Fasheng smiled. You actually endured for so long before summoning me. Looks like Father's tolerance has improved. With that, Mu Fasheng kept the scroll. He got up and headed for the palace. They arrived at the palace. Mu Fasheng sat down casually and poured himself a glass of wine. Mu Zhenting looked at his son helplessly and said, Aren't you going to tell me if I don't ask you? Mu Fasheng asked in surprise. Father, what's the matter? Mu Zhenting's face darkened. About you taking that expert as your master. Hearing this, Mu Fasheng spread his hands and said, Since you know, why are you still asking me? Mu Zhenting was the emperor after all. He could seal the news and let others not know. But it would be too much to let him not know. He looked at Mu Fasheng's annoying look. Mu Zhenting felt that, if he could, he would definitely put righteousness before family. However, he still endured it and said, All right, tell me what you think. Chapter 372 Chapter 372 Mu Zhenting's defeat. Chapter 372 Mu Zhenting's defeat. Mu Fasheng was the successor of the Boundless Empire and was also Mu Zhenting's son. Even though there was no kinship in the royal family, the Boundless Empire clearly did not have such a tradition. The first thing to nurture in the royal family of the Boundless Empire was always not to cause internal strife. Whichever field you are suitable for, you will take up the official position in that field. For example, Princess Mu Qingfeng was good at military combat, so she led the military. Her relationship with Mu Fasheng was also extremely good. In the future, one of them would lead the army, while the other would lead the empire. With the two of them cooperating, the Boundless Empire would definitely have a successor. Hence, regarding Mu Fasheng's matter, Mu Zhenting had always been very concerned. It had been 2 months. Why didn't she report such a big matter like becoming his disciple to him? Mu Zhenting had no choice but to get someone to call him over. What are you thinking about becoming my disciple? In the past, There were so many capable people in the dynasty. If you don't want them, 111 arrange for other sects and hidden experts outside the dynasty for you. You'll still abandon them. Now, you're bowing so easily. Mu Fasheng might look like this. He looked like a naughty disciple who only knew how to eat and wait for death. In reality, Mu Fasheng was extremely shrewd and arrogant at the same time. Mu Fasheng spread his hands and replied, "He's very strong, and his philosophy is similar to mine. If such a person wants to take me in as his disciple, one naturally can't reject him." That's right. Mu Fasheng had rejected them not only because he looked down on them. It was because in terms of philosophy, they were at odds with each other. These so-called capable people, everyone's point of view was surprisingly consistent. The people of the world cultivated and ascended the path of martial arts. He had to fight with the heavens, the earth, and others. Only then could he fight for his cultivation and walk further on the path of cultivation. However, what was Mu Fasheng thinking? What was the purpose of cultivating? Wasn't it all for longevity? Whether it was competing with heaven and earth or with humans, there was an extremely high risk of death. Then, what was the point of pursuing this longevity? Thus, Mu Fasheng felt that they were wrong. The right thing to do was to hide and cultivate quietly. He would quietly become stronger. Then, he would set up his defense to ensure that he did not die. This way, he could live longer. Only then would he have the chance to break through. From there, he could achieve his goal of longevity. His Tao heart was different. Naturally, they could not work together. Because of this, Mu Fasheng had rejected many people. Until Lu Changsheng showed up. It was as if he had met a soulmate. Even if Lu Changsheng didn't take the initiative to accept him as a disciple, Mu Fasheng would beg Lu Changsheng to accept him as his disciple. However, Mu Fasheng naturally would not say such words. Wouldn't his father beat him half to death if he said that? Seeing this, Mu Jinting could only sigh helplessly. He could not control his son. Forget it. Forget it. That person is very strong. At least, he's not inferior to me. Since you can acknowledge him as your master, it proves that there's nothing wrong with his character. Since that's the case, learn well and don't walk those crooked paths again. Mu Fasheng sneered in his heart. However, on the surface, he still replied brightly, "Yes, all right. Go pick a few treasures from the treasure vault and send them to your master. Since you've become his disciple, you have to have a gift. The etiquette of a member of the royal family cannot be disregarded. Pick a few treasures." Mu Fasheng looked up and thought about the grades of the treasures. He recalled the seal book that his master had casually thrown to him and the 99 primordial divine thunder. Perhaps Shi Sheng's star power cultivation technique was also given to him by his master. And so, even Mu Fasheng himself felt a little embarrassed. With a difficult expression, he shook his head and said, "Let's forget it. Master doesn't care much about these things." Mu Fasheng decided to be more tactful in order not to hurt his father. Mu Jinting said solemnly, "No, we cannot be so tactless even if your master doesn't care about it." Mu Fasheng still refused. Actually, master has no shortage of these things in the treasury. No shortage. Mu Jinting was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. The other party was a top expert who was not inferior to him after all. He definitely had a foundation. It was normal for the things in the treasure vault to not be presentable. Hence, Mu Jinting waved his hand. In his palm, 3 heavenly treasures appeared. Mu Fasheng took a look and was slightly shocked. These 3 heavenly treasures could make all the factions in the boundless world jealous. Any one of them could cause a storm of blood. The first item was the heavenly mountain snow lotus. It would have the effect of clearing the heart and calming the soul as long as it was placed at the side. This was very useful even for experts like Mu Jinting. It could be said that it was a heavenly treasure that all experts dreamed of when cultivating. The second item, the lightning nirvana sword. This sword was second only to the Starfall sword, Emperor's 9-foot Starfall sword. The 9-foot Starfall sword could already be considered the highest level weapon in the boundless world. The lightning nirvana sword was placed in a top-notch faction. It could be used as a sectarting treasure. The third item was the martial monarch realm space shuttle. This shuttle ship was the Imperial Lord Mu Zhengting's personal shuttle ship. It could even resist spatial storms to a certain extent. If it was any other day, Mu Fusheng would definitely praise his father's generosity. He also chose one of them and gave it away. But these seemed to pale in comparison, even compared to the Seal Book and the 99 Primordial Divine Thunder. These 3 items were good, but he still couldn't send it out. Mu Fusheng looked troubled. Dad, why don't we forget about it, keep it for ourselves? Mu Zhengting frowned and said angrily. What's wrong with you? Have you forgotten the etiquette one taught you since you were young? Even if your master doesn't care, we have to. If that's the case, then I can only find another study companion. I'll let him teach you again. Mu Fusheng smiled bitterly and could only say what he was thinking. It's not that one don't want to abide by etiquette, but these things master might really not care for them. Not care for them? Mu Zhengting was stunned. He even looked down at the 3 items suspiciously. One had to know that even he was a little reluctant to give these 3 items away. Don't care for them. Mu Fusheng looked at Mu Zhengting's doubtful gaze and could only say to him, Master has a disciple. My current senior brother, who cultivates the power of the stars. This power of the stars was given to him by Master. Mu Zhengting. Mu Fusheng would not reveal the Seal Book and the 99 Primordial Divine Thunder first. They were his trump cards. However, there was only one thing. Mu Zhengting coughed and blushed. He turned around. Then invite your master over for a drink later. Our royal family's wine is still top-notch. The wine that master personally brewed is quite delicious. Then, Mu Fusheng handed over the white wine Lu Changsheng gave him before he left. Mu Zhengting took a sip and didn't want to talk anymore. Chapter 373 Chapter 373 Master, can you refund the goods? Chapter 373 Master, can you refund the goods? The time for cultivation always passed in a flash. 1 month passed in a blink of an eye. During this period of time, Mu Fusheng's sealing skills had improved. He became more and more familiar with the engraving of the Heavenly Lightning Escape Talisman. In a month, he had carved 50 to 60 cards. Looking at the Heavenly Lightning Escape Talismans on the table in front of him, Mu Fusheng nodded in satisfaction. With these, it should be enough for Big Senior Brother and the others. However, it was not possible to rely on the Heavenly Lightning Escape Talisman alone. This was only used when something happened after all. Mu Fusheng still felt that it was best not to use the Heavenly Lightning Escape Talisman if possible. However, with Yi Qiubai's level of trouble, how long had he been in the boundless world? He had already provoked so many forces. Mu Fusheng could not help but cover his forehead. Master was such a smart person. Why didn't he teach Big Senior Brother and the others to cause less trouble? Therefore, Mu Fusheng felt that he had an obligation and a responsibility as Lu Chengsheng's disciple. Help Master solve this problem. Otherwise, not only would his master suffer, he would also be implicated as Yi Qiubai's junior brother. At the thought of this, Mu Fusheng didn't hesitate and headed straight for Yi Qiubai's seclusion place. Yi Qiubai happened to come out of seclusion when they arrived. Seeing Mu Fusheng walking over quickly, she was slightly taken aback. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Mu Fusheng's face was solemn. His eyes were filled with seriousness. Yi Qiubai's expression couldn't help but congeal as he asked. What happened? Something big? Mu Fusheng said seriously. If we don't resolve this, I'm afraid it will affect us and Master. Yi Qiubai's expression changed drastically. His master would also be implicated. What exactly was it that would implicate a super expert like his master? Master could be said to be an omnipotent existence in his heart. No matter how strong an existence was in their eyes, they could kill him in one strike. A person who could never see the end of his strength. Mu Fusheng nodded. This matter is related to you. Big Senior Brother. Something to do with me. Yi Qiubai took a deep breath. After calming down, he said, what can one do? Only Big Senior Brother can do this himself. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me quickly. Mu Fusheng nodded. Big Senior Brother, you must keep a low profile in the future. Did I provoke an existence that can threaten Master? Yi Qiubai thought about it carefully and was a little puzzled. That's not it. What I mean is, Mu Fusheng explained, Big Senior Brother is too good at causing trouble if this continues. It won't do. Yi Qiubai's face darkened. He thought it was something serious. In the end, he came to tell him not to cause trouble. Mu Fusheng seemed to know what Yi Qiubai was thinking and said, "Big senior brother, don't think that this is a small matter. You have to know how many hidden experts there are in this world we don't even know. What if you accidentally provoke them?" Yi Qiubai covered his face helplessly. To be honest, he was drunk. Mu Fusheng was practically carved from the same mold as his master. They were all so cautious. Mu Fusheng said, "By the way, senior brother, who else did you provoke? Tell me first so that one can make preparations." "Prepare for what?" "Of course. We have to take precautions. Your talent is so strong. And senior brother Shisheng also has the treasures below the Kunlun Heavenly Lake. They will definitely attack in secret." Yi Qiubai looked up at the sky. Could he ask his master to return the goods? Take in this monster. However, Yi Qiubai still mentioned those factions. After recording it down, Mu Fusheng said nonchalantly, "Senior brother, one heard that there's something going on between you and that young lady from the Mu family." Yi Qiubai was stunned. "How did you know?" "I know Mu Qisheng too." Mu Fusheng smiled. "However, it's still difficult to take her down. I'm not saying that she doesn't like you. I also believe that something has happened between the two of you. What I'm referring to is the Mu family's obstruction." Yi Qiubai sat down and asked, "What do you mean?" As the prince of the boundless empire, Mu Fusheng naturally knew more. The Mu clan is one of the 3 great clans in the boundless world. Their power is even stronger than first-rate forces. It can be said that other than the boundless empire and the Starfall Sword ancestor sect, the status of these 3 families has never changed. They have been passed down since ancient times and have extremely powerful foundations. He had already expected this. In other words, will the Mu family look down on me? Mu Fusheng shook his head and said, "You have master as your background. The identity of the Starfall Sword ancestor sect sword son, and me as your junior brother. In terms of identity and talent, there's definitely no problem." Yi Qiubai was puzzled. Then why wouldn't they like me? You should know that the young lady of the Mu family, Mu Ziking, has a physique problem. Right. Of course he knew he was the one who asked his master to solve Mu Ziking's physical problem. Mu Fusheng continued, "Even though the problem with her physique has been resolved, it was also because of this that she became the Mu family's weapon. The problem with her physique has been completely resolved, and her talent has increased infinitely. It seems that her physique can establish a certain connection with the Mu family's ancient ancestor. Therefore, in order to ensure the purity of Mu Ziking's bloodline, you should understand what one mean." Right. He understood that the Mu family would definitely not allow Mu Ziking to marry in order to ensure the purity of her bloodline. Therefore, Yi Qiubai's goal would definitely be obstructed by the Mu family. Mu Fusheng quietly looked at Yi Qiubai and asked, "What are your plans after knowing this?" Yi Qiubai stood up and smiled. "Plans, it's very simple. Isn't Ziking used as a weapon by the Mu family? That means that what the Mu family needs is just Ziking's strength. So, I just need to increase my strength and surpass the power that Ziking has. Won't the Mu family be able to reconsider?" Mu Fusheng smiled and shook his head. "You really have your style. But I guess that you would say the same. Why are you trying to persuade me not to provoke the Mu family again?" Mu Fusheng also stood up and shook his head. "If it was a power that had nothing to do with you, one would naturally advise you not to provoke it. But, this is an important matter in your life. Senior brother, it doesn't matter if I take a risk," Yi Qiubai said helplessly. "What risk are you taking? It's not like you're going to the Mu family." Mu Fusheng spread his hands. "I'm your junior brother. Since you've provoked the Mu family, 111 naturally be implicated. Isn't that so? Master, can you return this guy?" Chapter 374 Chapter 374 Mutation in the Boundary Mountain. Chapter 374 Mutation in the Boundary Mountain. After that, Mu Fusheng gave the Heavenly Lightning Escape Talisman to Yi Qiubai, Shisheng, and Blackie. At the same time, 10 days later, a shocking piece of news spread. The Boundary Mountain, a huge mountain range that divided the boundless world. Legend had it that on the other side of the Boundary Mountain were 3 forbidden areas for life. It was known that there was a demonic abyss. Mu Fusheng was immediately summoned by the emperor. At this moment, in the palace hall, Mu Zhenting was dressed in a golden dragon robe. A 5-foot golden dragon was engraved on the dragon robe. It meant that this person was the master of this dynasty. Below Mu Zhenting were dozens of ministers standing with their heads lowered. When Mu Fusheng arrived, he saw a rather familiar woman. The woman had an exquisite face. However, he was wearing majestic armor. The killing intent in it did not conflict with the woman's appearance and temperament at all. The two strange configurations were extremely compatible. It could be said to be very strange. However, it had a different style. As for this person, it was the third princess of the boundless empire, Mu Qingfeng, who was in charge of the military power in the world. She had extremely powerful military talent. Mu Fusheng walked over and greeted her with a smile. Sister, when did you come back? Even though Mu Qingfeng's body was filled with a murderous aura that looked like she had already been stained with blood, she still had a gentle smile on her face when she saw Mu Fusheng. I just got back. Mu Fusheng was about to ask about her well-being when Mu Zhenting, who was sitting on the throne, coughed heavily. Only then did Mu Fusheng stand awkwardly at the side. It was a rare rule. When Mu Zhenting saw this, he sighed helplessly in his heart before starting to talk about serious matters with a solemn expression. Everyone knows about the mutation in Boundary Mountain, right? Prince Lin Long, who was extremely powerful in this court, stood up and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, the mutiny in the Boundary Mountain happened 3 days ago. The City Lord's Manor of Dragon Enlightenment City has reported that an extremely unstable force is accumulating strength, and this power is filled with evil aura. Evil aura. The ministers began to discuss. The topic of discussion was none other than the evil clans outside the territory. Even Mu Zhenting's eyes turned cold. He had long known that the evil clans outside the territory had already started moving again. However, he did not expect them to have already begun to infiltrate the Boundary Mountain. At the same time, even though Mu Zhenting had already sent envoys to other low-latitude realms, the effect was minimal. The evil clans outside the territory were unstoppable. It had already occupied several realms. Among them, only the heavenly spirit realm was temporarily defended. The seals of the evil clans outside the territory outside the Boundary Mountain were restless. It was probably related to this. At this moment, Mu Qingfeng volunteered. Your Majesty, let me lead the troops to investigate. Mu Zhenting had the same thought. All right. Let's put everything else aside for now. We have to prioritize the matter at the Boundary Mountain now. We can't be too cautious. Mu Qingfeng's expression was similarly grave. She knew the importance of this matter. It concerned the survival of the boundless realm. Then, Mu Zhenting looked at Mu Fusheng, who seemed to be in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking, but he seemed to have an idea. Mu Fusheng. Go with Mu Qingfeng. Oh, Mu Fusheng, who was in a daze, replied subconsciously. Then, he came back to his senses and his expression changed drastically. Ah, father. No, you can't push your son into the fire pit. The ministers below seemed to be used to it. Only Prince Lin Long stood up and smiled at the invitation. Your Highness, His Majesty must have his reasons for doing this, so let's not reject him. Hearing this, Mu Fusheng suddenly looked at Prince Lin Long. The cynicism on his face disappeared and was replaced with a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. Prince Lin Long smiled and asked, What's the matter? Your Highness, just say it. Heli. Mu Fusheng chuckled and did not reply. Instead, he looked at Mu Zhenting. Mu Zhenting said seriously, Mu Fusheng, you can't refuse. This was a form of training for him. At the same time it was also for a plan. The internal affairs of the boundless empire had been very restless recently. This was not a good sign. Mu Fusheng could not refuse and could only nod. All right then. You'll take my leave first. One need to go back and prepare. Mu Zhenting nodded and said, Go. Go with Mu Qingfeng in 2 days. Mu Fusheng nodded, cupped his hands, and left. Before he left, he glanced at Prince Lin Long again unintentionally. In these 2 days, Mu Fusheng called Yi Qiubai and the other two over and told them what had happened. Yi Qiubai and the other two didn't hesitate and immediately agreed to go with Mu Fusheng. Firstly, there was nothing to do recently. Even though it was quiet to cultivate in seclusion here, it was more beneficial to go out and train. Secondly, Mu Fusheng had already become their junior brother, which meant that they were a family. He had to help if there was any difficulty. Mu Fusheng did not cultivate the following 2 days. Instead, he was carving seals. It was the defensive seal on the seal book. Even though these seals were the lowest grade of seal books, it was many times stronger than the seal in Mu Fusheng's hand. As for the 9-fold lightning shield, he had yet to find any lightning, so he could only give up. The 2 days passed in no time. On this day, Mu Qingfeng arrived at Mu Fusheng's residence. At this moment, Yi Qiubai and the other 2 were also here. Qingfeng Mu sized up the 3 of them and smiled at Mu Fusheng. "Brother, who are these people? Why haven't I seen them before?" Mu Fusheng smiled and introduced. "These 3 are my senior brothers. They are Yi Qiubai, Shi Sheng, and Blackie." Mu Qingfeng was surprised by this. She already knew that Mu Fusheng had become someone's disciple. To be able to be the master of her imperial brother, how powerful were his disciples? At the thought of this, Mu Qingfeng decided to find an opportunity to give it a try. "Let's go." The 4 of them followed Mu Qingfeng onto a giant ship. Beside them were countless auras of experts. The silver-armored Imperial Guard was among them. Obviously, the royal family's attitude towards the Boundary Mountain this time was very serious. Everyone set off. At this moment, nighttime, in the Boundary Mountain, in the forest, there was a faint black fog surrounding it. The black fog was filled with evil energy. "It's been so many years, it's time." Voices could be heard from within the black mist. The Starfall Sword Emperor turned his body into a sword and his soul into a formation to suppress us for so many years. Back then, we passed through the restrictions and arrived at the low latitude realm. Our strength was greatly reduced. Now it's time for them to experience true despair. Chapter 375 Chapter 375 Original Aura. Chapter 375 Original Aura. On the ship, Mu Qingfeng stood at the bow of the ship. Deep in thought, Mu Fusheng suddenly walked over and asked carefully, "Qingfeng, did Dad say anything to you?" Mu Qingfeng came back to her senses and looked at her brother. As for Mu Fusheng, Mu Qingfeng could not be more familiar with it. His personality could not be said to be afraid of death, but he was definitely roughly there. He was extremely cautious. Usually, when his father arranged training for her elder brother, he would run to a place to hide. Even if he went, he would stick defensive seals all over his clothes. Now, Mu Fusheng's words made sense to her. Mu Qingfeng smiled. "Say what? You're asking the obvious." Mu Fusheng rolled his eyes. "Did Dad tell you to assign me more missions?" This time, they were led by Mu Qingfeng. Therefore, everyone here had to listen to Mu Qingfeng. Of course, this didn't include Yi Qiubai and the other 2. "Qingfeng, I should treat you very well." Mu Qingfeng looked at Mu Fusheng with a faint smile and nodded. "Brother treats me quite well. Look, so you should treat me better too." "Right." Mu Qingfeng nodded again. "That's right. That's how it should be." Hearing this, Mu Fusheng nodded proudly and patted Mu Qingfeng's shoulder. "So, don't assign tasks to your brother. No one have to set an example as a prince. So, just assign a random logistics mission." Mu Qingfeng gently rubbed her forehead. She had considered all aspects. Unfortunately, she had used it in the wrong place. Mu Qingfeng did not answer directly. Instead, she changed the topic. "Brother, I heard that you have a master. There was no need to hide this." Mu Qingfeng smiled. "I really want to meet him, to be able to make senior apprentice brother acknowledge me as his master." After all, Mu Fusheng had rejected countless of the former's deeds. Mu Qingfeng knew that, to be able to make Mu Fusheng acknowledge him as his master, this meant that this person was very capable. Those 3 are brothers, senior brothers. Right, since one can't see your master, I want to see their strength first. Mu Fusheng was slightly stunned. He knew that even though Mu Qingfeng looked weak, she was actually a battle maniac, coupled with his outstanding military talent. Otherwise, why would she lead a military force? However, it was not good to expose his strength too much. Mu Qingfeng's cultivation was currently at the intermediate stage Emperor realm. His combat strength was extremely strong. If Bai and the other two attacked, he would probably have to reveal some of his trump cards. As their junior brother, Mu Fusheng felt that it was better not to reveal his trump card too early. Hence, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. They are cultivating. Let's not disturb our senior brothers." Hearing this, Mu Qingfeng could only nod. Riding on this ship, they arrived at Dragon Enlightenment City, the border city, in only 2 days. When they arrived at Dragon Enlightenment City, the city lord of Dragon Enlightenment City was already there to welcome them. "Welcome, your highnesses." The city lord of Dragon Enlightenment City was in the intermediate stage soul divergence realm. He was slightly stronger compared to the lord in the Rising Clouds City. Mu Qingfeng followed behind Mu Fusheng after she came down and left everything to Mu Fusheng. It was not just because Mu Fusheng was more shrewd. At the same time, it was also because Mu Fusheng was the successor to the next emperor. Therefore, it would be best if Mu Fusheng stepped in. Mu Fusheng walked forward and nodded. He helped the city lord of Dragon Enlightenment City up and said, "This matter was discovered by your Dragon Enlightenment City. You have done a great service." The city lord was neither humble nor arrogant. "Thank you, your highness. Please help me thank the emperor too." "I will." Mu Fusheng nodded and changed the topic. "Can you tell me the situation now?" The city lord of Dragon Enlightenment City replied, "This matter was discovered a few days ago. At that time, there was black fog flowing in the depths of the Boundary Mountain. The black fog is filled with evil power. Therefore, I brought the city lord's manor to investigate and discovered that there was a huge evil force surging in the Boundary Mountain, as if it was about to break through. This was the same as the information presented. Then, in the past 2 days, I discovered something very strange." "Something very strange?" Mu Fusheng frowned slightly and asked, "Tell me about it." The city lord of Dragon Enlightenment City pointed in the direction of the Boundary Mountain and said with an ugly expression, "We sent out Void God Realm scouts one after another. In the end, there was no information after we entered. At the same time, 2 Martial Monarch Realm experts were sent out. They also lost contact with each other. It's unknown if they are dead or alive." As soon as these words were spoken, even Mu Qingfeng's face darkened. In that case, it seems that the situation is already very serious. Qingfeng Mu whispered to Mu Fusheng, "Brother, we have to enter the investigation as soon as possible." Mu Fusheng nodded. "Leave an empty space for the logistics team. Then, City Lord, you're in charge of contacting the City Lord's manor of the surrounding cities and getting them to send people to Dragon Enlightenment City as soon as possible." The City Lord of Dragon Enlightenment City nodded. Then, he immediately sent someone to arrange this matter. Mu Qingfeng also turned to look at her trusted aide and said, "Get the logistics team to set up camp immediately. Then, send someone to set up a world cleansing array around the Boundary Mountain." The trusted aide nodded as well. For a moment, the battle deployment was in full swing. Mu Qingfeng began to assign tasks. He said, "Brother, lend me the silver-armored Imperial Guard first." Mu Fusheng nodded without hesitation. "All right, Silver-Armored Commander. As the leader of this team, lead 30 silver-armored Imperial Guards to the depths of the critical mountain range in the north to investigate. Gao Yuan, bring your elites and enter the east." Gao Yuan was one of Mu Qingfeng's deputy generals. He was equally strong. "City Lord, you have organized the people from Dragon Enlightenment City and the surrounding cities to enter the west to investigate." The City Lord of Dragon Revelation City nodded. "Everyone, remember this," Mu Qingfeng said with a serious expression. "This operation cannot be forced. If anything goes wrong, immediately send out a signal to the surrounding people. At the same time, retreat from the dangerous area and observe from afar." "All right, let's go." At the periphery, Bai, Shishang, and Blackie stood side by side and looked in the direction of Boundary Mountain. However, Blackie had a puzzled expression. Bai noticed the abnormality and asked, "Is there a problem?" Blackie shook his head. "I don't know either. It's just..." At this point, Blackie pointed to the north of Boundary Mountain and said, "There seems to be an aura of the same origin as mine there." Bai was slightly stunned. "Then what do you think?" Blackie said, I want to go in and take a look. Chapter 376 Chapter 376 Surging Undercurrent. Chapter 376 Surging Undercurrent. I want to take a look, Blackie said. At this moment, Mu Fusheng also walked over. After hearing the conversation between the three of them, he said, let's wait for now. When the scouting troops come out, the world cleansing array can also be completed. It'll be a little safer. Hearing this, Blackie also nodded. The four of them waited at the back until there was finally movement in the boundary mountain on the third day. In the north, spear intent spread out from the sky. That was where the silver-armored commander was. The spear intent was the signal. Mu Qingfeng immediately gathered her men and said, one can't contact them through the jade pendant. Perhaps the black fog inside has the effect of blocking information. The confidant said, we need to send someone to provide support. Mu Qingfeng nodded. This time, one will personally lead the team. Mu Qingfeng's subordinates were not surprised at all. Some members of the royal family immediately rejected this suggestion. Your Highness, you must not. Mu Qingfeng looked over. Why not? The royal family member said. Your Highness is the commander of this operation. As the commander, how can you personally go to such a dangerous place and put yourself in such a dangerous situation? If your Highness dies, the morale of the people here will plummet without a backbone. How could Mu Qingfeng not understand this logic? However, she had her own thoughts. However, once I personally lead the team, their morale will increase greatly. In the face of something that might be related to the evil clans outside the territory, we have to ensure that we're at our peak state. We can't miss anything. Therefore, there's no need to discuss this matter anymore. Then, he looked at his trusted aide and said, I'll be in charge from now on. He then looked at Mu Fusheng. Mu Fusheng immediately felt that something was amiss. Brother, why don't you accompany me? Mu Fusheng. He wanted to refuse, but if he refused in front of so many people, he would discard the dignity of the imperial family. One had to know that he was the successor to the next ruler. Hence, he could only nod. Moreover, there was a look of righteousness on his face. No problem. Mu Fusheng pointed at Yiqiubai and the other two and said, bring them along. Mu Qingfeng frowned. He could only bring his elites this time. As for Yiqiubai and the other two, they looks to be only at the half-step martial monarch realm. Only the honest-looking man, Shi Shang, was at the martial monarch realm. However, out of respect for Mu Fusheng, he did not say much. Among them, someone objected. Your Highness, there's something I don't know if I should say. Mu Fusheng looked over. Speak. This person was Prince Lin Long's subordinate. Since we have to go all out, we should naturally send out our elites. There's no need for anyone below the martial monarch realm. Right. Mu Fusheng shook his head. Since I want to bring them along, one have my own ideas. One don't need you to say anything. Right. This person's face darkened, but he still cupped his hands and said, I understand. The situation was urgent. The men and horses were quickly deployed. This time, Princess Mu Qingfeng would personally lead the team. They were all formed by martial monarch realm experts. At the same time, there were 4 soul divergence realm experts among them. A total of 40 people headed towards the north of Boundary Mountain. After entering the Boundary Mountain, Yiqiubai and the other two immediately felt an evil power. This power was very similar to that of an evil cultivator. However, it was much purer than the evil cultivator's power. Yiqiubai looked at Blackie and asked, where is the aura that comes from the same source as you? Blackie shook his head. It's already gone. One can't feel it. Since they came from the same source as Blackie, it was possible to find something related to Blackie's memories. This was what Blackie needed the most right now. Let's follow them first and see if there are any clues. On the other hand, the Boundless Empire. In the palace, Mu Zhengting looked at the old man in front of him and said, the dynasty hasn't been peaceful recently. This old man was the imperial preceptor of the dynasty. Ming Su nodded and said, I've heard of it too. At that time, I also investigated in secret. All the arrows pointed to Prince Lin Long, but there was no substantial evidence. Mu Zhengting nodded slightly and his expression darkened. However, It's precisely because of this that he's the most suspicious. The arrow pointed at Prince Lin Long. However, someone had secretly removed the chain of evidence. Obviously, someone didn't want them to discover Prince Lin Long's existence. Of course, this person might be Prince Lin Long himself. I have a bad feeling about this happening in the dynasty at such a special time. The evil clans outside the territory had just made a move. And that was how it happened. It was too much of a coincidence. Mu Jingting nodded and said, "One thinks so too. I hope it's not what we think. Imperial Preceptor, please continue your investigation. There must not be any mistakes at this node." Ming Su nodded and his body disappeared on the spot. Mu Jingting looked outside with a deep gaze and a cold tone. "I hope you won't do anything stupid otherwise. No matter how much you've contributed to the Empire, I won't tolerate it." The wilderness region. At this moment, Liu Ziru also arrived. Liu Changsheng didn't know where Liu Ziru went, but he didn't ask. Liu Ziru said, "This latitude is probably going to change." Liu Changsheng asked casually, "Oh, why? Has the weather changed? What does it have to do with him?" Liu Ziru smiled and said, "I've returned to the dark domain these few days. On the way, I learned a piece of news. The middle to lower latitude spatial barrier has loosened. Therefore, the evil races will send more experts to the low latitude realm. Thereafter, it seems that some factions in the middle latitude region are also interested in this place. Evil races wasn't this the group of ghosts that he had eliminated previously. I'm afraid that the boundless realm will bear the brunt of it. After all, that place is the closest to the spatial barrier." The boundless world. Liu Chengsheng suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Why was his disciple there? Where would something happen? Where did you get this information? Liu Ziru said proudly. As one said, the information channel of the dark domain is very strong. Therefore, whether you want to join the dark domain or not, you can know any news in advance. Liu Changsheng rolled his eyes and didn't answer. He was already wondering if the spatial barrier had loosened. Should he reinforce it? Mu Qingfeng and the others had already entered the middle of Boundary Mountain. The deeper they went, the thicker the black fog became. At this point, even if he stretched out his hands, he could not see the full appearance. Evil power kept flowing in this black fog. These energies could vaguely affect the flow of meridians in a cultivator's body. At this moment, Mu Qingfeng waved her hand. "Stop." Chapter 377 Chapter 377 Collision in the Black Mist. Chapter 377 Collision in the Black Mist. The Boundary Mountain. They couldn't even see their fingers. When Mu Qingfeng suddenly shouted, "Stop!" everyone was on alert. Mu Fusheng asked, "Why did you discover something?" Mu Qingfeng nodded slightly. Exudes immediately activated his sword domain. Sword intent constantly probed the surroundings. This black fog was filled with black evil power. It did not seem to be able to stop the sword intent. Everything around him clearly appeared in Exudes' mind. His face immediately darkened. It was nighttime and stars filled the sky. And Shishang, who was in such an environment, his strength was at its peak. The power of the stars probed the surroundings. When he saw the situation in the black fog around him, a solemn expression flashed across his eyes. Blackie did the same. Soon, he felt the surrounding killing intent fluctuations. The three of them looked at each other and understood that the other party already understood the situation around them. Mu Qingfeng unleashed all her Kai wearing her armor. As the person in charge of the military, she had been on countless battlefields. Mu Qingfeng was extremely sensitive to the perception of danger. At the same time, it was also because of this perception that he had saved countless battles. Therefore, people who were familiar with Mu Qingfeng trusted her a lot. "Guys, we're surrounded," Mu Qingfeng said with a heavy expression. "Everyone, don't hold back. Pay attention to your surroundings." A deputy general asked, "Your Highness, what is it?" This deputy general was a peak stage martial monarch realm expert. A peak stage martial monarch realm cultivator would not be able to break through the black mist and investigate the situation without any special means. Mu Qingfeng's expression was heavy as she said, "The rumors are correct. This black fog is indeed related to the evil clans outside the territory. The evil clans outside the territory." Now that it was confirmed, Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Mu Qingfeng's words also meant that they were already surrounded by the evil clans outside the territory that were difficult to see clearly in the black fog. Mu Fusheng immediately stretched out a hand and formed a seal, ready to activate the defensive seal on his body at any time. At the same time, he placed his other hand on his storage ring, where dozens of heavenly lightning escape talismans lay. If the situation was not right, he would immediately escape with his men. Exudes looked around and also said his thoughts. More than half of the people can't detect the other party's location now, so please directly release the defensive barrier to resist. To avoid being ambushed, someone didn't know the identities of Exudes and the other two. Except, when Mu Fusheng insisted on recommending the three of them to participate in this investigation, he knew that they were Mu Fusheng's men. In other words, they were the so-called connections. Prince Lin Long's man, Shen He, frowned and said, "Why do you mean that you can find out where the other party is? There are so many martial monarch realm experts here who can't investigate the situation. How can you? A puny half-step martial monarch realm expert. Do it." Exudes glanced at this person and didn't say anything. He had already reminded people he didn't know. It was already extremely benevolent of him to do this. As for whether they would listen or not, it was up to them. If he didn't listen, he would just wait for death. He accepted it gratefully hearing that. As for the rest, did Exudes care if they lived or died? Mu Qingfeng looked at Exudes and the other two in surprise. What she did not expect was, these three people actually detect the other party's location. One had to know that if it wasn't for Mu Qingfeng's perverse perception, she wouldn't have been able to detect the other party's location. At this moment, Mu Qingfeng was about to remind him. A blood-curdling scream came from their side. An intermediate-stage martial monarch realm expert was pulled into the black fog by an extremely fast cyan arm. Then, in the black fog, screams sounded again, and the sound of biting. This scream lasted for a full 3 seconds before it stopped. These 3 seconds made everyone's mood instantly tense. They listened to Exudes and obediently released their auras to set up a defensive barrier around them. He would not shed a tear until he saw the yellow river. That was exactly the kind of person he was talking about. Mu Qingfeng took out a white jade pendant. The white jade was filled with the power of Tao techniques. In this white jade, there was a small array formation engraved with a world-cleansing array. Then, it was thrown into the air. The white jade shattered. A miniature version of the world-cleansing array was activated. With the white jade as the center, within diameter radius, the black fog dissipated. At the same time, the black mist was also resisting the world-cleansing light. The world-cleansing light shone on the black fog, emitting a sizzling sound even though it had a restraining effect. There was so much black mist. Just how dense was it? The moment a portion of it was destroyed, the rest of the black fog instantly filled the gap. The power of the world-cleansing array could not completely decrease. At the same time, the effect of the world-cleansing array was only temporary. Once the array disappeared, the black fog would cover it again. Exudes glanced at Mu Qingfeng. This woman was quite capable. He only suspected that it had something to do with the evil clans outside the territory. He had already prepared a Dharma treasure to counter it. His fame was not in vain. Mu Fusheng told them that Mu Qingfeng was a very capable and strong commander. As expected, within these 10 meters, more than 30 evil clans outside the territory had already appeared. Among them, there were 10 green-faced evil races. In other words, they were commander-level evil races. His strength was at the martial monarch realm. Not far from them was a piece of wreckage. Presumably, it was the human martial monarch realm experts who had been pulled into the black fog just now. They had already dismembered. When Mu Qingfeng saw this, her expression was calm. She did not let her guard down just because the great world cleansing formation had dispersed the black fog. He could only see the surrounding 10 meters clearly after all. There were still many hidden evil clans outside the territory in the black fog. Use yourself as the boundary and kill the surrounding evil races first. Don't leave the defensive barrier and don't get close to the black fog. He issued orders calmly in the face of danger. Then, he took out a long spear and charged forward. Mu Qingfeng's target was one of the commander-level green-faced, evil creatures. Everyone saw this, and they all took out their weapons and displayed their strength within the range of the defensive barrier. Facing these evil clans outside the territory, no one dared to let their guard down. They all used their full strength. Yi Qiubai and the other two looked at each other and nodded. Shi Sheng took out the Emperor Ming's mystic axe and found a green-faced, evil being. Blackie roared angrily. 3 lines crawled all over Blackie's body and the eternal demon body was fully activated. He also found a green-faced evil creature. Yi Qiubai held the 9-foot starfall sword. He controlled the sword domain and his sword intent transformed into a river. He walked on the waves. Seeing this, Mu Fusheng could not help but cover his face and shake his head. His 3 senior brothers really liked to show off. The others saw Yi Qiubai and the other two's actions. They were all a little stunned. Wouldn't the 3 of them be courting death if they sought out the commander-level evil races? Chapter 378 Chapter 378 Yi Qiubai shows his might. Chapter 378 Yi Qiubai shows his might. Commander-level green-faced evil creature. His cultivation base hovered around the intermediate stage of the martial monarch realm. Even an ordinary intermediate stage martial monarch realm expert would not be able to gain any benefits from him. The physical strength of the evil creature was extremely powerful. There was also evil power replacing spiritual Kai. This evil power could affect the spiritual Kai flow in the surrounding cultivators' meridians. As a result, the opponent could not use his full strength. This was also why everyone looked down on Yi Qiubai and the other two's strengths. In their eyes, they only needed to fight those evil soldiers. At most, he would ensure that he did not die. Now, Yi Qiubai and the other two had charged towards the 3 commander-level evil creatures. How audacious! Even Mu Qingfeng frowned slightly and sent a kind voice transmission. Your strength is not enough to face a commander-level evil creature. Perhaps you don't understand the strength of the evil clans outside the territory. So it's better for you to find those evil soldiers. Don't push yourself. At the very least, these 3 people were also his brother's senior brothers. They were from the same sect. Therefore, Mu Qingfeng should be reminded. However, Yi Qiubai didn't seem to appreciate it. He smiled and said, Your Highness, don't worry about us. Hearing this, Mu Qingfeng saw that the 3 of them were not stopping and could only shake her head helplessly. He didn't care anymore. The current situation really made her unable to divert too much attention to it. Only Mu Fusheng was secretly laughing at the side, worried about senior brother and the others. Usually, Mu Fusheng would persuade Yi Qiubai and the other two to keep a low profile and not be so in the limelight. He had to live and develop. It would not be too late to show off when his cultivation level increased. Regarding the strength of these 3 people, Mu Fusheng trusted him. Moreover, big senior brother Yi Qiubai wouldn't be brainless and rash in such a matter to rush forward to die. It was a battle he wasn't confident in. He would not make a move so easily. The 9-foot starfall sword in Yi Qiubai's hand flickered crazily with sword intent. The sword intent that had broken through to become a half-step sword saint was clearly revealed at this moment. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the sword intent. At such a young age, he already possessed the sword intent of a half-step sword saint. No wonder he was so bold. His talent in the sword Dao was extraordinary. Mu Qingfeng was temporarily relieved. Even though his realm was a little low, this level of sword Dao, he probably wouldn't die. During these days, Yi Qiubai mastered the combat experience and inheritance he had obtained after coming to the boundless world. His sword Dao realm rose again. His understanding of swords deepened. His combat strength was also rising at a rapid speed. This was also because Yi Qiubai's realm was too stable, steady as a rock. Therefore, when improving one's strength, it was as natural as water. He had comprehended it. Then, he went up. In the sword domain, the 4 matchless sword formation held madly. It fused with the sword domain and its power increased greatly. It slashed at the commander-level evil creature in front of it. The green-faced evil creature sneered and said, Ant-like human, you dare to deal with me alone at such a realm. With that said, the green-faced evil creature turned his fist into a palm and extended his palm. Black fog began to gather in his palm. The condensed black fog actually transformed into a wide demonic claw. Then, he suddenly slapped towards the sword domain. It wanted to directly shatter the sword domain. Yiqiubai snorted. How could she let him have his way? He waved the 9-foot starfall sword in his hand. The meteor sword technique combined with the sword domain and slashed towards the demonic claw. Black mist surged into the sky. There was a balance between the two. They couldn't do anything to each other. This shocked the surrounding people. With the strength of a half-step martial monarch realm, he was able to withstand an attack from a commander-rank fiend clan without being at a disadvantage. Wasn't this kind of ability to cross realms to fight too terrifying? The green-faced evil creature's expression turned ugly. If this human who was like an ant to him used this realm to fight him to a draw, then how was he going to survive among the evil races? He immediately shouted angrily and suddenly stepped forward. The green wings behind him flapped at this moment. Black mist swirled around him. Countless evil forces swept towards Yiqiubai. It was like a tornado. Yiqiubai was fearless in the face of danger. His expression did not change at all. The sword intent in the sword domain instantly transformed into a long river, and the will of a half-step sword saint howled crazily and was extremely sharp. The 4 matchless sword formation merged into it. The primordial sword scripture had fused into one. 4 ultimate primordial sword intent. 2 completely different powers collided crazily. For a moment, the black fog seemed to boil. It kept splashing in all directions. Yiqiubai took the opportunity to slash out a second time. The 3rd move. All the way until the 9th move. The Starfall sword technique. Each move was stronger than the last and infused the power of the first few strikes. The more they fought, the more the horror in the green-faced evil creature's eyes intensified. Yiqiubai became even stronger after receiving the power of the sword Dao. It was the 10th move. His expression changed drastically and he spread his arms wide. The black fog surged. The 2 black demonic claws frantically resisted Yiqiubai's 10th strike. Yiqiubai didn't intend to give the green-faced evil creature a chance to catch its breath. He put his 2 fingers together and extended his sword finger. The sword intent kept slashing at the demonic claws. At the same time, Yiqiubai took the opportunity to escape. Then, he raised the 9-foot starfall sword in his hand and slashed down again. The 11th strike was Yiqiubai's limit. But now, he could easily slash out. During these days, Yiqiubai's understanding of the fallen star sword technique increased. It became even easier to control this sword technique. When the sword slashed down, it was heavier and heavier compared to the previous 10 swords. At the same time, it became even sharper. The green-faced evil creature's expression changed drastically as its demonic claws shattered. He retreated explosively. Black blood was slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. When facing the half-step martial monarch realm Yiqiubai, this intermediate stage martial monarch realm evil clansman was actually injured. Not only was he injured, in the previous battle, Yiqiubai actually gradually changed from a draw to a suppression. Mu Qingfeng heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. No wonder my brother took me as his master. This senior brother of his is not simple. A cross-realm combat. Just one phase. It looked simple. However, the higher the realm, the more difficult it was. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Yiqiubai forcefully did what they only dared to think and not do as half-step marital monarch realm expert. Yiqiubai kept charging forward. He raised the 9-foot starfall sword in his hand again. When he charged towards the green-faced evil creature, he suddenly slashed down. The 12th strike, gathering the power and sword intent of the first 11 strikes. At this moment, the green-faced evil creature finally sensed danger. His expression changed drastically as he let out a strange roar. Countless black fog gathered into a shield. The green-faced wings defended his chest. When the sword landed on the black fog, High Ambassador, the black fog was cut apart like a dead tree. Standing on the wings, a deep wound appeared on the wings. The green-faced evil creature let out a miserable cry and was sent flying. After retreating into the black fog, he no longer had any combat strength. Chapter 379 Chapter 379 Fortifying the Barrier. Chapter 379 Fortifying the Barrier. The surrounding people looked at Yi Qiubai and the other two. As a half-step martial monarch realm expert, he had crossed a major realm. He had forced back a commander-level evil clans outside the territory and severely injured him. Throughout the entire process, Yi Qiubai and the commander-level evil clans outside the territory were evenly matched. Then, he crushed them the entire time. Was this something a half-step martial monarch realm cultivator could do? The answer was no. Even though a half-step martial monarch realm was only one word away from the martial monarch realm. How big was this difference? All the cultivation practitioners knew. This was not the Qingyuan realm to the void god realm. The higher the realm, the harder it was to cross. A half-step martial monarch realm could fight a beginner-stage martial monarch realm cultivator to such an extent. In that case, this half-step martial monarch realm expert would be crowned as a prodigy by the others. A prodigy among prodigies. As for this commander-level evil clans outside the territory, even an intermediate-stage martial monarch realm cultivator might not be able to suppress him to such an extent. Then what was Yi Qiubai? A monster. This was a true monster. On the other side, Blackie and Shi Sheng were in the same situation. The two of them had also heavily injured the domain lords of the evil clans outside the territory. Among them, Shi Sheng was even stronger. He suppressed these commander-level evil clans outside the territory the entire time. It was not only because Shi Sheng had already broken through to the martial monarch realm. He had reached the intermediate stage martial monarch realm. It was also because it was night time and the night sky was filled with stars. Shi Sheng, who cultivated the power of the stars, could greatly increase his combat strength in this state. Except, in the black fog, even with the world cleansing array, it still had an amplifying effect on these evil clans outside the territory. It was a small one after all. If not for the black fog, he would probably be able to kill him. Who exactly were these three people? With such powerful combat strength, he could cross realms to fight. When Mu Qingqing saw this, her doubts were completely dispelled. Why would the proud and arrogant people in his homeland acknowledge him as their master? One could tell just by looking at his senior brothers. Even though Yi Qiubai and the other two's cultivation levels were not too high yet. However, this ability to fight across realms could already represent their talent. What a strong growth rate. Only Mu Fasheng felt differently. He covered his face. He wailed in his heart. Why did he have to be so high-profile? Look, aren't these people's gazes attracted to you? Mu Fasheng suddenly felt sorry for Lu Changsheng. How could such a cautious person accept such a high-profile disciple? Even though his talent was really strong, Mu Fasheng had to admit that the situation was one-sided. What was strange was that the other evil clans outside the territory did not appear in the black fog. Therefore, Mu Qingqing's side resolved the crisis with the smallest loss. It was precisely because of this that Mu Qingqing frowned slightly. It could clearly stop them, but it did not appear. There must be some other conspiracy. However, now that they were here, Mu Qingqing and the others were no longer allowed to retreat. Thinking of this, Mu Qingqing waved her hand and said, "Those who are injured, stand in the middle and use medicinal pills to heal your injuries. Those with combat power, surround the area and continue forward." With that, he took the lead and walked forward with his spear. Yi Qiubai nodded slightly when he saw the scene. This was the right thing to do. At this moment, once he retreated, not only would it ruin the small advantages that they had gained, it would even kill the people in it. At the same time, if he retreated, once they encountered the evil clans outside the territory again, it would probably cause more losses. Such a decision was right and was also necessary. This universe was divided into 3 latitudes. If one wanted to cross latitudes, he would use his absolute strength to shatter the latitude barrier. Otherwise, he would use a special method to cross this latitude. Of course, he wanted to shatter it with absolute strength. The strength and realm required were not ordinary high. 2 people had arrived at the barrier between mid and low latitudes. One of the white-robed men looked ahead. Here, the surroundings were pitch black. It was just endless spatial turbulence and countless spatial storms. Here, even Tao Convergence realm elites would die here if they were not careful. They could not survive here. However, the two men acted as if nothing had happened. The spatial turbulence was like a light breeze that blew past the two of them without any problems. Even the space storm had to circle around the two of them. The only light was the barrier in front of him that cut through the entire space. On the barrier, it flickered with 7-colored light. It shone brightly and became the only spark in this black hole-like space. The white-robed man asked, "Is this the barrier that leads to the middle latitude?" The other man nodded and said, "The latitude barrier is incomparably sturdy. An existence that can set up such a barrier is definitely the top expert in the entire universe. However, the strange thing is that no one knows who built this barrier. Even in the dark domain, no one knows. Therefore, most people speculate that this barrier is naturally formed." Hearing this, the white-robed man said in disdain, "Didn't you say that your dark domain's information network is very deep and wide from the looks of it?" "It's not much." "That's right." They were Lu Chengsheng and Liu Ziru. Hearing Lu Chengsheng's mockery, Liu Ziru scratched his head awkwardly and said, "The dark domain doesn't know everything." Perhaps he did not want to dwell on this topic. Liu Ziru changed the topic and said, "By the way, what are you doing here? Are you going to the middle latitude? Didn't you say that the evil races in the middle latitudes are about to descend to the lower latitudes?" Liu Ziru nodded. "Yes. That's what one said. Didn't you say that other forces are also interested in this latitude?" Liu Ziru continued to nod. These were all the information he had obtained from the dark domain. Lu Chengsheng said indignantly, "If they are here, won't they disturb my leisure time?" Liu Ziru thought, "What's that got to do with your leisure days? Therefore, I think we should just strengthen the barrier here, so that they can't enter. Wouldn't that solve the problem at its root?" Hearing Lu Chengsheng's ridiculous words, Liu Ziru's expression changed. If someone else had said this, he would have laughed it off and thought it was a joke. Liu Ziru believed Lu Chengsheng's words. He was telling the truth. Lu Chengsheng had never joked about such things after all. Strengthening the barrier. Liu Ziru wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Even though it's only a barrier from low to middle latitude, its level is not low either. Its origin is unknown. What do you want to do?" Several auras slowly emerged surrounding Lu Chengsheng's body. "I don't know if it'll work, but one still have to try." At this moment, Lu Chengsheng looked very serious. Chapter 380 Chapter 380 Eyes from the Deep. Chapter 380 Eyes from the Deep. Looking at Lu Chengsheng's expression, Liu Ziru took a step back. He also wanted to see how Lu Chengsheng was going to strengthen the latitude barrier. This type of barrier had an unknown origin. Unknown how it was formed. How should he reinforce it? At this moment, Lu Chengsheng was also thinking about this problem. This kind of barrier was not a formation. At the same time, it was not forged from spiritual Kai. It was more like an intent realm. No, this power was already the power of law above the intent realm. The space Dao law. This is the main force constituting the barrier. He wanted to clearly understand the composition of this. Did he need to comprehend the space Dao law? Lu Chengsheng had only comprehended the space intent realm. He had not investigated the power of space before, after all. He had to be clear about the structure of this latitude barrier. He had to cultivate the space Dao law. Thinking of this, Lu Chengsheng reached out his hand, trying to touch the space barrier. Seeing this scene, Liu Ziru was shocked and stopped him. "Don't touch it. If you don't have any special means, then your hand will be minced by the power of space." When he said the last word, Liu Ziru's expression slowly became shocked as he looked at the scene in front of him. His pupils constricted. It trembled continuously, as if an earthquake had occurred. Lu Chengsheng placed his hand on the latitude barrier. Within the barrier, the power of space was constantly shooting out. However, Lu Chengsheng wasn't moved at all. On the contrary, Lu Chengsheng looked at Liu Ziru in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Liu Ziru, what a pervert. Even with his strength, he would still be severely injured if he came into contact with this spatial barrier without any special methods. At the same time, he might lose his arm. Lu Chengsheng was stronger than him, but it shouldn't be as if nothing had happened. Just how terrifying was his physical body to be able to do this? What Liu Zi did not know was that it could be said that no one in the entire universe could beat Lu Chengsheng's physical constitution. It's all right then. Liu Zi covered his face. This kind of demon was not something he could imagine. It felt ridiculous. It was as if nothing could stump Lu Chengsheng. Was he really an invincible existence? Such a person? Liu Zi was already considering if he should report this to the higher-ups and let them re-rank the dark domain. Lu Chengsheng should be able to enter the top 2. As for the first place, thinking of that person, Liu Zi's expression turned solemn. That was a real monster. It was also an existence that could not be roped in. Moreover, even if they could not rope him in, the dark domain would not dare to offend him easily. Lu Chengsheng closed his eyes. He allowed the violent space Tao law to hit his body, and was unmoved. It was just crazily absorbing the nutrients in the space Tao law, comprehending the space Tao law, and the structure inside the latitude barrier. Liu Zi looked at the scene and thought to himself, was he comprehending the space Tao law? If it was anyone else, Liu Zi would probably be shocked. Tao laws were extremely difficult to comprehend. No matter how talented he was, it all depended on luck. Moreover, the space Tao law was the highest level of the power of law in the Tao law. The difficulty of comprehending it was much higher than other Tao laws. However, he wouldn't be surprised if it was Lu Chengsheng. He no longer considered whether this was crazy or not, or could he comprehend it. At this moment, Liu Zi was guessing. How long would it take for Lu Chengsheng to comprehend the space Tao law? Seconds ticked by. The power of space around Lu Chengsheng grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, it became even more mysterious. The power of the space Tao law started to attack Lu Chengsheng. It seemed to have become flowing in accordance with his spatial power. This was only a quarter of an hour. He had already reached this step. Liu Zi shrugged helplessly. He had nothing to say to this monster. Another 15 minutes passed. The space intent realm had already undergone a qualitative change around Lu Chengsheng. The power within it had even slowly assimilated with the space Tao law released by the latitude barrier. However, a few breaths later, Lu Chengsheng opened his eyes. His pupils were extremely deep, like endless black holes. The space intent realm in his body had completely transformed into the space Tao law at this moment. In just the time for 2 incense sticks to burn, Lu Chengsheng had completely comprehended the space Tao law. Liu Zi's eyebrows kept twitching. Was Tao so easy to comprehend? Half an hour, comprehending the space Tao law. This is too ridiculous no matter what. Right. Did they really think that the Tao of space was like cabbages on the streets? Then, Lu Chengsheng didn't take his hand back. Instead, he used the power of the space Tao law in his body to release it. It kept fusing with the power on the latitude barrier. He wanted to pry into its structure. Only the structure of this latitude barrier was known, and only then could it be strengthened or even modified. However, when Lu Chengsheng took a closer look, it was not as simple as he had expected. Inside the latitude barrier was chaos. This aura was a trace of chaotic Kai at the beginning of the world. This latitude barrier was not only made up of spatial Tao laws, but also a trace of chaos Kai. No wonder it was so sturdy. Only special methods could pass through it. Even if it was just a tiny bit of chaos Kai, it was enough to make a person or an object extremely powerful. Even Lu Chengsheng was curious why there was chaos Kai here. As someone who was familiar with the various fantasy novels, he naturally knew how abnormal this chaos Kai was. Moreover, it was definitely not a coincidence that the chaotic Kai appeared here. Someone must have deliberately brought him here and set up a latitude barrier. Lu Chengsheng even thought about it. Why did they spend so much effort to set up a latitude barrier here? Why did they use such a method to categorize the low, middle, and high latitudes? What was the secret behind this? The more Lu Chengsheng thought about it, the more serious his face became. This might involve some unknown secrets. Thinking of this, Lu Chengsheng retracted the power of the space Tao law. At the same time, he retracted his hand. Liu Zi asked, "What's wrong?" Failed. He felt that he could no longer understand it in depth or strengthen this latitude barrier. If it was strengthened, it might involve this secret. Then, Karma would be buried. Lu Chengsheng didn't want to be tainted by this karma. Therefore, he could only give up on the idea of reinforcing the barrier. However, even though it could not reinforce the barrier, Lu Chengsheng still set up many array formations around the barrier. Then, he returned with Liu Zuru, and all of this was all seen by an eye deep in the space. Chapter 381 Chapter 381 Surrounded. Chapter 381 Surrounded. At the boundless realm, in the depths of Boundary Mountain, Mu Qingqing and the others had already arrived. However, when they arrived, he realized that corpses were strewn all over the ground. There were silver-armored imperial guards and also evil clans outside the territory. Of course, there were even more corpses and remains of the imperial guards among them. Were even the corpses of 2 soul divergence realm experts. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions were heavy. It seemed that something had really happened. Even soul divergence realm experts were killed. So, what about the others? Everyone looked at Mu Qingqing, waiting for her decision. She was the current commander after all. Mu Qingqing's expression was similarly heavy as she looked at the corpses. There should be a few people left. As for these people, they should have discovered something and were probably running for their lives. He dodged the attacks of the evil clans outside the territory. Is it forward? He saved those people and obtained the information. Or should he retreat just like that? He gave up on the information and his other colleagues. It was obvious if he were to retreat now, not only would they lose information, similarly, it would also lose people's hearts. Who would follow a commander who gave up his subordinates so easily? On the surface, even though he would not say anything, he would even say that he understood. However, his trust in this commander would actually decrease greatly. The crowd dispersed. In that case, Mu Qingqing didn't deserve to be a governor. He was no longer worthy of wielding military power. At this moment, Mu Qingqing could only choose to continue forward to save the remaining people and obtain information. So, Mu Qingqing commanded, use all your strength to search this area and find clues about the others. At the same time, see if there are any traces left behind. The remaining few people might leave a signal here to show where they had run to. Everyone perked up. His reverence and trust towards Mu Qingqing increased by a few notches. He looked at Mu Fasheng and said, your sister is not bad. Hearing this, Mu Fasheng put his hands on his hips and said proudly, of course. Whose sister is she? Yiqiubai rolled his eyes speechlessly. This guy wasn't praising him. Why was he so arrogant? However, it's quite different from your personality. If it were you, you would probably retreat. Right. Mu Fasheng unexpectedly shook his head. Yiqiubai was slightly surprised to see this situation. Then I've misjudged you. You actually took such a risk. Looks like I'll have to change my opinion of you in the future. Mu Fasheng scratched his head in embarrassment and said, hearing this, no, what I mean is that one won't come in at all. Fine. I was wrong. One overestimated you. Their new junior brother was too troublesome. However, this personality, no matter how he looked at it, he looked like his master. No wonder his master smiled so happily when he took him in as a disciple. They were really not a family. One of Mu Qingqing's lieutenants shouted, Your Highness, we found something here. Mu Qingqing immediately walked over. The deputy general pointed at a tree trunk that had been broken in half and said, Your Highness, look here. Mu Qingqing followed the deputy general's finger. There was a sword engraved on the tree trunk. The body of the sword was very thin and the hilt was very wide. Mu Qingqing was the one who made the details. This was a secret code set up by the army. The tip of the sword was pointing towards the east. In other words, the remaining few people had run east. There was no time to lose. Mu Qingqing immediately waved her slender hands and shouted, Everyone, move out, pay attention to the surrounding clues. Hearing this, everyone immediately moved. As they headed east, not only did they discover 2 more corpses, there were also traces of a fight. He also discovered some clues. He followed the clues and changed his location. Half a day passed and they finally felt the spiritual Kai fluctuation. In the black fog, the spiritual Kai was restricted. If not for the fact that many world cleansing arrays had already been set up around the boundary mountain, to a certain extent, It limited the ability of the black fog. In that case, they would probably not be able to discover this spiritual Kai fluctuation. 500 miles ahead of them, there was a black evil power and the collision of spiritual Kai. Except, these 4 spiritual Kai were extremely dispirited. Sensing this, Mu Qingfeng immediately led everyone there. By the time they arrived, his eyes were about to split open. He saw the original 4 people. One of them was being watched by the evil clans outside the territory. It was torn into pieces by an evil clansman outside the territory and placed in his mouth. Compared to ordinary soul divergence realm experts, he was slightly stronger. The remaining 3 were soul divergence realm experts. One of them was the silver-armored commander. The silver-armored commander also saw the arrival of Mu Qingfeng and the others. He immediately shouted, "Your Highness, leave quickly." As he spoke, he threw out a spear. There was a scroll tied to the spear. Mu Qingfeng took it but did not open it. They must have exchanged their lives for this information. When the evil clans outside the territory saw this scene, he licked the bright red blood at the corner of his mouth with a look of enjoyment in his eyes. He looked at Mu Qingfeng and the others with greed on his face. "More food coming to our door. Looking at the number, it's enough for my subordinates to split. So, you want to leave him, afraid you won't be able to." With that, he waved his hand. Several more commander-level green-faced, evil races stood out from the black fog around Mu Qingfeng and the others. They surrounded everyone. The 3 soul divergence realm experts, including the silver-armored commander, all had ugly expressions. This soul divergence realm evil clans outside the territory was too powerful. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would still be suppressed. Moreover, there were still other evil clans outside the territory. As a result, there were only 3 people left in their team. Seeing this, Mu Qingfeng's expression was extremely ugly. I'm not unprepared. Since he was here, naturally, Mu Qingfeng had to ensure her safety. Mu Qingfeng took out a scroll. When the 2 spiritual state experts saw this, they nodded and stood around Mu Qingfeng. They reached out their hands. Streams of spiritual Kai began to pour into the scroll. However, in order to be portable, he placed it in the scroll. In order not to reduce its power, it required a divine transformation realm expert to pour all their spiritual Kai into it to activate it. However, all of this would take time. Qingfeng Mu looked at Mu Fusheng and said with a serious expression, "Brother, 111 leave this place to you. Please hold on for half an hour." Mu Fusheng did not reject him. At this point, there was no turning back. It was impossible for him to use the heavenly lightning escape talisman, even though he could bring a few people along with him, since at least half of them were going to die here. Mu Fusheng would never do that. Chapter 382 Chapter 382 Lure. Chapter 382 Lure. As a prince, he was the heir appointed by the Boundless Empire's king, Mu Zhengting. Even though Mu Fusheng was usually unreasonable, he also did not have the self-awareness of being the successor of the emperor. However, in terms of the responsibilities that should be assumed, Mu Fusheng would not refuse. If Mu Fusheng was an irresponsible person, he would not be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility by Mu Zhengting. Similarly, he would not accept the identity of the imperial lord's successor. Hence, Mu Fusheng agreed to her request without hesitation. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was clearly a little big. Even with the silver-armored commander and the other 2, Mu Fusheng's side only had 8 soul divergence realm experts. As for the evil clans outside the territory, they knew that there were 10 of them. In terms of peak stage combat strength, there was already a difference of 2 people. In such a battle, the difference in combat strength between peak stage experts would often affect the entire situation. Now, what Mu Fusheng should be considering was how to defeat the 10 soul divergence realm experts with numbers. Before Mu Fusheng could think further, the other party had already taken action. Even though he had an advantage in terms of peak stage combat strength, this evil commander was not careless at all. It was written wrongly at the beginning. The classification of the evil clans outside the territory was evil soldier, evil commander, evil general, evil king, evil general, evil matched soul divergence realm. Looking at the scroll in Mu Qingfeng's hand, he immediately waved his hand. Kill her. Immediately, the 10 evil generals attacked at the same time. He rushed towards Mu Qingfeng. Seeing this, Mu Fusheng's expression turned solemn. As expected, those who could reach this level were not stupid, holding back. Never. Naturally, he had to kill his enemy with all his might. If their identities were reversed, Mu Fusheng would do the same. Seeing this, Mu Fusheng immediately came up with a countermeasure. Martial monarch realm experts. Pay attention to the sudden attacks of the surrounding evil soldiers. At the same time, pay attention to the black fog at all times to prevent any sneak attacks from the other evil clans outside the territory. The difference in combat strength between peak stage experts was so huge. If he took the initiative to attack, it would be no different from a moth flying into a flame. He would be courting death. This was the best solution. At the same time, Mu Fusheng looked at Yi and the other two and asked, Senior brothers, if the 3 of you attack with all your might, can you stop a soul divergence realm expert? Distraction. It was more than a level inferior to a half-step martial monarch realm expert. It could be said that a soul divergence realm expert could kill a martial monarch realm expert with a finger, let alone a half-step martial monarch realm expert. If Yi and the other 2 used their trump cards, they were also not something martial monarch realm experts could resist. Yi nodded hearing Mu Fusheng's words and said, I can naturally stall him with my full strength. However, where's the other one? Mu Fusheng pointed at himself with a bitter smile and made an unexpected decision. He'll take the last one. Mu Fusheng was a peak stage marital monarch realm expert. Even though he usually did not reveal himself, his talent was extremely outstanding. As the successor of the emperor, and with the boundless empire's full resources, Mu Fusheng's cultivation level was naturally not too low. However, Mu Fusheng's actions stunned Yi. Mu Fusheng's personality was similar to his master's after all. Firstly, he would never do anything that he was not confident in. There was a huge difference between the peak stage emperor realm and the soul divergence realm. This was not the difference between a half-step martial monarch realm expert and a martial monarch realm expert. The higher the realm, the harder it was to cross realms. It was almost impossible to cross realms at the martial monarch realm to deal with a soul divergence realm expert. At the very least, this had never happened in the boundless world. Secondly, Mu Fusheng would definitely not put him in danger. Just like the current situation, there was no doubt that Mu Fusheng was extremely dangerous. If he did not handle it well, he would be killed by the other party, become food, nutrients. However, Mu Fusheng had his reasons for saying that. Yi and the others nodded and said, Be careful. Mu Fusheng nodded as well. After the 4 of them reached a consensus, Yi and the other 2 rushed towards one of the evil generals. The demonic shadow descended. 4 ultimate sword domain. Brilliant starlight. Attack with all his might. At the same time, Blackie had already taken out the 9 heaven demon halberd. Yi also took out the green cloud sword. Shisheng had also used the power of the star's core. Coupled with the fact that it was night, his strength had increased exponentially. Seeing this, Mu Fusheng took a deep breath and his figure flashed. He had already appeared in front of an evil general. This evil general was the one commanding the evil races. This evil general raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Mu Fusheng with interest. He said sinisterly, Oh, a peak stage martial monarch realm ant actually dares to face me like this. You can't wait to become nutrients in my body. Mu Fusheng's eyebrows twitched. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't retreat, Mu Fusheng swore that he would never do such a dangerous thing. Mu Fusheng looked at this evil general and sneered. Then you can try and see if a peak stage martial monarch realm ant like me can withstand your attack. Hearing this, the evil general sneered. He kept pointing out that an extremely concentrated ray condensed from black fog shot towards Mu Fusheng's chest. Even a divine transformation realm expert would not dare to take this attack lightly. Mu Fusheng's expression turned grave and let out a low shout. Defensive barriers appeared in front of him. However, the black ray was like a hot knife cutting through butter, directly piercing through the layers of barriers. When he reached the last level, he was stopped. Mu Fusheng was holding a jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant was filled with the aura of a divine transformation realm expert. The jade pendant also shattered. It turned into powder and scattered in the black fog. Obviously, this was just a one-time use item. The evil general also raised his eyebrows slightly. However, there were no surprises. It was normal for these humans to have some life-saving trump cards. Even though I don't know how many of these jade pendants you have, you can't use them all. Right. With that, the evil general pointed his 3 fingers again. 3 black rays shot towards Mu Fusheng once again. Mu Fusheng looked at this scene and said to himself, just a little more. Then, he threw out 3 more jade pendants. It blocked the 3 black rays again. Mu Fusheng also had other plans. The evil general frowned. Anything else? Mu Fusheng shrugged. Nothing is certain. Then, in a flash, he disappeared on the spot and fled towards the other side. At the same time, he used all his strength to sense the evil generals behind him. Mu Fusheng smiled when he saw the evil general chasing after him. That's more like it. I'm finally going to take the bait. Chapter 383 Chapter 383 The evil general was speechless. Chapter 383 The evil general was speechless. Mu Fusheng was the heir to the throne. His brain was naturally good. It was a head-on confrontation. He was definitely not a match for this soul divergence realm evil general. Nonetheless, there was a way to stall him. As a soul divergence realm expert, the evil clans had an abnormal sense of superiority in front of the human race. When facing the peak stage Mu Fusheng, he was naturally very arrogant. Thus, Mu Fusheng took advantage of this. He took the initiative to reveal an insignificant trump card. It blocked the evil general's attack. However, at this realm and status, naturally, he was not stupid and would not be rash. Therefore, if he only used it once to run, the other party would definitely not be fooled and chase after him. Thus, Mu Fusheng used it a few more times to control the other party's emotions. Then he released the message that he no longer had that defensive jade pendant. Then, he fled into the distance. This way, the other party would be able to get on the hook and catch up. Mu Fusheng heaved a sigh of relief. The first step was considered complete. The second step was to bring this evil general along. In the Boundary Mountain, they went on a sightseeing tour. When that was over, his mission would be completed. The evil general, who was getting closer and closer to Mu Fusheng, looked at Mu Fusheng's back view, which was getting bigger and bigger, and sneered. Escape? Do you think you're faster than me, or do you still have some life-saving tricks up your sleeve? Mu Fusheng replied. What do you think? He kept calculating the effective attack range of the evil general. The evil general snorted coldly and instantly appeared behind Mu Fusheng, reaching out with his sharp claw-like hand. Mu Fusheng immediately used the heavenly lightning escape talisman. He had escaped 500 miles away. The evil general's attack also missed. A claw slammed into the ground. In an instant, the ground began to crack. Countless cracks extended and the ground caved in. The entire Boundary Mountain seemed to tremble at this moment. The heavenly lightning escape talisman could definitely escape more than 500 miles. It would be extremely easy even if he directly escaped from the Boundary Mountain. Once that was done, this evil general wouldn't continue to chase after him. By doing so, everything that had happened before would be meaningless. Hence, Mu Fusheng's actions was to escape from the evil general's attack. At the same time, it gave him the feeling that he could catch up. This way, the evil general could continue his pursuit. At the same time, he became even more anxious. However, after his emotions were affected, his thoughts would also become unusable. When the evil general saw this, his face darkened. "See, you humans do have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. However, these are still inferior. If it's not your own strength, it's difficult to be elegant." With that, his figure flashed again and he chased after Mu Fusheng. Mu Fusheng replied bluntly, "So what, you have your own strength? But you didn't kill me instantly. Right. You're already at the soul divergence realm. Could it be that you can't even kill me? A mere martial monarch realm ant. The evil general was only a dozen meters away from Mu Fasheng. Hearing this, his face was gloomy as he snorted. Noisy. It flapped its wings. A black astral wind transformed into sharp black blades that swept towards Mu Fasheng's back. The surrounding gravel flew everywhere. It turned into dust in the astral wind. The trees creaked and the boulder shattered. Wherever the black astral winds passed, it could be said that not even a blade of grass grew. The black evil power was left behind in this land. Perhaps, even after more than 100 years, it would not be able to emit life again. Mu Fasheng saw this and pinched out another heavenly lightning escape talisman, which allowed him to flee 50 kilometers to the side. And at this moment, the evil general seemed to have expected this. The moment the black astral winds attacked, they began to pay attention to Mu Fasheng's movements. Every move was all in his eyes. The moment Mu Fasheng crushed the heavenly lightning escape talisman, the evil general activated all his Kai. It enveloped thousands of miles. It locked all the power of space distortion in the vicinity. As long as the space began to distort, he would attack directly. What surprised the evil general was that there was no spatial distortion. Mu Fasheng turned into a bolt of lightning and charged into the clouds. Then, he landed 50 kilometers to the left. He perfectly dodged this terrifying black astral wind, and the evil general's aura locked onto him. Why? In his understanding, an escapa-type talisman, they all relied on the power of space, achieving Shritombium distance spatial travel. And once he borrowed the power of space, it would definitely cause the space at the starting point and landing point to distort. In this way, it was impossible for him not to be detected by the evil general's aura. He arrived at the landing point a step earlier and attacked. After Mu Fasheng used the escape talisman, there were no spatial fluctuations in the surroundings. In fact, there was not even a trace of spatial power. However, he still escaped more than 100 miles away. What the evil general didn't know was, the heavenly lightning escape talisman did not use spatial power to travel through space to begin with. It took a different approach with his body turned into lightning while he used the power of thunder. Only when he arrived first would his aura be revealed. This was also using the principle that the speed of light was faster than sound. It was usually a thunderstorm. When the lightning struck, often, everyone would see the lightning strike first. After a short period of time, the rumbling of thunder could be heard. This was also the ingenious aspect of the heavenly lightning escape talisman. The evil general became more and more anxious. He was even more furious. Facing a martial monarch realm human ant, he had attacked several times in a row, but he didn't even touch the other party's body. Moreover, the other party did not seem to be injured at all. This was something that the extremely arrogant evil clans outside the territory could not accept. Anxiety. As a result, his thoughts became slower and more rash. He roared and flapped his wings and swung his thick tail while chasing after Mu Fasheng. In just a few breaths, he had already arrived at Mu Fasheng's location. He turned around and swung his huge tail out fiercely. Wherever the huge tail passed, cracks appeared in the space. Sonic booms sounded continuously. However, Mu Fasheng did not use the heavenly lightning escape talisman this time. Instead, he turned around. Looking at this scene, the evil general sneered in his heart. Such an ingenious escape talisman should have been used up. Then what other tricks do you have to resist this move of mine, Ant? Mu Fasheng naturally stopped on purpose. He took a deep breath and let out a low shout. Around him, layers of barriers appeared. On his body, the light of the seal shone crazily, from the neck to the soles of the feet. They were all emitting the light of seals. The barrier was even layered and densely packed, surrounding Mu Fasheng within and outside for 7 to 8 meters. The evil general was dumbfounded. He wouldn't even be able to do it. Chapter 384 Chapter 384 Teasing. Chapter 384 Teasing. His entire body shone with the light of a defensive seal. It could be said that this had already been armed from head to toe. He was just short of being armed to the teeth. However, this was very normal for Mu Fasheng. A little more defense wouldn't be better for him to save his life even if he was attacked by an expert or if he was ambushed. Right. Defensive seals were created by the world. Naturally, he had his uses. Why not? This was the blood and sweat of the ancestors. How could he waste it? The evil general in front of Mu Fasheng was dumbfounded. A defensive shield that was 7 to 8 meters thick. Was this something a human could do? Wasn't it the same in the human race? Cultivation practitioners fought with heaven and earth. If he was afraid, wouldn't he be unable to break through? Then, why did this person in front of him have such a thick shield? This was different from the humans he had encountered in the past. Are you that afraid of death? Mu Fasheng, who was in the middle of the 7-meter thick shield, spread his hands and said, "What's wrong with being afraid of death? Isn't cultivation for longevity? What's the point of dying here?" The evil general, how seeking logical. He couldn't refute it. However, this evil general also did not think that even with the seemingly extremely thick shield, it could withstand his attack. One had to know that he was an evil general, evil existence in the evil clans outside the territory. The evil general's target was the human race's soul divergence realm experts. At the same time, compared to ordinary soul divergence realm experts, he was slightly stronger. How could he be an ant of peak stage martial monarch realm with such strength? Could he rely on the power of this so-called seal to resist it? One hit didn't work, then he should give him 2 blows. Failing which, 3 blows it would be. He couldn't possibly have an inexhaustible supply of defensive seals. Right. Thinking of this, the evil general no longer hesitated. Boundless evil power condensed between his claws. The black fog in the boundary mountain seemed to have gathered in the hands and claws of the evil general. A black vortex even appeared on the claw. And at this moment, the evil general let out a low shout. He struck out with his claw. This attack was as if it wanted to shatter space. At this moment, the strength of the evil general level was revealed without a doubt. This time, the evil general did not hold back. He wanted to break this defensive shield that was thicker than a turtle shell with this attack. Then, he would kill that hateful ant. This was the only way to dispel the anger in the evil general's heart. The evil general's claw slammed onto the 6 to 7 meter long shield. On the shield, ripples appeared, as if a huge rock had fallen from the lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. Ripples spread out continuously from the spot where the claw struck. A series of explosions were heard. In an instant, the outermost layer of the shield shattered. At the same time, the 2nd level, the 3rd level, this claw directly broke through Mu Fasheng's 4-meter defensive barrier. However, he stopped at a distance of 3 meters. The evil general was slightly stunned. It was not completely broken. Mu Fasheng nodded slightly when he saw this. It seemed that this was a success. For the first 4 levels, Mu Fasheng used the 2nd-ranked defensive seal among his seals. As for the last 3 levels, they used the seals written in the seal book. This talisman could perfectly disperse and condense the offensive power. This condensed power was scattered around the defensive barrier. This was to weaken the attack power of this killing power. At the same time, the first 4 levels had already weakened another wave of strength. This way, he could perfectly resist it. As for why he didn't use all the defensive seals written in the seal book, it could make the evil general let his guard down. The first 4 levels were easily broken. It was easy for the evil general to relax. They thought that this talisman was nothing much. As long as he used all his strength, he could easily break it. However, it was also because he took advantage of this laxness. He had perfectly withstood this attack as well as the previous arrangements. At the same time, Mu Fasheng, who was inside, was not injured at all. Why was it said that Mu Fasheng was very shrewd? This was also the reason. It could be said that Mu Fasheng had thoroughly studied the enemy's mentality. He could guess the other party's thoughts. Moreover, he could control the other party's thoughts. This way, he would be able to crush his opponents of the same cultivation realm. If they fought across realms, they would have a chance of winning. As for evil races like the evil generals who had surpassed many realms, it could better withstand the other party's attack without being injured. The evil general roared. When had he ever been wronged like this? As an evil race at the level of an evil general, he was even stronger than these ants at the soul divergence realm. But now, he was facing a peak stage martial monarch realm cultivator. Even an ant whose cultivation realm was a realm lower than his could not be instantly killed, and he had been toyed with by the other party. How could the proud and arrogant evil general endure this? He looked at the evil general who had completely fallen into a furious state. Mu Fusheng nodded slightly. It didn't look like a lot of tricks. However, there were countless psychological tactics mixed in. This step was considered a success. This was completely within Mu Fusheng's expectations. If this battle was a movie, then Mu Fusheng was the director, the screenwriter, the development of the plot, the details of the filming. It was completely in Mu Fusheng's hands. The evil general's second attack was already launched in anger. This attack, compared to the last time, it was even more powerful. He clenched his fists and smashed them at the remaining 3 shields. The black fog surged crazily. The evil force rumbled continuously in the evil general's fists. It was a furious attack. It was even more powerful than the previous attack. Mu Fusheng's expression turned grave. He placed his hand on his storage ring. Seeing Mu Fusheng's actions, the evil general's mouth twitched slightly. He suddenly had a bad feeling. For some things, what one feared would always come true. Just as the evil general was thinking this, the storage ring on Mu Fusheng's finger flashed. Another talisman appeared. The talisman, lightning flashed. When the evil general's fist slammed into the 3 layers of shields, cracks began to appear on the 3 layers of shields. Just as the 3 shields were about to shatter, Mu Fusheng waved his hand at Zaijiang and smiled smugly. Bye-bye. Then, he crushed the heavenly lightning escape talisman in his hand. In an instant, Mu Fusheng turned into a bolt of lightning and reappeared 100 meters away. At this moment, the evil general had already blasted open the last 3 shields. However, his fists landed in the air, and Mu Fusheng, he was looking at him mockingly 100 meters away. Chapter 385 Chapter 385 Hiding True Strength. Chapter 385 Hiding True Strength. The Heavenly Spirit Realm. In the Cloud Phoenix Palace, Lu Changsheng sat in front of the round table where there was a fragrant and delicious fish soup. Why was Lu Changsheng here? Naturally, he was craving for Hong Ying's fish soup. In the cottage, Hong Ying's soup was superb. Therefore, Hong Ying would make the soup for every meal. Hong Ying watched Lu Changsheng slowly drink the soup. She smiled and said, "Master, my cooking skills haven't deteriorated. Right. If outsiders saw the Empress of the Cloud Phoenix Empire, who ruled the Heavenly Spirit Realm, wearing a simple and elegant apron, looking at a man with a smile and even making soup for him, their jaws would probably drop. However, the Imperial Preceptor and 9 Heavens tribe were already used to it. Their Empress would only have such an expression in front of this indescribably strong man who was Hong Ying's master. Only then would she become like a little girl." Hearing Hong Ying's question, Lu Changsheng curled his lips and said, "Your craftsmanship has deteriorated a little. You added too many spices to cover up the umami of the fish. Even if you want to cultivate, even if you want to manage the Imperial Preceptor, you should not forget about practicing your cooking. 9 Heavens tribe, it's already good enough to make soup for you. Why are you asking for so much?" However, their Empress did not have any complaints. Instead, she smiled and said, "All right, one understand. I'll practice every day from now on." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded and said, "Good." Hence, Imperial Preceptor and 9 Heavens tribe were even more speechless. Hong Ying said, "By the way, I heard that Master has taken in a new disciple." Big senior brother Yi Qiubai naturally told her this news, even though they were very far apart, and crossed countless realms. However, there were still correspondences between them. Thanks to Lu Changsheng's voice transmission jade pendant, which seemed to be able to ignore spatial distances and achieved wireless distance for information delivery. Lu Changsheng took a sip of the soup and nodded with a smile. "Your new junior brother is much better than you lot." Hong Ying smiled and asked, "Oh, how strong is he?" Master actually praised him so much. There were 5 of them. However, Lu Changsheng rarely praised them. It was the first time she had heard such unconcealed praise for someone. Lu Changsheng explained, "Your new junior brother has already comprehended the true meaning of cultivation. He knows what to do and what not to do. Even if he's doing something, he'll be extremely cautious. Moreover, the way he handled the traces was top-notch. He didn't need me to teach him this at all. On the contrary, Lu Qingsheng gave Hong Ying a disdainful look and said, "Look at you. You didn't learn anything I taught you." It seemed that he was a junior brother with a personality very similar to her master. But the most satisfying thing about this new junior brother of yours is that he knows how to hide his strength. Han Ying's interest was piqued. "Oh, so you're saying that this junior brother's true realm is very high?" "I don't know if it's high." Lu Qingsheng smiled and said, "He didn't reveal his true cultivation level even when he faced me. He used many methods to hide his true cultivation level. Look, learn more from your junior brother." Han Ying was really interested in meeting this new junior brother. After the matter in the heavenly spirit realm ended, Han Ying would hand the matters of the Cloud Phoenix Empire to the Imperial Preceptor, and then she would be able to roam the boundless world. At the same time, at the boundless realm, in the Boundary Mountain, the evil general panted slightly. His originally black pupils were now filled with a furious red. He looked at Mu Fasheng and asked, "Why do you still have an escape talisman?" Mu Fasheng spread his hands and said, "One didn't say that one had used up all my escape talismans." "Right." The evil general was speechless. That seemed to be the case. "Then why didn't you use it directly just now?" This human was too sinister. Suddenly, the evil general calmed down and thought about what Mu Fasheng had done previously. He recalled his previous actions. He Jiang finally understood. He looked at Mu Fasheng and said coldly, "Aunt, are you trying to hold me back?" Mu Fasheng smiled without saying anything. He should have noticed it after dragging it out for so long. If he couldn't even discover this, he was not worthy of standing in his current position. "However, do you think that by stalling me, they will be able to win? You might have underestimated the evil races." Mu Fasheng smiled. "I don't care what happens to them. What I need to care about is you." "He he. With just you." The evil races sneered. 111 Deal with you later. After speaking, the evil general came back to his senses and prepared to return to where Mu Qingfeng and the others were. At this moment, a monstrous aura spread throughout the Boundary Mountain behind the evil general. The evil general sensed this aura and suddenly turned around. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. This aura belonged to a beginner stage soul divergence realm expert, and the person who erupted with this aura was not anyone else. Moreover, there was no one else around. It was from Mu Fasheng. The evil general narrowed his eyes and looked at the smiling Mu Fasheng. "You hid your realm," Mu Fasheng said. "Who said that you were not allowed to hide your realm? However, one should be able to stall you with my cultivation realm." "Right." Previously, he did not expose his realm. Was because even if he revealed his strength at beginner stage soul divergence realm, he wouldn't be a match for these evil clans outside the territory. One had to know that the evil races at the level of evil generals were slightly stronger than ordinary peak stage soul divergence realm experts. He revealed his beginner stage soul divergence realm cultivation and could only barely resist. At the soul divergence realm, it was extremely difficult to cross a minor realm, not to mention a few of them. Therefore, he had used tactics to drag it out for so long. Now that he had displayed the strength of a beginner stage soul divergence realm cultivator, he continued to stall for time. Only then could he maximize the delay. That way, it would be easier to perform. The evil general didn't comment. This cunning human was able to stall him for so long even though he was only a peak stage martial monarch realm expert. Not to mention the strength of a beginner stage soul divergence realm cultivator. But, even if you stall me, what can you do? Most of the soul divergence realm cultivators over there are at the intermediate stage. At the same time, there's one less. How can you fight with such a difference in strength? Mu Fasheng disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the fiend race and punched out. "Like I said, it's none of my business over there. My job is to hold you back." The evil general sneered. "You finally don't need external help. However, how are you going to resist my attack without external help?" As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out as well. But at this moment, the corners of Mu Fasheng's lips curled up. He instantly opened his fist. transforming fist into palm. On his palm, there was a talisman that flickered with lightning. Chapter 386 Chapter 386 World Cleansing Divine Lightning Seal. Chapter 386 World Cleansing Divine Lightning Seal. The evil general was actually very happy just as Mu Fusheng made his move. This meant that this ant finally dared to fight him head-on. Then he would be able to avenge his previous humiliation. He would kill this annoying and cunning ant in one go. When she saw the corners of Mu Fusheng's lips curl up, the evil general had a bad feeling. Mu Fusheng opened his fist. There was a talisman filled with lightning stuck to his palm. It was so evil that it made one numb. What is going on? Where are you going to stall me head-on? And he didn't hesitate to expose his hidden strength. However, what was the meaning of using a seal now? You don't know how to fight without seals. Right. At this moment, the evil general felt like he was experiencing an extremely exciting roller coaster. From time to time, it would land at a 90-degree angle. After landing, it rose at an extremely fast speed. Then, they continued to land. It kept rising and falling. Mu Fusheng was doing this to make the Dark General let down his guard. All of this was a series of psychological calculations. At this moment, it was completely unleashed. The seal in his palm was not the heavenly lightning escape talisman. It wasn't a defensive seal either. Instead, it was a real killing talisman that was 110. In these few months, Mu Fusheng did not throw himself into the seal book. While resting, he kept thinking about the 99 primordial divine thunder. The killing methods involved, coupled with the heavenly thunder Dao exorcism. Mu Fusheng was good at the concept of lightning. He had an even greater affinity with the lightning attribute. It could be said that his body had turned into lightning. Controlling the great Dao of lightning was nothing difficult. Now, with the 99 primordial divine thunder, coupled with the Dao of killing seals in the seal book, this slaughter talisman that was inscribed, strengthened his 99 primordial divine thunder technique. This would create a killing power that exceeded one's realm. For a moment, thunder rumbled around Mu Fusheng, the originally calm starry sky. In the dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder dragon rolled. From time to time, the roars of dragons could be heard. However, these lightning bolts were different from the usual lightning strikes. The destructive power was even stronger. At the same time, amidst the lightning, it was filled with the power of purification. This purification power exceeded that of ordinary lightning. It was the effect of Mu Fusheng's special seal. When he knew that he was coming to the boundary mountain, he had already guessed it. The enemy this time might be the evil clans outside the territory. And what was the nemesis of the evil clans outside the territory? The power of Dao techniques. One of the most fundamental power of the Dao technique was the power of purification. The lightning also contained the power of purification. In that case, what Mu Fusheng needed to do was to strengthen the purification power when he unleashed his thunderous killing power. That way, the impact on the evil clans would be more effective than strengthening the killing power of the lightning itself. It was even stronger. The evil general looked at this scene, sensing the power within. His green brows were tightly knitted together. He felt that the purification power was a little troublesome, even with his strength. This cunning ant in front of him, even though he was full of tricks, the attacks released were not weak at all. He was much stronger than people of the same cultivation realm. At the thought of this, the evil general did not dare to be careless. An evil force was released. It fused with the surrounding black fog and turned into black astral winds that swept towards Mu Fusheng. At this moment, Mu Fusheng also struck out with his palm. There was lightning in his palm, one after another. World-cleansing thunder dragons shot out from the dark clouds. As Mu Fusheng's palm struck out, they faced the black astral winds. The black fog howled, two completely opposite forces. At this moment, they collided. The lightning dragon's huge body released thousands of purifying divine lightning as it ruthlessly collided with the black astral winds. Immediately, the power of purification shone. The black mist carried by the black astral winds was like ice meeting lava at this moment. It began to melt. On the other side, Mu Fusheng's palm carried the power of purifying divine lightning. It collided with the evil general's palm. This was not child's play, a game of clapping hands. It was a matter of life and death. It was either you die or one die. The two powers collided crazily. Mu Fasheng's cultivation level was much lower than the evil general's. It was also because of the enhancement of the purifying divine lightning talisman. The power of purification surged unprecedentedly. At this moment, he was actually not at a disadvantage, even though it was a coincidence. He used the power to restrain the evil clans outside the territory. However, he was even stronger than peak stage Soul Divergence Realm Evil General. In Mu Fasheng's hands, he actually did not gain any benefits. Such a battle record. If word got out, as the successor of the Boundless Empire's emperor, Mu Fasheng's status would be even more stable. He was the heir of the Imperial Lord, who had originally not revealed himself, as well as planning methods and cultivation talent. Wouldn't he be the perfect successor to the emperor? When the time came, who would use the matter of cultivation talent to protest against Mu Zhenting's personal orders? The evil general's expression was extremely ugly, even though the other party had the power to restrain him. However, he was fighting against an ant in the beginner stage of the soul-splitting realm just like that. It made him feel very embarrassed. This time, there were no escape talismans or defensive seals. It was a head-on clash. However, he still could not kill the cunning ant in front of him. Wasn't this a slap in his face? Moreover, if he was dragged here, what about over there? Even though peak stage experts were completely victorious, and even if the number of evil soldiers and commander-level evil races was greater than the other parties, such a difference in combat strength, there was no need to worry. But don't forget the scroll in that woman's hand. The other party could not escape and still wanted to stay here. It was obvious that he was confident. There could not be any mistakes in this plan. Even if there was the slightest possibility, he wanted to kill him in the cradle. Therefore, he could not be dragged here forever. But no matter what he thought about it, no matter how much effort he used to attack, he still could not force Mu Fasheng to retreat. The seemingly inexhaustible defensive seal. There was also the elusive escape talisman. It made him feel like his fist had hit cotton. Seconds ticked by. Not a minute had passed. The uneasiness in the evil general's heart deepened. In the distant sky, the black fog was dispersed by a light of purification and soared into the sky. When the evil general saw this, his expression changed drastically. He still couldn't let him go. He would drag it out if he could. It was best to drag it out until the end of the battle. Thus, after Mu Fasheng used the heavenly lightning escape talisman, he stuck to it again. Chapter 387 Chapter 387 All My Trump Cards. Chapter 387 All My Trump Cards. At this moment, Yi Qiubai, Blackie, and Shisheng attacked at the same time to stall a Soul Divergence Realm Evil General. As for the three of them, only one of them was at the beginner stage Martial Monarch Realm. However, his explosive strength shocked all the Soul Divergence Realm experts. The ancient sword in Yi Qiubai's hand that had yet to be unsheathed, but the power of law of the sword Dao emitted from it. It was still the pitch-black nine-heaven demon halberd in Blackie's hand that emitted a monstrous demonic intent. Or under the stars in the night, the light of the stars gathered. Shisheng, who was releasing the power of the stars, the strength that erupted at this moment made all of them feel that it was extremely unrealistic. Was this the power that two half-step Martial Monarch Realm experts and a beginner-stage Martial Monarch Realm expert could emit? Everyone knew that the higher one's realm was, the harder it was to advance. Was the Soul Divergence Realm high? It could be said that in this latitude, he was already standing at the level of a first-rate expert. As for the top, it was naturally the Dao Convergence Realm. However, the three of them forcefully held him back with the strength of the Martial Monarch Realm and the half-step Martial Monarch Realm expert. How could he be so powerful in a cross-border battle? Even though Mu Qingfeng was busy activating the formation and had no time to do anything else, she was able to observe his surroundings. What surprised her the most was Yi Qiubai and the other two. There was no way the super geniuses of those ancient families, the top geniuses of the dynasty, could do that. Mu Qingfeng admitted that even though her cultivation talent was not the best, it was definitely not bad. Her many years of battlefield experience had made her very experienced in actual combat. However, she could not do it to this extent if she was at the half-step martial monarch realm or the martial monarch realm. For example, Ikyubai and the other two's ability to cross realms was no longer something a human could do. It could be said that it had already exceeded her understanding. It also exceeded the understanding of everyone present. The evil general who was fighting Ikyubai and the other two. The more they fought, the more shocked they became. Even though he could gain an advantage in battle, this advantage could be resolved by the three human ants every time, especially the sword in their hands and the demonic halberd. It made his heart palpitate. As the evil races of the middle latitude region, naturally, he had heard of this power. However, how could anyone comprehend the power of law in such a low latitude realm? Even if it was him, he had only heard of it. But he had never felt it before. No matter how he attacked with all his might, none of them could cause any substantial damage. This made the evil general feel ridiculous and angry. Mu Qingfeng held the scroll in her hand. The world cleansing array was completed at this moment. After the spiritual energy of many experts, the array had been activated. The scroll emitted a dazzling light. Streams of Taoist power swept out from the scroll like a violent wind. The black fog within a radius of 50 kilometers was dispersed at this moment. Under the influence of the world-cleansing formation, those evil weapons without the protection of the black fog were directly melted by the power of the Tao technique. It let out a series of strange screams. As for the commander-level evil clans outside the territory, they were more or less affected. This made those martial monarch realm and void god realm human cultivators heave a sigh of relief. He watched the formation of the world-cleansing array. The faces of the 9 evil generals sank. This formation was too much of a counter to them. The power of Tao arts and the power of purification were all existences that countered them. Even an evil general's strength would be reduced. And at this moment, Ikyubai narrowed his eyes. His eyes shone with a divine light. He directly took out 3 spiritual Kai recovery and healing pills and threw them into his mouth. At this moment, spiritual Kai erupted. He held the green cloud sword with both hands. He held the sword hilt with one hand and the scabbard with the other. He wanted to pull it out. At the same time, Blackie received Ikubai's attack signal. Almost at the same time, a low growl. Demonic Kai surged crazily. The demonic shadow behind him was extremely solid at this moment. The 3 lines on the surface of his body represented fire, ice, and killing intent. It appeared on the huge demonic shadow holding the 9 heavenly demon halberd behind him, and the demon god descended. On the other hand, it was as if he was telepathically connected to Ikyubai and Blackie. Shisheng also released endless starlight at the same time. The stars in the night, the weak starlight on every star, seemed to converge on Shisheng's body at this moment. Like a spotlight. Chaotic star record. Star core. He stretched out his hand as if he was suppressing the netherworld. At this moment, the 3 of them unleashed their full strength. He pulled out the green cloud sword. At this moment, a small blade appeared in the world. The power of law of the sword Tao surged crazily. It swept through the land like a tornado. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the power of law of the sword Tao. What level of sword Tao power was this? It actually had such power. The injured silver-armored commander looked at this scene with a solemn expression. He had once seen the sect master of the Starfall Sword sect, Jian Wufang, make a move. Jian Wufang was known as the #1 expert in the sword Tao. The realm of sword Tao was in the supreme realm. Even if it was the supreme realm sword Tao, at this moment, compared to the power of law emitted by the green cloud sword in Ikyubai's hand, it was not inferior at all. This power seemed to dim the power of the sword Tao in the entire world. If sword intent was the correct way to use the sword Tao, in that case, the power of law of the sword Tao meant that he had completely grasped the sword Tao and used it for himself. It was the true essence of the sword Tao. The power of it made people's expressions change. Blackie summoned the fiend celestial and the demonic aura gathered behind him. At this moment, Blackie was like a real demon god. He controlled the demonic path in the world. It made people submit to it. Even the mental state of a soul divergence realm expert could not help but be affected at this moment. The power of the stars born from the stone was incomparably vast. The suppressive power within was extremely mysterious. Such powerful star power also made everyone think that the loss of the cultivation technique of star power was a huge loss for the human cultivation world. The three of them attacked at the same time. He had used all his trump cards. This made this evil general have no choice but to be extremely energetic. His brows were tightly knitted together. All the evil energy in his body was unleashed. However, under the influence of the world cleansing array, his strength had been suppressed. The current evil general could only unleash 70 of his previous strength. And at this moment, the trio's attacks had already left their hands. The power of law of the sword Tao transformed into a tornado. The demon god Phantom held the 9 heavenly demon halberd and slashed at the evil general. The power of the stars turned into the stars in the sky and gathered the power of the core of the stars. Like a meteorite, it suppressed the evil general with endless suppression. At this moment, the boundary mountain seemed to be about to collapse. The commotion also attracted the attention of the cities at the border of Boundary Mountain. There were even top experts who noticed the violent spiritual Kai of Boundary Mountain. Chapter 388 Chapter 388 Don't you know what you're doing? Chapter 388 Don't you know what you're doing? Jian Wufang was seriously wiping the edgeless greatsword in his hand in the main hall of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked to the east, which was the direction of Boundary Mountain. The power of the Sword Doctrine 11. Jian Wufang could feel that the power of Sword Tao was not as strong as that of the super expert at that time. However, they seemed to come from the same super expert that was Yiqiubai's master. The Starfall Sword Ancestor sect had also heard about the Boundary Mountain. Could Sword Sun have gone too? After some thought, Jian Wufang put away the edgeless greatsword, picked up the white handkerchief, and placed it into the sword pool to wash it. He summoned the peak masters of the other 3 peaks and said, Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, prepare for battle. The 3 peak masters had solemn expressions and did not ask why. There was no need to ask. The news of the Boundary Mountain had already spread throughout the various sects. Since they were preparing for war, it was confirmed. The change in the Boundary Mountain was caused by the evil clans outside the territory. The meaning of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect's existence had not changed. Ever since the Starfall Sword Emperor established the Sword Ancestor, his original intention was still there. He would slay all the evil clans outside the territory as a guardian. On the other side in the Boundless Empire, Mu Zhenting placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the eastern sky. Violent energy seemed to be circulating there. It seems that Fu Sheng has taken in an incredible master. Then, Mu Zhenting turned around and left to prepare for battle. Back then, how much damage had the evil clans outside the territory caused to the low-latitude realm? Now that he knew that the other party was going to make a comeback, he naturally had to prepare in advance. He could not let the past happen again. All sides moved. Looking at the Boundary Mountain again, Yiqiubai and the other 2 used all their trump cards. 3 attacks that surpassed the realm actually heavily injured the evil general. The evil general who had been held back by Mu Fasheng had also returned. Looking at the scene in front of him, his expression was extremely ugly. The world cleansing array was completed. Even though he had been weakened by 70, the other evil weapons were directly melted under the influence of the world cleansing array. The commander-level evil races had also suffered heavy losses. The situation was hopeless. The evil general's expression turned ugly as he growled, "Retreat." With that, he left with the remaining commander-level evil races and the other evil generals. It fused into the black fog 50 kilometers away. Mu Qingfeng did not give the order to pursue. Firstly, the power released by carving the world cleansing array in the form of a scroll was limited. The range of influence could only be within 100 miles. Therefore, 100 miles away, there was still black fog. Entering the black fog, one's vision and perception range would be restricted, and one's strength would be suppressed. Secondly, even though they had temporarily repelled the evil clans outside the territory, some of the people on their side were either dead or injured. It could be said that there were heavy casualties. Such combat strength did not have the requirement to pursue. So, on these 2 points, Mu Qingfeng would not lose her mind over a temporary and tragic victory. She gave the order to pursue. Moreover, the silver-armored commander had naturally obtained some information. Now, the most important thing was to read the information. This way, they could decide on the subsequent matters. Combining these 3 points, Mu Qingfeng waved her hand and said, "Those who are injured stand in the middle of the team. Those who are slightly injured or still have the strength to fight, surround the outer circle. Pay attention to the situation around you. Retreat." No one said anything. They followed Mu Qingfeng's instructions and started to retreat. Mu Fasheng had also returned to the team. After reporting the situation to Mu Qingfeng, he came to Yi Qiubai's side. "I've heard everything," Mu Fasheng whispered. "Senior brother, do you have any other trump cards?" Yi Qiubai was slightly stunned before shaking his head. "The green cloud sword just now was already my strongest move." Shisheng and Blackie nodded. They probably had to go all out if they advanced further. Mu Fasheng held his forehead and sighed. "All right then. There's nothing we can do this time. But we can't reveal our trump cards next time. Even if you reveal it, you have to keep other trump cards, or even stronger trump cards. Do you understand what one mean?" Yi Qiubai looked amused and nodded. All right, I understand. I reckon that in the future, you will be Master's favorite disciple." This personality was definitely to his master's liking. Even though his personality was inferior to his master's, they were similar. Lu Chengsheng didn't want to cause trouble at all. He tried his best to avoid karma. Mu Fasheng did not want to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of it either. However, after causing trouble, even if he had to fight, he had a pile of backup plans. After dealing with them, he would also carefully clean up the battlefield. He wouldn't leave a trail behind. Mu Fasheng stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "You'll get someone to move around later so that the people here won't tell anyone about you. Even though it's not very useful, at least they won't know the details of your attacks. This should make up for it." Yi Qiubai shook his head and laughed. "You will probably have to give you my status as the most favored disciple in the future." Blackie and Shisheng looked at Yi Qiubai in horror. "I didn't notice it." It turned out that big senior brother still could not recognize his attributes. Most favored. Why do I feel like Master would rather strangle you to death? Everyone was vigilant of their surroundings, even though they had temporarily repelled a small portion of the fiend race's forces. It was also possible that the other party would turn around and ambush them in the black fog, intercept the return route of Mu Qingfeng and the others. However, fortunately, nothing much happened. Everyone returned to Dragon Enlightenment City. At this moment, a few more forces had arrived in Dragon Enlightenment City. Among them were the various large sects, the Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect, and the Boundless Empire. The Starfall Sword Ancestor Sect had Shen Qingfeng. The person from the dynasty was the commander of the Golden Armored Imperial Guards, who was directly under the Emperor, Mu Zhenting. And this commander of the Golden Armored Imperial Guards was a half-step Dao Convergence Realm expert. Mu Qingfeng returned to Longqi City and nodded to everyone. "Follow me." Everyone went to the meeting hall. Yi Qiubai and the other 3 were naturally among them. There was no need to elaborate on Mu Fasheng. What about Yi Qiubai and the other 2? After the battle in the Boundary Mountain, everyone no longer looked down on the strength of these 3 people. On the contrary, they would take the initiative to curry favor with him. With such talent in cross-border combat, as long as matured, he might even be one of the top experts in the future. It was even more terrifying. Such a person, instead of apologizing for looking down on him and getting closer to him, the stalemate continued. Wasn't this idiotic? Everyone came to the meeting hall. Mu Qingfeng looked at the silver-armored commander waiting for his information. The silver-armored commander said with a solemn expression, "There's only one piece of news. The goal of the evil clans outside the territory this time is to seal off the Boundary Mountain, and they are going to the Demonic Abyss." The Demonic Abyss. It was on the other side of the Boundary Mountain and was a forbidden area of life in a boundless world. Chapter 389 Chapter 389 Gather. All ready to go. Chapter 389 Gather. all ready to go. There were countless dangers. Even Tao Convergence Realm experts could die if they entered. This forbidden life zone was on the other side of the boundary mountain. It was also one of the reasons why the Boundless Empire strictly prohibited people from crossing the boundary mountain. There might be a supreme demon sealed amongst them. Of course. The main reason was that the evil clans outside the territory were suppressed on the other side of the boundary mountain. In the meeting hall, Mu Qingfeng frowned. The evil clans outside the territory are interested in the demon domain. Do you know the reason? The silver-armored commander shook his head and said, I'm not sure. We haven't found out the reason. The golden-armored commander who came here was also puzzled. How can the evil clans outside the territory know even if we don't know what's inside the demonic abyss? Furthermore, they are interested in it. Could there be a way to completely remove their suppression in the demonic abyss? That's unlikely. However, it's definitely not a good thing that the evil clans outside the territory are interested in the demon abyss. Yes. At least it won't do us any good. However, the conclusion was very simple. They had to stop the evil clans outside the territory. It was precisely because they did not know what was in the demonic abyss that was why they had to stop them. Moreover, what if they managed to obtain something from the demonic abyss? Let their plan succeed, and it might affect the boundless world to the extent that it could even cause destructive damage to the entire low latitude. They would not allow that to happen. Mu Qingfeng immediately said, 111 Report this to my father first. Everyone nodded. This matter had to be handed over to the emperor, Mu Zhenting, to decide. On the other side, when Blackie heard the words demonic abyss, he frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After Yi Qiubai discovered it, he understood what Blackie was thinking. Looks like we have to go to the demonic abyss too. The demon abyss was the clue that Blackie had obtained when he obtained the first memory fragment. There might be a second memory fragment hidden among them. It was also possible that other clues were hidden. However, this must be related to Blackie. Therefore, Blackie had to go to the demonic abyss. Mu Fasheng overheard their conversation. However, this time, Mu Fasheng did not object. Instead, he nodded and said, I'll go and inscribe more seals later. This matter must be extremely important to Blackie. Hence, Mu Fasheng would not stop him. On the contrary, he would do his best to help. If it was something that he did not have to do, Mu Fasheng would stop him to avoid the results of karma. After the news was sent to Mu Zhenting, Mu Zhenting also agreed with their point of view. Then, Mu Zhenting immediately gathered the sect masters of the various large sects to discuss this matter. The final decision was made with the three great clans amongst them. The debatable results are as follows. The three great clans of the Boundless Empire would each send out a Tao Convergence Realm expert, while first-rate factions each send a half-step Tao Convergence Realm expert at the same time. Under such circumstances, the rest of the various large sects also sent out their geniuses. The demonic abyss was known as the Forbidden Life Zone. Usually, it was fine if they did not disturb them. However, there was no choice but for the various sects to send out their geniuses. Danger was always accompanied by great opportunities. Even though the demonic abyss was known as a forbidden zone where even Tao Convergence Realm powerhouses might not be able to return, these prodigies could grow quickly once there was an opportunity. The evil clans outside the territory were about to attack. No, they had already begun to show their edge. The geniuses of the younger generation had to grow quickly. Otherwise, more would die when the actual battle starts. This was something that all the factions had decided to discuss and approved of. The Boundless Empire sent Mu Fasheng, Mu Qingfeng, and the second prince, Mu Yunsheng. The second prince, Mu Yunsheng, didn't care about worldly affairs. He was not in the mood for politics, nor was he in the mood for military power. He was focused on pursuing the Tao. It could be said that in the Boundless Empire, he was the existence with the highest cultivation talent. Of course, Mu Fasheng was actually the one with the highest cultivation talent in the dark, since he had been hiding his strength after all. It was not good to be in the limelight. The Starfall Sword Ancestor sect, on the other hand, sent Lin Jai, who was known as the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect's hope for revival. He was the personal disciple of the sect master, Jian Wufang. At the same time, The other three peak masters also sent out their most outstanding disciples. The three great families. The Mu family sent Mu Qisheng. The Gu family sent their eldest son, Gu Hedong. The He family had sent He Juniming. It could be said that all the elites were deployed in this operation. Countless prodigies moved when they heard the news. The prodigies of the various itinerant cultivators also received the news and headed to Dragon Enlightenment City one after another. This was an opportunity. The demonic abyss was dangerous. However, there might be a shocking opportunity. They would be able to reach a higher level as long as they obtained the opportunity. They were comparable to the prodigies of those sects. They could only say that if one had no dreams. What was the difference between that person and a salted fish? However, the price was a little high. They might lose their lives for this. Dragon Enlightenment City was filled with prodigies from all walks of life and itinerant cultivators. The entire Dragon Enlightenment City was packed. In fact, people had already arrived outside Longkai City or near the Boundary Mountain. In the meeting hall, Mu Zhengting had already given her orders. Maintaining the team, they crossed the Boundary Mountain and headed for the Demon Abyss. Stop the evil clans outside the territory at all costs. After receiving this order, Mu Qingfeng immediately began to split up. Mu Fusheng was the commander of the team as the commander-in-chief. Yi Qiubai, Shi Sheng, and Blackie were all among them. At the same time, there were other prodigies in the team. Among them was Mu Qisheng, the prodigy of the Mu family, one of the three big families. The one with the highest cultivation realm was naturally the golden armored commander who was half a step into the Dao Convergence realm. Meanwhile, Dao Convergence realm champions were not participating in this command. They had already crossed the Boundary Mountain and were scouting the way for everyone. Peak stage experts had to control the battle. When they were ready, they would set off immediately. Mu Fusheng took out 3 storage rings and distributed them to Yi Qiubai and the other 2. Senior brother. Among them is a pile of heavenly lightning escape talismans and defensive seals. If anything goes wrong, don't force yourself. Where there's life, there's hope. Yi Qiubai looked at Mu Fusheng's aura. Knowing that he had been overworked in carving seals these few days, he could not help but feel warm in his heart. Patting Mu Fusheng on the shoulder, he said, "Don't worry, as fellow disciples. We will naturally bring back as many people as we can. Not a single one will be missing." Shisheng also smiled and nodded. Blackie, on the other hand, was holding onto his storage ring as he stared blankly in the direction of Boundary Mountain. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, everyone was ready. Their goal was to cross the Boundary Mountain and head to the Demon Abyss. Chapter 390 Chapter 390 Breaking Through to the Sword Saint Realm. I won't let you down. Chapter 390 Breaking Through to the Sword Saint Realm. I won't let you down. In the Boundary Mountain, the black fog still existed. However, they did not encounter the evil clans outside the territory again. It was as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. However, they could also understand that since the evil races had made such a huge move, they naturally had to mobilize their troops. They had probably already gone to the demonic abyss. On the way to the Boundary Mountain, there were no obstacles and he easily crossed it. In a day, they arrived at the other side of the Boundary Mountain. On the other side of the Boundary Mountain was a natural chasm that blocked the entire path of the Boundary Mountain. Lin Jai could not help but sigh looking at the skies. This path was man-made. Back then, the Starfall Sword Emperor and many experts were in charge. After suppressing the evil clans outside the territory, he turned his flesh and blood into the sky. It completely isolated the other side of the Boundary Mountain. Of course, there was a crack in the sky, which was the only way to reach the other side through the critical mountain range. Except, the array formation had already been torn open. Naturally, it was done by the evil clans outside the territory. Everyone passed through this crack. What he saw was a plane filled with a black aura. The plane had already been assimilated by the black evil power, turning into a black land. Not even a blade of grass could grow. There was no aura of any living creature. In the sky above, a huge formation could be vaguely seen. It was the World Cleansing Array. However, the World Cleansing Array was already enveloped by a huge black fog and could not be used. This was the result of the evil clans outside the territory constantly being corroded by the black fog over the past tens of thousands of years. At the same time, in front of the plane was a broken 9-foot-long sword sculpture inserted into the plane. It was incompatible with the black land here. Eqbai recognized this sword at a glance. The 9-foot-long sword. Even the Starfall Sword Emperor's sword was the 9-foot Starfall sword in his hand. Zhang Yunzong said in a deep voice. That sword was engraved with Senior Sword Emperor's soul in order to suppress the evil races here. His eyes were filled with respect. It could transform its own flesh and blood into the sky. He even used his soul as the core to suppress the array. One had to know that this method made the Starfall Sword Emperor unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation forever. Someone who could do this for the sake of the world. Wasn't he worthy of admiration? Eqbai bowed deeply to the sword. He did not get up for a long time. And at this moment, the 9-foot Starfall sword began to tremble. At the same time, the broken 9-foot Starfall sword sculpture in the middle of the black plane began to tremble. At this moment, the black planes began to tremble. It was like a precursor to an earthquake. Everyone looked at the Starfall sword sculpture in shock. Happened who triggered this Starfall sword sculpture that had been silent for a long time. Only Zhang Yunzong and Lin Jai looked at Eqbai. Only Eqbai, the inheritor of the Starfall Sword Emperor, would be able to do such a thing. Eqbai stood up and walked towards the Starfall Sword statue step by step as if he had been summoned. When the golden armored commander saw this scene, he frowned slightly and shouted, Eqbai, don't act alone. If you act like this, you might destroy the overall situation. The Black Plains was originally the periphery that suppressed the evil clans outside the territory. The evil clans outside the territory had already torn open some of the seals. No one knew what was on this plane. The golden armored commander's words were reasonable. Shang Yunzong looked at the golden armored commander. Let him go. The golden armored commander frowned and said, look at the big picture. He saw that Eqbai was still doing whatever he wanted as he walked towards the Starfall sword sculpture. He was prepared to stop them. He had just stretched out his hand and an aura descended from the sky. This was a sword intent. A supreme sword intent of the sword Dao. The golden armored commander's expression changed slightly as he looked up at the sky. He did not see the person who attacked. However, what he heard spread throughout the entire plains. Let him go. I'll keep an eye on him. The golden armored commander's expression darkened. He recognized this sword intent and this voice. He was the current sect master of the Starfall Sword sect, Dao Convergence Realm expert. Jian Wufeng. That's right. Jian Wufeng had personally come here in this operation. He couldn't let anything happen to Eqbai and Lin Jai. This was the hope of the Starfall Sword Ancestor sect. Moreover, the master behind Eqbai was too terrifying. If something happened to him, there might be some big trouble. However, the golden armored commander still stopped. He still had to give Jian Wufeng face. Moreover, they were not on the same level. Jian Wufeng was a Dao Convergence Realm cultivator who was known to be the #1 swordsman in the boundless world. Under everyone's gazes, Eqbai slowly walked in front of the Starfall sword sculpture. There was half a meter between the two. Eqbai's 9-foot Starfall sword trembled even more violently. The Starfall sword sculpture in front of him was as if the 9-foot Starfall sword had been synchronized, and it was also trembling non-stop. Eqbai subconsciously touched the body of the Starfall sword sculpture. In an instant, a sword intent enveloped Eqbai. This sword intent was very familiar. It was the Starfall Sword Emperor's sword intent. At this moment, Eqbai's sword Dao realm increased crazily. At this moment, he directly broke through to the Sword Saint realm. For a moment, sword intent whistled on the entire black plane. The sword intent that had materialized shot into the sky. The sword intent seemed to have turned into an ocean. He galloped across the black plains. When everyone saw this scene, they were shocked. His sword Dao had already broken through to the Sword Saint realm at this age and at this realm. How strong was this child's talent in the sword Dao? When Mu Qingfeng saw the scene, she was only slightly surprised. But her heart did not waver much. She had seen Eqbai's combat ability after all. It was normal for him to be able to do this with his talents, even though two half-step martial monarch realm experts had joined forces to resist and even heavily injured a soul divergence realm evil general. Lin Jai smiled bitterly, but there was no jealousy in his eyes. Instead, there was more fighting spirit. In the beginning, Lin Jai didn't take Qi seriously. He progressed to treating him as his opponent until now, where he saw him as a mountain that he had to conquer. In the sky, Jian Wufeng watched this scene and smiled. At the side, a middle-aged man said, "Is this a disciple of your Starfall Sword sect?" The Starfall Sword ancestor sect shook his head and said with a smile, "No, but he is the hope of the Starfall Sword Emperor's inheritance." The middle-aged man was silent. Qi closed his eyes and crazily absorbed this sword intent around him. After he finished absorbing it, he opened his eyes and bowed to the Starfall Sword statue solemnly again. And at this moment, an illusory image appeared in his mind. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar voice. "I'll leave it to you. I wouldn't let you down." Qi expression was serious and he replied. Chapter 391 Chapter 391 Entering the Demonic Abyss. Chapter 391 Entering the Demonic Abyss. In the Demonic Abyss, there was a need to pass through the Black Plains. When they passed through the plains, they saw pitch-black abyss in front of them. Demonic Chi surged under the abyss. Waves of whistling sounds could be heard. It was like the roar of 10,000 demons. Beside the abyss was a stone tablet and two words were engraved on the stone tablet. This was where the demonic abyss was. At this point, sensing the wisps of black demonic Chi, the sealed memories in Blackie's mind seemed to be starting to waver. He understood that there must be something related to his memory under the demonic abyss. There was a power that was different from demonic Chi at the entrance of the demonic abyss. This power was evil. In other words, the evil clans outside the territory had already entered the demonic abyss. Mu Qingfeng frowned and said, "Let's split up and enter the demonic abyss immediately. Now that the evil clans outside the territory have seized the initiative, we have to seize the opportunity. Of course, we have to be careful of the evil clan's ambush. Understand, they were able to obtain information and the evil clans outside the territory could naturally guess their next move. Therefore, it was normal to plant an ambush in the demonic abyss." They nodded. Then, they entered the demonic abyss in batches under Mu Qingfeng's command. Even though the knowledge of the demonic abyss was limited, they still understood the basic situation. In the past, Dao Convergence Realm elites had formed teams to explore the place. Later on, only 2 of the 4 Dao Convergence Realm experts emerged. Of course, they also brought out valuable information. The demonic abyss was divided into 9 levels. The upper 3 levels, the middle 3 levels, and the lower 3 levels. The deeper they went, the more danger there was. In the upper 3 levels, the level of the demonic creatures were probably at the peak stage martial monarch realm. The middle 3 levels were the strength of the soul divergence realm. The lower 3 levels were of the Dao convergence realm. Even though it was this strong, the threat was even more dangerous. The Dao convergence realm experts from the various sects had already taken the lead and headed for the lower 3 levels. With Mu Fusheng in the lead, Qi, Shi Sheng, Blackie, and the others entered the demonic abyss at the same time. They leaped down but did not feel like they were falling. The torrential demonic Chi that whistled upwards dragged everyone's bodies. If he wanted to go down, he had to rely on his spiritual Chi to break through this rising airflow. Of course, under the encirclement of the monstrous demonic Chi, the circulation of the spiritual Chi in his body would also be affected. Demonic Chi and spiritual Chi did not come from the same source after all. However, this first test was not difficult for everyone. In the demonic Chi, Blackie was like a fish in water and arrived at the first level first. It did not look like an abyss. Instead, there was the sky and the ground. However, the sky was completely black. The clouds condensed from demonic Chi floated in the sky. The black ground was constantly emitting demonic Chi. The valley was wide and wide. Corpses were everywhere. Among them were the corpses of magical beasts. There were also corpses of the evil clans outside the territory. This also meant that the evil clans outside the territory had already passed through this place. Just as he was about to move forward, the golden-armored commander was the strongest person in the team. Naturally, he had to lead the way at the front. However, Blackie stood up and said, "I'll stand at the front." The golden-armored commander frowned slightly. After sizing up Blackie, he said, "You are not strong enough. Stay at the back." However, Blackie shook his head and did not listen to the golden-armored commander. "My physique might be more compatible with this place." Blackie's words stunned the golden-armored commander slightly. "Physique, then?" Blackie released the eternal demon body. Black demonic Kai revolved around Blackie's body. Sensing this aura, the golden-armored commander was stunned again. He could clearly sense it. Blackie's aura was almost similar to the demonic aura in the demonic abyss. Mu Fasheng stood up and said, "Let my senior lead the way." The golden-armored commander nodded. These people did not seem like rash people. He had some understanding of their talents after all. Such a prodigy would not ruin his future because of his rashness. Furthermore, the prince, Mu Fasheng, had already spoken up. How could he not listen? Mu Fasheng looked at Blackie and asked, "Senior brother, did you find anything?" However, Blackie shook his head. "No. However, the demonic aura here seems to be guiding me where I should go." Mu Fasheng nodded and did not suspect anything. The group began to move forward. They entered the Black Valley, and the spiritual energy here was extremely thin. Therefore, everyone had to conserve the spiritual Kai in their bodies at all times. He could only rely on medicinal pills to replenish his spiritual Kai. The corpses of the evil clans outside the territory and magical beasts could be seen everywhere along the way. When they passed through a basin, black demonic Kai began to gather in front of them. In the basin, a demonic Kai tornado was formed. The golden-armored commander immediately said, "Be vigilant." When the tornado dissipated, a series of roars sounded. 10 magical beasts appeared in everyone's vision. They were all at peak stage martial monarch realm. Seeing this, the golden-armored commander attacked. In fact, under normal circumstances, it would be handed over to the younger generation to train. However, there was not much time left for them. They had to catch up to the evil clans outside the territory as soon as possible. The golden-armored commander was half a step into the Tao convergence realm. Therefore, even if these magical beasts were at the peak stage emperor realm or their overall strength was higher than the martial monarch realm, they would not be a match for the golden-armored commander. He would kill these 10 magical beasts in just a few breaths. The group continued forward and passed through the valley. In front of them was a door that shone with a dark light. The door was 100 feet tall. It seemed to be made of black iron. However, the door was tightly shut. The other teams also arrived. Mu Fasheng looked at the door and rubbed his chin. "I'm afraid that as long as we pass through this door, we will be able to reach the second level." The black door slowly opened at this moment. There was no sight behind the gate. There were only vortexes made of black demonic Kai. In the vortex, 2 huge hands covered in black fur stretched out. A magical beast with black fangs walked out of the black door. He stood in front of the black door. Obviously, they would not be able to pass through this place without defeating him. The golden-armored commander looked at the leaders of the other teams and said, "Let's attack together and end the battle quickly." This black-fanged magical beast was at half-step soul divergence realm. Hearing this, the soul divergence realm experts nodded and rushed towards the magical beast. However, just as they were about to reach him, the magical beast opened its eyes, which were bloodred. At this moment, its aura actually began to soar. It had actually advanced from a half-step soul divergence realm to a Tao convergence realm. Chapter 392 Chapter 392 Blackie's Identity. Chapter 392 Blackie's Identity. The sudden increase in strength of the black magical beast shocked everyone. Why did its strength suddenly increase? Furthermore, it had directly advanced to the Tao convergence realm. Mu Qingfeng, who had rushed over, saw this scene and frowned. She seemed to have thought of something. "Retreat immediately. We can't join forces. Once we join forces, the strength of the magical beasts guarding the pass will increase greatly. When the golden-armored commander and the others heard this, they immediately retreated. After everyone retreated, the strength of the black magical beast had also returned to normal. It retracted the huge hand and quietly blocked in front of the black door. Lin Jai looked at this scene and said, "Looks like we have to go one by one. They don't want other weaklings to take advantage of the situation." Mu Qingfeng nodded and said, "There's no other way. Let's go one by one. Those who haven't reached the peak stage martial monarch realm, don't even think about trying." It had already reached the half-step soul divergence realm even without the increment of realm. Its strength was naturally stronger than ordinary human experts. The body of a magical beast was too terrifying. Blackie walked out silently. Everyone looked over and frowned slightly. Someone who did not understand asked, "This child has not even reached the martial monarch realm. Why does he dare to attack? Hurry up and stop him, he's courting death." Of course, there were also people who were silently watching. It was also extremely good for someone to test the depths of this black magical beast for them. Mu Qingfeng and the others did not stop them from participating in the Boundary Mountain investigation. They had seen Blackie's strength after all. At that time, the three of them, a beginner stage martial monarch realm expert and two half-step martial monarch realm experts, had severely injured a peak stage soul divergence realm evil general. With such strength, he would probably have a chance to fight this black-toothed magical beast that was half a step into the soul divergence realm. However, they had no idea that Blackie wasn't going up to fight. He just walked forward subconsciously. It was as if a sentence kept echoing in his mind. Forward, forward. Thus, Blackie walked forward. When he arrived in front of the black magical beast, the magical beast lowered its huge head and looked at Blackie on the ground. Then, a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he roared. The roar shook the sky, and the sound waves turned into a whirlwind that blew across the ground. He raised his gigantic hand and crushed it towards Blackie. Blackie naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Three lines opened at the same time. The eternal demon body, black demonic intent gathered behind him when holding the 9 heavenly demon halberd in his hand. Demon God descend. Facing a half-step soul divergence realm expert, Blackie could not be careless at all and directly used Demon God descend. The moment Blackie used the Demon God's descend, the huge hand of the magical beast stopped. The fierce light in its eyes was slowly filled with fear. That huge body actually began to tremble at this moment as it looked at Blackie's figure. No, it should be looking at the Demon God phantom behind Blackie. This black magical beast was actually starting to be afraid. The crowd at the back was slightly stunned. What was this magical beast afraid of? Even if he used his trump card, his realm was still at the half-step martial monarch realm. How could he make a half-step soul divergence realm fiend like this beast afraid? Mu Fasheng was deep in thought when he saw this. Yi Qiubai chuckled and said in a low voice, "It's stable." That's right. At that time, they had guessed that Blackie's background, or rather, his previous life, might be extraordinary. Moreover, it was very likely that his background was related to the demon race. That was indeed the case from the looks of it. Blackie was also a little puzzled. He quietly looked at the black magical beast with fangs. It actually bent its knees and knelt in front of Blackie, lowering its body and buried its head in the ground. It whimpered and seemed to be begging for mercy. And why was that? Their gazes towards Blackie was filled with bewilderment. Even Mu Qingfeng furrowed her brows, wondering why such a scene had happened. However, even after connecting all the clues, there was no clue. The golden-armored commander was also stunned on the spot. He recalled what Blackie had said to him before. Is Blackie related to the demonic abyss? If that was the case, this trip to the demonic abyss would probably be much easier. It was not difficult to catch up to the evil clans outside the territory. Blackie tried to ask, "Do you know me?" An extremely rough voice appeared in Blackie's mind. "No. I'm not qualified to know you. However, the demonic aura on your body is too pure. Your bloodline is also extremely pure. This is much purer than Master's bloodline." Blackie asked, "Who is Master?" The magical beast replied, "The Master who created the demonic abyss." "Why did he create the demonic abyss?" The magical beast shook its head and transmitted its voice. I'm not qualified to know about this. However, I heard that Master seems to be waiting for someone here. Blackie nodded slightly. If he wanted to get the results, he had to go to the deepest part of the demonic abyss. Hence, Blackie said, let us pass. The magical beast immediately stood up and walked to the side without any hesitation. It opened the black door behind it. When everyone saw this, they were even more stunned. Blackie seemed to be communicating with this magical beast just now. It actually let them go just like that after the communication. Is it really that easy? Blackie turned around and said, we can go now. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. Shen Qingfeng walked up to Blackie and said, we want to ask about your identity. But please lead the way. Anyone with eyes could tell that Blackie was closely related to the demonic abyss. Hearing this, Blackie nodded without refusing. She was his junior brother's sister after all. Everyone stepped through the door. It entered the second level. The scene on the second floor. It was no different from the first level. However, the overall strength and number of magical beasts had increased. There were half-step Dao Convergence Realm and Soul Divergence Realm cultivators in the team, so dealing with these magical beasts was not a problem. When he arrived at the door that led to the third level, there was already a guarding magical beast. This guarding magical beast's strength had already reached the beginner stage, Soul Divergence Realm. However, no matter how high its realm was, after Blackie walked forward to communicate with them, the magical beast let them through again. Everyone looked at Blackie strangely. Where did this kid come from? Why hadn't he heard of such a person before? Mu Fusheng also asked Yi Qiubai. Big senior brother. Where is fourth senior brother from? Yi Qiubai smiled and said, someone from the cottage. They continued forward. Soon, the door to the third level appeared with the hall behind it. Blackie looked up. Why does this hall seem a little familiar? Chapter 393 Chapter 393 Mu Fusheng is very hurt. Chapter 393 Mu Fusheng is very hurt. The door to the third floor was different from the previous two floors. The door here was filled with demonic intent. It was still made of black iron, but this door was like Mount Tai, 200 feet tall and wide, as if it reached the sky. The hall was completely black, and at the side were two sculptures. The sculptures were two demon dragons. It was as if they were alive and guarding this hall. Streaks of pressure emanated from the two demon dragon statues. It made everyone present unable to vent their anger. Even the golden-armored commander, a half-step Dao Convergence Realm expert, also felt an extremely powerful suppression from the two dragon statues. His body had no choice but to bow. It was as if it meant that one had to bow down when facing the two statues and the hall to show their respect. The golden-armored commander was shocked. He was a half-step Dao Convergence Realm expert. Only a Dao Convergence Realm expert would be able to suppress him. However, these things in front of him were not living beings, nor were they super experts. Just two sculptures. Moreover, they were just murals carved on the door, and yet they could achieve such an effect. What if he faced these two sculptures directly? The golden-armored commander didn't dare to think about it. However, he had already realized how rich and powerful the outside world was. As for his own strength, he thought that he could already be considered to have surpassed many martial cultivators. Yet it was not worth mentioning facing these murals. The two demon dragon statues. I am a frog at the bottom of a well. The golden-armored commander clearly understood this point. His expression was solemn, and his arrogant heart had already been suppressed. Blackie stared intently at the hall. His vision was distant, as if it passed through space. This hall was too familiar. Be it the shape of the hall, the details, or the two dragon statues in front of the hall. All of this seemed to be imprinted in the depths of his soul. Where on earth have one seen it? Thinking deeper, it was as if he had collided with an indestructible invisible barrier. If he couldn't pass through this barrier, he wouldn't be able to know the truth. Suddenly, Blackie frowned and hugged his head. It was extremely painful. Seeing this, Yi Qiubai hurriedly went forward and said, "Did you think of something?" Even when he was tempering his body, the extreme pain rarely made Blackie show such an expression. To be able to make Blackie show such an expression, one could imagine how painful it was. If you can't think of anything, don't think about it. Maybe it's not time yet. Hearing this, Blackie nodded and took a deep breath. Interrupting his thoughts, he turned his gaze to the door again. Demonic intent snuck out from the gap between the door and the door. Crack, crack, crack. As the demonic intent flowed out, the door began to tremble. The two doors opened in both directions. The demonic intent began to whistle out as the door opened. The demonic intent this time was even greater than the previous 2 times. What magical beast would it be this time? On the first floor was a huge black magical beast with fangs. On the second floor was a strange magical beast with the body of a tiger and the head of a wolf. These 2 magical beasts were not recorded in the ancient books of the Boundless Realm. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Then what kind of magical beast would it be this time? The answer was soon revealed. Inside the door, a figure slowly walked out. The figure was just like a normal human. It had all the characteristics that humans had. The man's black hair scattered behind him, covering his back. His upper body was exposed. His pupils were dark, but there was a black light flickering. Even though it seemed to be a human, everyone's expressions were extremely solemn. This man who looked like a human slowly walked out of the door. It gave them a sense of danger. It was on a completely different level from the demonic beasts on the first 2 levels. If they still had the strength to resist the magical beasts on the first 2 levels. In the face of this man, even the golden-armored commander felt powerless. It was as if he could only stand there obediently and wait for death. Just what sort of strength did this man possess? As for the black-haired man, looking around, his eyes seemed to be filled with confusion. He said, "Oh, why am I here? You are asking us, who should we ask?" The black-haired man continued to look around and muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "Errant One, the guardian of the lower 3 levels." Then, when the black-haired man's gaze turned to Blackie and his pupils suddenly constricted, then, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Then, the black-haired man walked forward. He walked in front of Blackie under everyone's gaze. Ecubi's eyes were vigilant as he took out the green cloud sword. The black-haired man looked at the green cloud sword in surprise. "This sword, young man, where did you get it?" Ecubi said, "Master gave it to me." The black-haired man nodded and said, "Even though one don't know the origin of this sword, it's a top-grade holy weapon. Even in our demon clan, only one thing can compete with it. A top-grade holy weapon." Even though he did not know what level a top-grade holy weapon was, it sounded very impressive. "Young man, don't worry. One won't go so far as to snatch something from a junior." The black-haired man seemed to have seen through Ecubi's thoughts and smiled. "To be able to hand over a Saint Realm weapon of this level to you, I can't afford to provoke the person behind you. Why do you have to seek death?" Then, the black-haired man looked at Shisheng again. "This aura, power of the star, chaotic star record, looks like you're that lord's successor." Hearing the black-haired man mention the name of his cultivation technique, Shisheng was also a little surprised. At this moment, Mu Fusheng came forward and grinned. "Senior, look at me. Look at me." His senior brothers were all praised by this unfathomable black-haired man. They were both cottage disciples. They were both Lu Chengsheng's disciples. Mu Fusheng felt that he was also extraordinary. The black-haired man looked at Mu Fusheng. What are you looking at?" This was too biased. Didn't this mean that there was nothing to praise about his talent? Mu Fusheng expressed that he was hurt. The black-haired man looked away. He turned his gaze to Blackie again and muttered, "Looks like my memories have been sealed." However, etiquette cannot be disregarded. With that, under everyone's shocked gazes, this unfathomable man, who gave them a sense of danger, actually knelt on one knee in front of Blackie. Chapter 394 Chapter 394 Demon Lord. Chapter 394 Demon Lord. "Greetings, Devil Lord." The black-haired man knelt on one knee in front of Blackie. Everyone was stunned hearing the way the black-haired man addressed Blackie. "Demon Lord." Mu Qingfeng's pupils shrank. In other words, Blackie's level was higher than theirs. Even higher than this black-haired man who was so strong that it made everyone despair. In that case, what happened in the first 2 levels could be explained. Mu Kesheng and Lin Jai were also shocked. While they did not know the identity of the demon lord and which realm was the demon race from, the black-haired man still had to bow down to Blackie despite his powerful cultivation realm. This had already surprised them. To put it bluntly, even the sect master of the Starfall Sword sect, Jian Wufang, or the head of the Mu family, had to face this black-haired man. Lin Jai and Mu Kesheng felt that they probably had no chance of winning. Mu Fusheng whispered from the side, "Senior brother's identity seems to be very impressive." EQ Bai and Shisheng looked like they already knew. He was not surprised at all. Blackie subconsciously said, "Get up." The black-haired man stood up. Then, he waved his hand and sealed everything around him with a black barrier. No creature or sound could enter or leave the black barrier, unless an expert with a higher cultivation realm than the black-haired man forcefully broke it. When he was done, the black-haired man said, "Demon Lord, since you're already here, you should know that your memories have been sealed, right?" Blackie nodded and hurriedly asked, "Do you know who I am and why are my memories sealed?" Blackie was haunted by these questions. He also desperately wanted to know who the woman imprisoned in the dark room in his memory was. Therefore, he asked the black-haired man, hoping that he would answer his questions. However, the black-haired man did not answer Blackie's question. Instead, he shook his head and said, "Honorable Demon Lord, one can't tell you this. With your current strength, it's better not to know the contents of your memories in advance." The black-haired man explained, "With the current strength of the Demon Lord, it's still not enough to come into contact with those sealed memories. It's not good for you to know in advance. Moreover, once the seal is triggered, those rebels will definitely know. At that time, with your current strength, you won't be able to withstand all of this. Once it develops to that stage, what Miss has done will lose its meaning." Miss, was it the woman who was imprisoned in the pitch-black room in his memories? Blackie's heart would ache every time he thought of this scene. He could feel that the imprisoned woman was extremely important to him. The black-haired man continued, "Now, what you have to do is to increase your strength as soon as possible and recover to the peak stage, or even surpass your peak strength. This way, we can salvage everything and take back the demon area. As long as you increase your strength, you will naturally slowly learn about all of this." Hearing this, Blackie nodded. He did not shout and cause a scene in anger. This was because he felt that he had no room to retaliate when facing this black-haired man. How could he know all of this and with such strength? Even though Blackie seemed to be slow-witted, in reality, Blackie was very good at thinking. The black-haired man heaved a sigh of relief seeing the Demon Lord nod. He would not be able to refuse if he insisted on knowing because of the suppression of bloodline and rank. The classification of demons was extremely strict. Bloodline suppression was absolute. "There's something you need under the demonic abyss," the black-haired man said, "and these still require some tests." "Of course. You can still pass these tests with your current strength. Even though these tests are called tests, they are actually just to activate some of your strength." Blackie nodded and said, "Alright, then let us through." "Let you through?" The black-haired man shook his head and said, "No. The reason why I was transferred from the lower 3 levels to the upper 3 levels is because of this. Under the suppression of your bloodline, the lower 3 levels and the middle 3 levels had completely lost their own thoughts. The demonic abyss will lose its meaning if we let your people pass smoothly. Besides, aren't these all very good training?" Blackie did not force him. Instead, he said, "However, there are people from other factions here. We have to stop them." Upon hearing this, the black-haired man let out a disdainful laugh. "Are you talking about those ants with a trace of the Ghost Clan's bloodline? Don't worry. They won't get what they want. They can't reach it with their strength." Obviously, the black-haired man knew about the evil clans outside the territory. Furthermore, he looked down on these evil races. The black-haired man continued, "Demon Lord, please go alone and pass the test. And these friends of yours." From what the black-haired man knew, no one could become the Demon Lord's friend because no one was worthy. This was not conceit. It was because the demons had such strength. One had to know that the demons were also a race that stood at the top of the food chain in the high-latitude realms. It was normal for the black-haired man to think so for the king of the demon race. Which was why he was a little hesitant. Blackie shook his head and said, "Only senior brother and junior brother are my family. The others are just familiar faces. Senior brother and junior brother." The black-haired man was a little surprised. "Who is worthy of being your master?" Then, he thought of the young man who had stood beside Blackie and drawn his sword. "Are you saying that the junior who brought out a top-grade holy weapon was your senior brother?" Blackie nodded. Hearing this, the black-haired man stopped talking. Someone who could casually take out a top-grade holy weapon for his disciple must be extremely powerful. One had to know that there was only one top-grade holy weapon even in the demon race. Furthermore, it was a family treasure. Unless it was a critical moment of life and death, it would definitely not be taken out. In that case, it was not impossible for the demon lord to accept such a person as his master. "Alright, demon master, I'll send you to the test checkpoint. From now on, it's up to you. I'll also make some arrangements for your fellow senior and junior brothers." Blackie hesitated for a moment before nodding. Only then did the black-haired man wave his hand, and a black vortex appeared in the open door. Blackie stepped into it and teleported away. Seeing this, the barrier was removed. Exudes saw that Blackie was gone and asked, "Where is he?" The black-haired man replied, "The demon master has gone to the test checkpoint. Just take care of yourselves. Next, I'll personally take the test. Which one of you will go first?" Chapter 395 Chapter 395 The test begins. Chapter 395 The test begins. Exudes and the others were relieved hearing the black-haired man's words. Based on the black-haired man's attitude towards Blackie, he would not do anything harmful to Blackie. However, Mufasheng was not thinking about that. What he was thinking was, even if Blackie was harmed by this black-haired man, unless someone who could suppress him appeared, what could they do with their strength? Therefore, Mufasheng immediately notified Lu Chengsheng with the jade pendant. The notification read as follows: "Respected Master, it's been a long time since we last met. I really miss you. But while I really want to communicate with you on how much I miss you, there is a very urgent matter that requires a Iaster's appearance. Fourth brother has been taken away by a mysterious person who is very strong. He is someone we can't defeat. Even my father can't defeat him. I am still worried even though this mysterious person addressed fourth brother as the demon lord. The consequences might be unimaginable if it is a trap and he deliberately lured fourth brother to do something. I'm asking Master here to take a look just to be safe. Of course, I don't have the intention to expose myself to the other party now. Master can come quietly. If there's nothing else, you can leave quietly. Disciple Mufasheng expresses my gratitude. He's quite the polite one." Lu Chengsheng, who was far away in the wilderness region, didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he received this message. However, it had to be said that Mufasheng had done a good job. At least he knew not to expose himself. He was already much better than Exudes and the others just based on this point. FCK. He wanted to smash their heads in when he thought of these disappointing brats. Then, he gritted his teeth and threw away the shovel in his hand. Liu Zuru was so frightened that he did not dare to drink tea. What? Liu Zuru was confused. As for whether he would go or not, Lu Chengsheng tore open the space and headed to the boundless world immediately. It concerned the safety of his discipline no matter how troublesome it was. Even though it was unlikely, it was just as Mufasheng had said in his message. Better to be safe than sorry. On the other side, Exudes was the first to arrive in front of the black-haired man. The black-haired man said, "I want use my realm, so you can attack me at will. You can enter the middle 3 levels no matter what method you use, as long as you can obtain my approval." He put away the green cloud sword and took out the wooden sword. The black-haired man raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded secretly. He knew that the huge difference in their cultivation realm could not be made up for no matter what he used. Therefore, he relied purely on his sword Dao realm, and understanding of the sword defied him. The demon lord's senior brother was quite understanding. The large group of people behind him didn't understand Exudes' actions. "You're still so conceited when dealing with such a person. Why are you using an ordinary wooden sword to fight him?" does he think that he can pass the test with the wooden sword? This won't anger the other party and kill him in anger. Right. However, be it Lin Jai, Mu Qisheng, or Mu Qingfeng, they didn't say anything. Clearly, they understood Ye Qiubai's intentions. Ye Qiubai attacked under the black-haired man's nod. Sword intent shot into the sky. Sword domain life. Sword intent gathered and transformed into an ocean that swept towards the black-haired man with monstrous waves. Sensing this sword intent, the black-haired man commented, "Sword saint not bad. At this age, he can already reach the level of a sword saint. Even among high-latitude sword cultivators, he can be ranked above average. However, with such a stable foundation, it's enough to be ranked high." Ye Qiubai smiled and said, "Senior, you flatter me." The monstrous sea was actually filled with 4 different intent realms, perfectly integrated. The power of the sword intent increased again. At the same time, he used the primordial sword scripture. The endless will gathered on Ye Qiubai's wooden sword. The starfall sword technique was unleashed at the same time. All kinds of sword techniques looked extremely complicated. However, the degree of fusion was extremely perfect. There was nothing obscure about it. Moreover, its might had increased by more than 1 level. When everyone felt this power, their expressions turned solemn. The fusion of this sword intent and these powers was too perfect. Lin Jai, Zhang Yunzan, and the other sword cultivators nodded. In terms of the sword Dao, Ye Qiubai was an absolute genius. His temperament was also perfect. It could be said that Ye Qiubai was born for the sword. Surprise appeared in the black-haired man's eyes for the first time. To be able to fuse so many high-level sword techniques and sword formations at this realm and to be able to achieve such a perfect level was not something an ordinary person could do. Of course, this was also thanks to Ye Qiubai's strangely stable foundation. After seeing these things, Ye Qiubai's evaluation rose again in the black-haired man's heart. When Ye Qiubai's sword slashed down, the black-haired man extended a finger and resisted the combined power of the sword Dao. His fingertips did not tremble at all. It was extremely easy. However, the black-haired man nodded and said, "That's right. You passed. Go over." Ye Qiubai smiled when he heard this. He put away the wooden sword and bowed slightly to the black-haired man. "Senior, I'll wait for junior brother first." The black-haired man shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. After entering the middle 3 levels, everyone will be teleported to different places." Ye Qiubai nodded and took the lead to step through the door. There was no sign of him. He passed just like that. It seemed quite simple. Someone was delighted and immediately walked towards the black-haired man. Then, he attacked. He was sent flying 1 second later. The black-haired man retracted his finger and said expressionlessly, "Your level is too low. Return." Then, there were a few people who refused to believe it and went to try, but met with the same outcome. This time everyone understood that the test was still very difficult. One would not be able to pass unless one was a true prodigy. Among them, even the golden-armored commander barely passed. In other words, this test was not about one's realm. It was all about talent. Then, Blackie, Shisheng, Mu Fusheng, Mu Qisheng, Lin Jai, and the others attacked one after another. They all passed. More than half of the people had already been eliminated. Those who did not pass waited outside the demonic abyss unwillingly. At the same time, they wanted to observe the traces of the evil clans outside the territory. After everyone left this place, the black-haired man looked at the sky. His gaze seemed to have penetrated through the latitude. The Devil Lord has finally returned. It's only a matter of time now. When the Demon Lord's strength recovers, it will be your death. At this moment, Blackie had already entered a pitch-black hall filled with demonic aura. Chapter 396 Chapter 396 Bone Refinement. World Destruction Demon Lightning. Chapter 396 Bone Refinement. World Destruction Demon Lightning. In the main hall, endless black demonic Kai floated. There was no spiritual Kai at all. Almost all cultivators who relied on spiritual Kai to reach here were dead when they encountered a battle. There was no replenishment of spiritual Kai. The surroundings were filled with demonic Kai that would suppress the spiritual Kai in their bodies. Under the influence of these two fatal environments, no cultivator who relied on spiritual Kai could survive here. However, Blackie was different. He could not help but close his eyes and raise his head slightly as he felt the monstrous demonic Kai around him. He spread his hands and seemed to be greedily absorbing the aura that came from the same source as him. However, before Blackie could enjoy this moment of peace, an illusory figure appeared in front of Blackie from within the demonic Kai. Blackie opened his eyes and looked forward when he sensed the movement. He saw the illusory figure that was exactly the same as himself with the exception of his temperament. Opposite him, the illusory figure that looked exactly like him had lukewarm eyes that reflected a bottomless abyss. There seemed to be a monstrous demonic intent surging in the depths of his eyes, making people have no choice but to bow down. There was no aura around him, yet it was deeply hidden under his skin. Blackie could sense that among the people he knew, only his master could block this punch. Blackie frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The illusory figure that looked exactly like Blackie did not answer. Instead, he pointed a finger. A pool appeared out of thin air in front of him. There was no liquid in the pool. All that was left was the black demonic intent. Blackie frowned. He knew that the figure in front of him meant for him to step in. In other words, from now on, the test had begun. Thinking of this, Blackie didn't hesitate. He raised his leg and strode forward, stepping into the demonic pool. The moment Blackie stepped in, he could feel the black demonic intent in the pool crazily enveloping him. It was like a spider catching its prey. It spat out spider silk and wrapped it in layers. Blackie didn't resist. He allowed the black demonic intent to enter his body. At this moment, the demonic intent actually pierced through his skin, flesh, and blood, like gangrene attached to his bones. It drilled into his marrow. Intense pain arrived. Blackie's expression changed. This pain was much greater than when he cultivated the first two levels of the eternal demon body. His bone marrow was burned by the layers of demonic intent. Even so, Blackie still didn't shout. He gritted his teeth tightly, enduring the pain of the demonic intent tempering his bone marrow. The first test had begun. On the other side, Mufasheng was teleported to a cliff. One more step forward, and he would step into the bottomless abyss. What was even more uncomfortable was that floating was forbidden here. In other words, if Mufasheng accidentally fell off the cliff, he would be crushed into pieces. Mufasheng cleared his throat, suddenly regretting coming here. At that time, he should have pretended to be weak and deliberately lost the test. At this moment, a voice appeared in the sky. "You pass if you cross the cliff. You will be able to enter the lower 3 levels." Hearing this voice, Mufasheng's face darkened. Looking at the scene in front of him, in the sky above the cliff, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Black lightning bolts struck down, falling into a bottomless abyss. Thunderbolt. Moreover, it was a flight restriction. How was he going to pass? Jump over. What the FCK? There was not even a shadow of where he could land on the other side of the cliff. How was he going to cross over? Mufasheng looked at the black thunderbolts and had a flash of inspiration. Didn't he want to collect high-quality lightning? Wasn't the level of the black lightning here very high? This kind of power was as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was much stronger compared to those ordinary lightning bolts. If he could collect these lightning bolts, even if he did not pass, this trip would also not be in vain with this demonic lightning as the first level of the ninefold lightning shield. Mufasheng no longer thought about how to cross the cliff and the lightning pool in front of him. Instead, he was thinking about how to collect this demonic lightning. What kind of methods were used to gather lightning? Most commonly, they used a special vessel to collect lightning power. However, that method was obviously only suitable for lightning that was not of a very high level. Just like the demonic lightning in front of him, collecting them with containers would probably destroy the container directly and would even affect him. The second method would be for a martial cultivator who cultivated the power of lightning to directly use his body to receive the power of lightning. However, this method was too risky. Naturally, it was not within Mufasheng's consideration. This was a safe destructive method. It was said that one would be reborn from the ashes. Phoenix nirvana. One's strength would increase greatly after absorbing it. However, once failed, he would be struck into dregs by the lightning. Therefore, do you think that Mu Fasheng would do such a dangerous thing? What kind of bullshit joke was this? However, what Mu Fasheng did not know was, now that he had the heavenly thunder Dao exorcism, he could control all the power of lightning in this world. No matter how strong the lightning was, they would be able to perfectly integrate with Mu Fasheng. Therefore, he did not have to worry about not being able to absorb the lightning power in the demonic lightning. However, the process might be a little painful. In that case, what if he used the power of the seal? Mu Fasheng's eyes suddenly lit up. It was an eureka moment. He could inscribe the ninefold lightning shield on the spot, and then directly gather the materials and stored the power of the demonic lightning into the ninefold lightning shield seal, turning it into the first level of the lightning shield. Moreover, from the looks of it, this method was the method with the lowest risk. At the thought of this, Mu Fasheng immediately took out his talisman brush. This talisman brush was also brought out from the treasure vault of the Boundless Empire. It was the highest level talisman brush in the boundless world and even the low latitude realm. Then, he took out the talisman. In his mind, he kept recalling the engraving method of the ninefold lightning shield in the seal book. He recalled it 9 times. After ensuring that nothing went wrong, he began to inscribe. Mu Fasheng had already practiced the basic engraving method of the ninefold lightning shield hundreds of times in advance. Now, after thinking about it, he even began to engrave with great familiarity. He had carved out the basic seal in just 4 hours now. He only needed to draw in the demonic lightning as the first layer of the lightning shield, and the ninefold lightning shield seal would be completed. Then, Mu Fasheng threw the ninefold lightning shield seal out of the cliff. For a moment, the ninefold lightning shield emitted streaks of seal light. The destructive demonic lightning swept towards the ninefold lightning shield seal. Success or failure depended on this. Chapter 397 Chapter 397 Heavenly Thunder Dao Body. Chapter 397 Heavenly Thunder Dao Body. At this moment, demonic lightning surged in the clouds. The lightning was extremely powerful and it could destroy the world. It slashed down crazily. Outside the cliff, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. As for the ninefold lightning shield seal, it was one of the higher-ranked defensive seals among the basic seals in the Book of Seals. However, the synthesis conditions were extremely high. It required 9 different types of lightning to build the ninefold lightning shield. This was to achieve a defensive effect. However, the effect was absolutely shocking. That was because the defense of the ninefold lightning shield could be increased according to the level of the lightning. Therefore, the ninefold lightning shield seal was more like a growth-type seal. It had the same effect as a growth-type weapon. The basic seal of the ninefold lightning shield had been engraved. Mu Fasheng threw it out and it landed outside the cliff. Countless demonic lightning bolts struck down. At this moment, the ninefold lightning shield seal was like a lightning-attracting rod, also known as a lightning rod, that attracted countless demonic lightning and surged towards the ninefold lightning shield seal. Mu Fasheng stared intently at this scene. Could the ninefold lightning shield have completed the first level? It all depended on whether this would succeed or not. The roar emitted by the demonic lightning was even more muffled than ordinary lightning. It was as if it was blooming in the abyss. The echoes never stopped. Countless bolts of demonic lightning struck the ninefold lightning shield seal. The seal was not destroyed by the demonic lightning. Seeing this, Mu Fasheng heaved a sigh of relief, since the seal would not be destroyed. Then, the first step was considered to be completed. Next, it depended on whether the ninefold lightning shield seal could absorb the lightning power in the demonic lightning, or perhaps, after absorbing the power of lightning, could it withstand this huge power of destructive lightning? In the blink of an eye, Mu Fasheng was pleasantly surprised. The ninefold lightning shield seal was still intact. At the same time, there was already the power of demonic lightning surging within the seal. In other words, this method was feasible. The power of the demonic lightning in the ninefold lightning shield talisman became stronger and stronger. The first lightning shield seemed to be taking shape. with the ninefold lightning shield. Even though it was only an incomplete version, just the first layer of the lightning shield was stronger than the defensive seals he had engraved previously. This was enough to satisfy Mu Fasheng. There was no danger after all. Wasn't it good to get a bolt of lightning for free? At that time, he would not use the ninefold lightning shield seal. Wouldn't it be great to use the power of demonic lightning to copy it into other seals? Then, Mu Fasheng hurriedly carved more than 10 ninefold lightning shield seals and threw them out. Now was the time to store as much as he could. However, according to this situation, the first ninefold lightning shield seal was still absorbing the power of demonic lightning during the few days Mu Fasheng had been inscribing the seal. It was as if there was no upper limit. The power of the demonic lightning was probably enough for Mu Fasheng to inscribe hundreds of ninefold lightning shield seals. The next moment, it was as if the Watcher couldn't stand it anymore. The world destruction demon lightning that had struck down from outside the cliff. At this moment, he suddenly changed directions. It converged into a destructive lightning dragon and smashed in Mu Fasheng's direction. He immediately conjured a heavenly lightning escape talisman. He wanted to escape. However, in this place that prohibited flight, the heavenly lightning escape talisman could not be used either. This place seemed to prohibit the use of escape talismans, which also surprised Mu Fasheng. The heavenly lightning escape talisman was not an ordinary escape talisman after all. Ordinary escape talismans borrowed the power of space. The heavenly lightning escape talisman did not use the power of space at all. Instead, it turned into lightning and fled. This time, it was useless. Mu Fasheng immediately used Plan B. Countless seal lights began to shine around his body. The 7-meter thick defensive barrier once again surrounded Mu Fasheng tightly. After the battle with the evil general, Mu Fasheng had already updated his seals. It was to prevent any accidents from happening. Outside there were many bad people. There were more dangers. Therefore, he had to pay attention to protecting himself at all times. Mu Fasheng had always upheld this principle. However, the bolts of the world destruction demon lightning shattered Mu Fasheng's defensive barrier. It charged towards Mu Fasheng's body. Mu Fasheng gritted his teeth. Realm explosion. At this moment, Mu Fasheng had reached the middle stage of the soul divergence realm. This was a small realm higher than when he fought against the evil general. Moreover, he was constantly paying attention to the danger around him. If there was an ambush, it was impossible for him to stop cultivating. Mu Fasheng was still hiding his strength. He had suppressed his own realm. At this moment, the world destruction demon lightning had already struck Mu Fasheng's body. And when the demonic lightning struck Mu Fasheng's expression froze. One have underestimated the power of the demonic lightning. Lightning surged around Mu Fasheng. The demonic lightning continued to destroy the vitality in Mu Fasheng's body. Mu Fasheng frowned and could not help but groan. And at this moment, it seemed that even Mu Fasheng himself did not notice it. There seemed to be layers of golden lightning swimming around his body, and these tiny golden lightning bolts were like little loaches. It was actually absorbing the power of the world destruction demon lightning. At the same time, it turned into even pure demonic lightning to nourish Mu Fasheng. The heavenly thunder Dao exorcism. A person with this physique would have the most perfect affinity with the lightning power in the world. It could perfectly accept countless types of lightning power. The world destruction demon lightning was naturally included. It could be said that the owner of the heavenly thunder Dao exorcism, which was Mu Fasheng, was the master of the Dao of lightning. Mu Fasheng was still enduring the power of the demonic lightning. However, he did not suffer much damage. At most, it was a little painful. He looked at him from the inside. The interior was not damaged either. On the contrary, black demonic lightning flowed through his bones, bloodline, and meridians. This was the power of demonic lightning. Mu Fasheng was stunned. He had absorbed the power of demonic lightning. He clearly didn't do anything. Mu Fasheng did not know that his physique had changed. It was natural that he did not know the situation. To be safe, he observed for a while. His body was still intact, and the power of demonic lightning in his body became even richer. At this moment, Mu Fasheng was delighted. He did not think too much about it and slowly released his defense, trying to absorb more demonic lightning power. 5 days later, Mu Fusheng walked out of the demonic lightning. He opened his eyes, and black lightning flashed in them. He slapped out with the power of the world destruction demon lightning. The current Mu Fusheng had perfectly fused with the world destruction demon lightning. Chapter 398 Chapter 398 Restriction on Mental State. Chapter 398 Restriction on Mental State. The bone marrow of Blackie, who was wrapped in an endless black demonic aura, was constantly being corroded by it. There was a cracking sound. 9 days had passed. At the moment when day and night alternated, the black aura surrounding Blackie was finally dispersed. Blackie's figure reappeared. At this moment, there were 206 spots on the surface of Blackie's body that were flickering with black light. If others saw it, it would be obvious that the 206 places that emitted black light were all where the bones were. Under the tempering of the black demonic Kai, Blackie could clearly feel that all the bones in his body had been destroyed, tempered, and reconstructed. His physical strength had increased by more than one realm. At that time, Blackie's physical body realm was only comparable to a half-step martial monarch realm expert. In that case, after his bones were tempered and reconstructed, he was already comparable to the martial monarch realm. Of course, these 9 days were extremely painful. His bones were shattered, tempered and reconstructed. How many people could withstand such bone-deep pain? No wonder the black-haired man said that it was both a test and an awakening to Blackie. Blackie looked forward and saw that the black figure had already disappeared. At the same time, the door in front of him opened. Blackie walked in. In the next room, the black theme had been replaced and in its place was red. A strand of blood-like red that filled the entire room. It became the main theme of this room. The moment Blackie stepped into the room, he could directly feel a pungent smell of blood sweeping towards Blackie. The blood in the room seemed to be filled with blood. In front of Blackie was a pond. The pool was filled with viscous blood. Obviously, this was the second test and also the second opportunity. Thinking of this, Blackie took a deep breath and stepped inside. Yikyubai's test ground was a wilderness plain. In front of Yikyubai were magical beasts. These magical beasts were in the same realm as Yikyubai. However, the physique of magical beasts was stronger than that of ordinary humans. Therefore, magical beasts were stronger than human martial cultivators of the same realm. In these 9 days, Yikyubai held the wooden sword in his hand and kept fighting. He did not use the 9-foot starfall sword, the green cloud sword, or the dark demon sword. Under such circumstances, it was both a test and an experience. He was refining his sword techniques and improving his sword Dao realm. Similarly, it was a great opportunity to examine Yikyubai's own understanding of the sword Dao. Therefore, Yikyubai didn't choose to use a better weapon. He gave up his advantage in weapons and took out his wooden sword and used it to kill the overwhelming magical beast army on the plain. Some days passed and there were already countless corpses of magical beasts on this wilderness plain. All of them were killed by Yikyubai. However, 9 days of constant killing where the spiritual Kai was thin, and with no time to recuperate caused Yikyubai's aura to begin to weaken. He was able to kill 1 or 2 magical beasts with 1 or 2 strikes at the beginning. However, it was difficult to break through the encirclement under the siege of the magical beasts. However, the sharpness of the sword intent was not as sharp as before. Yikyubai's face turned abnormally red. His aura fluctuated continuously. The sword in his hand slashed continuously, and its speed became even slower. He was too tired. The spiritual Kai could not be replenished. His stamina could not be relieved. However, these magical beasts attacked one after another. It was as if there was no end to them. What should he do under the circumstances? Yikyubai could hold on for another 2 days at most before the spiritual Kai in his body become exhausted. When the time came, he would be the nutrients in the mouths of these magical beasts. Nutrients. He recalled the sword Dao in the past. And for the past 9 days, he kept killing magical beasts. He filled in the flaws in the sword technique one by one, but a sword technique was a sword technique after all. No matter how much he had filled in the gaps, it was not something that should be done now. Insufficient spiritual Kai. Stamina was running low. It was useless no matter how much his sword technique improved. The nature has changed. What Yi Qiubai wanted to do was to rush out of the encirclement of magical beasts. A familiar voice appeared in Yi Qiubai's mind. Don't worry about the strength of the weapon. You don't have to foolishly put away powerful weapons. Instead, use a piece of wood to train your strength. Continuously use the current weapon to familiarize yourself with it and get used to it. It's also a form of training to integrate the sword into your body and become a part of it. Sword cultivators shouldn't care about whether a sword is good or bad, or if the realm of the sword Dao is strong. Even a wooden sword, or a rusty iron sword, can unleash the effect of a peerless sword. However, your current realm of the sword Dao clearly can't reach this level. It's to your advantage to improve your sword Dao. However, you have also trapped yourself because of this. This is also your disadvantage. Yi Qiubai immediately reacted to hearing this familiar voice. He looked around, but there was no sign of him. However, his master must be observing him in the dark. Yi Qiubai also came to a realization. Don't restrain yourself too much. A sword is a sword. It was wrong to be too entangled with the quality of the sword and temper the sword Dao itself. Could it be that he could not use the Starfall sword and the Green Cloud sword to temper it? That was still his own strength. Moreover, Yi Qiubai asked himself, has he really mastered the Starfall sword? It was precisely because he was too restrictive that he wanted to use the wooden sword to achieve the best effect of tempering his sword Dao realm. That was why he had fallen into a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, Yi Qiubai chuckled and no longer cared about the quality of the sword. He took out the Starfall sword. This was originally his own sword. Naturally, it was his own strength. To familiarize himself with the Starfall sword and completely grasp its profundities, he had also improved his sword Dao realm. At the same time, he took out the recovery pill given by his master and put it into his mouth. The spiritual Kai instantly began to recover. The 9-foot Starfall sword in his hand was wrapped in layers of sword saint sword intent that had returned to its sharpness. They began to charge again. He kept using the Starfall sword to kill magical beasts along the way. When he ran out of spiritual Kai, he took pills. In 3 days, they broke through the encirclement of the magical beasts and arrived at the other side. At the same time, during this period, Yi Qiubai's realm had also broken through to the martial monarch realm. The constraints in his heart were lifted and his cultivation level naturally increased. Chapter 399 Chapter 399 Lu Changsheng has been discovered. Chapter 399 Lu Changsheng has been discovered. A month passed. Yi Qiubai, Shisheng, and Mu Fasheng had all passed the test. They entered the middle 3 levels. He had already gone through 4 tests. These 4 tests represented the bones, flesh, blood, meridians, and skin. After these 4 tests were completed, Blackie's body had reached a new level. Now, even an intermediate stage martial monarch realm cultivator might not be able to withstand Blackie's punch. There was only a black figure when Blackie stepped into the last room for the final test. And this figure was the black figure that appeared in the first test. It was a figure that looked exactly like Blackie. The illusory black figure's body slowly solidified. Countless black Kai gathered around his body. It transformed into bones, meridians, flesh, and skin. In just a few breaths of time, he turned into a person with flesh and blood that looked exactly like Blackie. Before Blackie could say anything, the man, who looked exactly like Blackie and was like a clone, rushed towards Blackie. He raised his fist and threw a punch. In his fist, demonic intent surged into the sky. If anyone else was here, they would have no choice but to submit to the release of the demonic intent. Blackie could sense the physical realm of this clone. It was exactly the same as his current realm. There was no fluctuation at all. However, the demonic intent in it was much higher than Blackie's. At the same time, he punched out. His control over the demonic intent was above Blackie. However, this didn't make Blackie retreat. He grinned, and his eyes were filled with demonic intent and battle intent. With a low roar, he raised his fist and rushed towards the man who looked exactly like him. 3 lines appeared on Blackie's body at the same time. The eternal demon body was fully activated. At the same time, the black demonic intent gathered behind Blackie. A monstrous demonic shadow descended into the world. After 4 trials, the current Blackie's physical strength had taken a huge leap. He threw a punch and the space trembled. One had to know that the space in the demonic abyss was much stronger than the outside world. Their fists collided. It was just for a moment. Blackie's expression changed slightly. The other party's demonic intent was too invasive. From the other party's fist, it continuously entered his body. Corrosion. He wanted Blackie to submit to him. Blackie was sent flying. Dark red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He roared in a low voice and forcefully suppressed the demonic intent that was wreaking havoc in his body. This feeling, to be honest, it was first time for Blackie. In terms of demonic intent, he was completely crushed. However, because of this, the fighting spirit in Blackie's eyes intensified. He smiled excitedly. He stepped on the ground and used the recoil force to charge towards the man again. Boom boom boom. The sound of fists colliding continuously sounded in the hall. There was no end to it. Blackie was sent flying again and again. It charged at the man again and again. Their bodies kept colliding. The fists kept hitting each other. If anyone saw this scene, one would be shocked to discover that the demonic intent circling around Blackie was slowly transforming. Or rather, he was assimilated by the man in front of him. The demonic intent became stronger and stronger. The domineering intent and destructiveness in it kept increasing. At the same time, the path of the punch was also moving in the direction of the man. The Blackie of the past. No matter who his opponent was, he would still throw a punch. He had never cared about fist techniques. He did nor care about his techniques. No matter how ingenious the other party's Dao technique was, he would break it with his own strength. However, things were different. Blackie's fist technique became more and more domineering and destructive. Gradually, the number of times Blackie was sent flying also decreased. After a day, Blackie could already stick to Riemann. Even though he was still at a disadvantage, his improvement was extremely great. At the same time, Blackie also understood. This test was targeted at his demonic intent and fist technique. This demonic intent kept rising, making him feel more and more familiar. It was as if the demonic intent released by this man in front of him should be the demonic intent he wanted to control. It was as if they came from the same source. At this moment, Blackie roared and raised his fist. 3 lines flashed at the same time. A monstrous demonic intent gathered on his fist. The man also raised his fist at the same time as Blackie's punch. There was no difference in their auras. However, the moment their fists collided, the two of them actually retreated at the same time. Blackie took 8 steps back. The man also took 8 steps back. The man lowered his fist and looked at Blackie quietly. "Hast," were his first words. Even his voice was exactly the same. However, his tone was slightly different from Blackie's. "Go to the deepest part of the demonic abyss as soon as possible. After you jar the item, someone in the demonic abyss will notice your existence. Therefore, the road ahead will become more and more dangerous. You have to increase your strength as soon as possible to protect yourself and save her." Blackie vaguely felt that the woman the man was talking about was the woman in his memory. "Do you know?" Blackie hurriedly asked. However, before he could finish speaking, the man who looked exactly like him had already disappeared on the spot. He was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Blackie could only retract his question. Seemed that he would only know all of this when his strength increased. "One need to quickly increase my strength," Blackie thought to himself. Then, he stepped into the open door in front of him and entered the middle 3 levels. In the dark, a white-robed man watched this scene. Rubbing his chin, he said, "Looks like everything here is related to Blackie's identity. In that case, there's no need for us to be here. Safety shouldn't be a problem." With that, the white-robed man wanted to leave. However, the moment he turned around, in front of him, wisps of black kai swept out. Then, they gathered together and turned into a black-haired man. The man looked at the white-robed man warily and asked, "Who are you?" He can actually enter the demonic abyss silently and even avoid that person's detection. If Lu Chengsheng hadn't spoken just now, the demonic abyss noticed the slight changes in the air flow when Lu Chengsheng spoke. It was likely that they would not be able to discover his existence until now. What's your purpose? Why are you monitoring the Demon Lord? Part 6 of this series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.